You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
At the gallop! Ho! Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
No spikes on this side of the rail at all. How about over there, Mr. Syberts?
Haven't run into one in 20 yards, Captain. They sure weren't taking any chances, were they?
4 telegraph poles across the track, all the spikes removed from the rails, and the track yanked off the roadbed. I'd say they weren't taking much chance, Mr. Syberts.
You think it was Cheyenne, sir?
Well, it's Cheyenne country.
Why'd they do it? Derail a train, kill all those innocent people?
Oh, fear. That's why most men kill.
But fear of what? The trainmen were armed, sure, but 20 of those dead back there are women and children.
The iron horse makes a lot of noise, Mr. Syberts, and puffs a lot of steam. If you saw it cutting through your country, you might not stop to think it was carrying women and children.
They must think it'll discourage folks from coming west on the railroads.
If I was standing in the Omaha station waiting to board a train, it might discourage me.
Not you, Captain. Things don't seem to bother you.
What things?
20 women and children dead, you didn't bat an eye. It's a lot of death all piled together.
Any death is a lot of death, Mr. Syberts.
You've seen more than I have. Maybe you've gotten used to it.
We've a job of burying to do back there.
Sir, I can't go back just yet.
Doesn't get any better waiting, nor any easier. People die or they get killed. Either way, they got to be buried.
Yes, sir.
And the train's got to be set right on the tracks where it belongs, and the tracks got to be laid again and spiked so the next train will stand a chance of getting through.
Captain, would they have stood a better chance if the Army had been riding with them? Wouldn't that make it safer?
Mr. Syberts, this train was derailed by Indians. It wasn't attacked. Nobody was massacred. If half a troop was riding with them, we'd be burying them.
I guess you're right. It's just not easy, is it?
What drew you to the Army, Mr. Syberts? The uniform?
Sergeant Gorse has the first car righted, sir.
Yes, I see he has. Good work, Sergeant.
It's a mite easier telling them how it's done, Captain.
Somebody has to do the telling. You got a car back in the rails, didn't you?
Yeah, but this ain't cavalry work.
We're all that's here, Gorse. You think you got 'em all out before you set that car right?
There's no way of telling that, Captain, till we look and see.
If it's all right with you, sir, I'll board that car and see if we got all the dead.
It's all right with me, Mr. Syberts.
If you need a hand, Lieutenant...
If I do, I'll call for it, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, guess there'll be no way of telling when this happened.
Not from the bodies. They've been stiff as old hides ever since we come on them.
6 or 8 we're throwing clear, isn't that right?
Clear. Just as dead, but clear.
Get our mounts, Sergeant. We're going to take a little ride.
Yes, sir.
And see if the telegrapher's got a reply yet from Union Pacific.
Yes, sir.
Need any help, Mr. Syberts?
Not a bit, sir.
How many did you find?
3 so far.
I'm leaving you in charge, Mr. Syberts. Sergeant Gorse and I are going to take a little ride. If anyone lived through this, they might have made it to one of the settlers.
How could anyone live through this?
I don't know. You want to come along and find out?
I got a job to do here, Captain.
That's right, Mr. Syberts. You have.
Well, I ain't had much time to look around good. Just rode up myself, a bit before you did.
How many horses did you have, mister?
18. Not counting the one I was riding. I wonder how come they left the house standing. Burned everything else.
They didn't mean to do you a favor.
I'm sure of that. Thought you Army boys had them Cheyenne cooped up in the reservation.
Most of them. Not all of them.
That's not good enough.
Not near good enough.
Nobody in the house, Captain.
I could have told you that. Nobody here at all. Took my woman down to Crow Creek near a week ago now. Just come back.
You left your stock untended all week?
I got laid up down there. Grip. Too aching to come back sooner. Besides, I spoke to Nate before I left. He said he'd mind them for me.
Who's Nate?
Neighbor. Over the rise there. Nate Cotter. Farms a little, keeps stock like me. Said he'd mind them for me. I done it for him.
Could be he run your horses over there to feed.
No. No, this is Indian work. Like that train you told me about.
You used to trouble with the Cheyenne?
Yeah. Ever since the railroad. It was peaceful enough before they had to lay that track and send them steam engines puffing across the land, scaring the stock, scaring Indians, too. They don't like 'em. Iron horses. They don't like 'em at all.
Mister, we're burying near 30 dead that says they don't like 'em.
Yeah. Well, I got work to do. Thinking. I can't help you none.
We got a camp back near the railroad. You're welcome to come with us.
Leave my land? Good Lord, man. That's all I got left. No. I ain't leaving.
The Cotter place just over the rise?
Yeah. 2 miles, 3. They're my neighbors. Nate and his missus.
Left nothing to chance here, Captain.
Well, nothing. And no one.
That'd be Nate Cotter.
It'd be a man on Nate Cotter's place. Yeah. I guess it's Cotter.
Crazy thought I get every time we find one like this. Can't help wondering what they died of first.
Of course, it doesn't make much difference.
No, sir, it doesn't, but I get the thought just the same. Well, I'll look around for something to dig with, Captain. Guess there's no need to look for his woman. They carried her off, sure.
Yeah. Hold it, Gorse.
Something else, Captain?
Yeah, I thought I heard something.
I sure don't.
Listen.
Over there, where that clump of trees is.
Something, maybe only the wind, though. You want I should come with you?
No, just keep a sharp eye.
Don't shoot me, mister.
Come out in the clearing where I can see you.
I sure hope you don't aim to shoot.
No, I don't aim to.
Much obliged, sir.
What's your name, boy?
Jed,
You belong here, Jed?
it don't feel like it. It sure don't.
How long you been here?
Seems like a long time, mister. A long time.
No cause to be afraid now, Jed. It's over. The burning, everything. It's all over.
Yes, sir. I see it is.
Where's he from, Captain?
Just the trees, that's all. I ain't done nothing.
You better come back to camp with us, Jed. Some hot food, a cot. You'll feel a sight better.
You're Army folks, ain't you?
Yeah? This is Sergeant Gorse. I'm Captain Quince.
Hello, boy.
My pa was a sergeant.
Was he?
You got somebody laying dead over there, Captain?
Yeah? You got a ma, Jed?
Sure. I got a ma.
You better come with us, boy. There's nothing for you here.
There sure ain't. There sure ain't nothing.
Never seen a young'un with such a fright, Captain. You think he saw it all?
Yeah, he saw it all.
Sure would be a fright, watching your pa killed and your ma carried off that way. You won't forget that soon.
Gorse, he won't forget it ever.
He ate like he was starving. I don't know as he'll sleep, though. Funny thing. You talk to him, ask him questions, and the answers ain't answers at all, just words.
Send him back to me. I'll bed him down here.
Yes, sir.
There's still no word from Union Pacific?
No more than we had. They're sending another crew out, but no one says when they'll get here.
They hear anything at the telegrapher's tent, I want to know it right away.
Yes, sir. I'll get the boy. I was just coming for you, Jed. Captain Quince wants to see you.
I want to talk to him, Sergeant.
Young fellow wants a hearing, Captain.
Oh, come on in, Jed. Sit down.
Yes, sir. I thought maybe we could talk.
Sergeant?
Just leaving, sir.
I like him. I like him fine.
Best cavalry sergeant I know.
My pa was a sergeant.
Yeah, you said that.
I don't recollect it myself. But he told me lots of times. He was a sergeant in the war. Ma says he never got over it.
The war?
No, sir, being a sergeant. She meant bossy-like, you know. He'd give orders to her, to me, horses, everything.
They're just the three of you? You, your ma, and pa?
That's all. Ma laid it on as being a sergeant, telling you what to tote, what to plant, how he wanted things just so. I'm talking too much?
No, Jed. It's good sometimes, talking too much.
Yes, sir. Now, Sergeant Gorse, he don't seem so bossy to me.
You're not in the cavalry, Jed.
I'm a hand with horses.
Well, that's a start.
You all alone, Captain?
How do you mean?
You got nobody? Just you?
I ain't got nobody.
And Sergeant Gorse, he's got nobody. It's a good life, ain't it? For a man alone.
Yeah. For a man, Jed.
You're going by my face, ain't you? I can't help my face.
Nothing wrong with your face. Just it looks awful young, Jed.
I can't help that.
Now, how old are you?
I'm big enough, strong enough. Some of them men, when we was eating, I was bigger than them.
How old are you?
18.
18?
Near 19, actual.
Well, a boy that old ought to recollect when his pa was a sergeant in the war.
I can't help what I recollect, like I can't help my face. You going by my face, that's all. I want to be in the Army, Captain. Most particular, I want to be a cavalry trooper.
Well, you better get some sleep first.
Don't set me by that way, Captain. I can't give you no proof about me being as old as I am. It was in the Bible with all the rest. Them as didn't live, and me. Ma read it there herself. Now you know I can't show you that Bible, Captain.
Now, easy, Jed, easy. I know you can't.
It's what's inside makes a man. My pa said that, and I know it's true.
Message from the telegraphist, Captain.
From Major Daggett, Sergeant. He's sending laborers and our replacements down from Fort Laramie. As soon as we were relieved, our orders are to return to the fort.
Yes, sir.
That might be sundown tomorrow, so pass the word.
Yes, sir.
You'll take me along, Captain. You wouldn't want to leave me for the Injuns.
Jed, I'd say a lot depended on how soon you stretch out there and go to sleep.
I'm almost asleep now, Captain.
We just had some idea of how many Cheyenne we're up against.
A few of them could have done it all. Doesn't take many to derail a train, pull the spikes out of track. A few good riders can run horses off a ranch, fire another, kill a settler, carry off a woman.
You think it's a small band, then?
I didn't see a single Cheyenne, Major. What do the scouts say?
Well, here's the last report.
No sign of camps. No Cheyenne activity.
I sent Pete Hazen out yesterday morning.
Well, if there's still Cheyenne in the west, Pete will find them.
When he does, we'll have to engage them, Captain.
When he does, we will.
That rail line has to stay open. Big shipments of Army supplies have already left the east. It's a matter of days till those trains cross the same spot where this last one was derailed.
Any people on these trains, Major?
You mean troops?
I mean any kind of people. We left nearly 30 graves by that roadbed. It's a little fresh in my mind.
You think I don't know that?
I just know I know it. That's enough for me.
We couldn't have stopped this last disaster, Lee. There's no way.
There's one way. We could have been there in time. What kind of scouts we got between here and Cheyenne?
Poor ones. You know, we can get some good scouts.
Get some squaws off the reservation. You couldn't do worse.
All right, Lee, that's enough. Well, we're the best scouts in the world. The Army's not big enough to patrol every inch of rail line to the coast.
Remember when they were laying this track?
I was on General Augur's staff.
The 30th Infantry, part of the 4th, part of the 36th, 4 companies of cavalry, 4 companies of Pawnee scouts, just to protect the grading and working parties.
And General Dodge was chief engineer of the road. I know that. Doesn't change a thing.
Yeah, I see it doesn't. That all, sir?
That's all, Captain. Oh, Captain.
Yes, sir?
Lieutenant Syberts tells me you brought back a boy, an orphan from one of the ranches.
That's right, Major.
What do you think of him?
He's young, scared.
Syberts thinks he'll make a good trooper.
Does he?
I'm asking what you think, Lee.
I turned him over to Sergeant Gorse. If there's any trooper in him, he'll bring it out.
Yes. Yes, he will. That's all, Captain. Dismissed.
Yes, sir.
You come closer, Captain, you get a real eyeful.
Jed's a good shot, is he?
Haven't fooled him yet. Started him on sidearms, worked up through Springfield, Spencer's. And with a Henry rifle, he just might stand off sitting bull in the whole crowd.
He's high on himself about horses. How is he there?
Horses he knows. Cavalry saddles or something else again. Well, he's bright enough, Jed is. He'll master saddling and unsaddling.
He's a boy, Gorse. He's just a boy.
Why, he claims he's near 19.
He's a boy. You know he is.
It's hard to tell what's boy and what's the shock of what he's been through.
Well, that's a fact. Gorse, you get him a uniform issue?
Well, not me, Captain. Lieutenant Syberts. You didn't know?
Of course I didn't know.
Captain Quince, he was swore in this morning. That Jed's in the Army now.
Rendezvous point ahead, Captain.
Right, Mr. Syberts.
Just a quiet ride so far, sir. If Captain Meade's infantry is camped on Old Woman Creek, we'll be able to attack tonight.
Is that your plan, Mr. Syberts?
Well, not my plan, sir. I thought we could surprise them, and if we could, it would be good, that's all.
If we can surprise them, it'd be good.
Yes, sir.
You know this country, Mr. Syberts?
Not this part of it, sir.
Make out those foothills just ahead?
Yes, sir.
Full of rocks and crags. Maybe Cheyenne. Those hills are between us and Meade's infantry.
But the scouts report put the Cheyenne on the other side of Old Woman Creek. Well, what I mean is they're not supposed to be in those foothills.
I hope the Cheyenne know that, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir. One thing, Captain, this will be good experience for our young trooper.
You mean Jed?
His first go at Indian fighting. He's learned a lot, but he's awful green yet. You know, inexperienced.
I know about inexperience. Jed's something else, Mr. Syberts. He's a boy. Just a boy.
Cheyenne ahead, Captain. Breaking out of them foothills and making straight for us.
Left front in the line.
Left front in the line.
At the gallop.
At the gallop.
Follow!
They're meant to kill us all. I don't like it here. I want to get out. Richie, you can sit around these rocks you want to.
Man your rifle and shut up, trooper.
No, sir, I ain't going to take that up again. I ain't shooting. It ain't going to get shot at. Not anymore. It ain't right.
You're all right, Jed. Just keep quiet. You're all right.
There's dead around, all around. That's quiet enough. I ain't keeping quiet. I'm talking so I can hear I'm still alive.
I said shut up, trooper.
You go right ahead and kill me, you want to. But I got to talk. Can't you see? All I got is talk. I got to hear I'm still alive.
Oh, shut up!
Captain Quince.
I want to go home, Captain. Please, I want to go home.
Yes, son. I know.
Just home.
I'm sorry, Captain.
Man your gun, Mr. Syberts.
She's here? Right here in the hospital? My mom?
Yeah. Another couple of doors, Jed.
But I thought... I don't rightly know how she got here, Captain.
Well, a couple of Cheyenne braves brought her, thinking to collect a reward.
Injuns? Had my ma?
Oh, she'll be all right. No cause to worry. You want me to go in first, Jed? Or you rather go in alone?
You first, Captain.
You awake, ma'am? Mrs. Carter?
I'm awake.
Jed's right outside, ma'am.
Jed?
Your son, Mrs. Carter.
I've got no son. Me and the mister, we We was alone. I got no son.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Truly, I'm sorry.
Fine-looking boy, though. Wished he was mine. We could have used a son, me and the mister.
I was wrong. I meant you no harm. No hurt, ma'am.
No hurt left in me, Captain. Boy,
Yes,
you got no ma your own?
yes, I got a ma. Got a pa, too. Much obliged for your asking, ma'am. You never asked me, Captain. You never come right out and asked. I was scared when you found me. You thought like I belonged there, and I let you.
Where do you belong?
Illinois. I ran away, worked a spell for my keep along the way, till I got to Omaha. Then I got on that train. The one you found with all them dead.
Jed, I don't believe you. Anything you say goes down right hard.
It was night when we hit. I was throwed clean out of that train, Captain. I think I must have lit running. I never stopped till where you found me. I didn't lie, Captain. You just took for granted.
Your pa was a sergeant?
Don't you know he was? Ordering Ma and me around, telling us what to tote, how to plant, how to do everything just so.
He told you something else, Jed.
Yes, sir?
It's what's inside makes a man.
My pa said that, and I know it's true.
You better go home, boy.
I mean to. Yes, sir, I mean to do that right away. I'm obliged, Captain. Most particular, I want to be a cavalry trooper.
You come back and say 5 years, Jed.
When I'm 18? Actual?
We'll be waiting for you.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles and Harry Bartell, with Jeffrey Silver, Frank Cady, and Eve McVeigh.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Are you satisfied with your savings? Few people are, but you can do something about it. The best way to save is through automatic deductions from current earnings. Whatever you're able to put aside will be there in a money crisis. Save through the Payroll Savings Plan or the Bond-a-Month Plan at your bank. Start saving now with United States Savings Bonds, the bonds that pay a guaranteed 3% interest when held to maturity, the bonds that always pay off.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Four barrels of flour. Destroyed?
Yes, sir. By weevils.
Weevils. At least it wasn't mice this time, Mr. Syberts.
No, sir.
Here you are, Lieutenant. Fill out the rest of it and have Sergeant Gorse drop it off at the AQM stores.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quince, Mr. Syberts.
Major, sir?
Morning, Major Daggett.
Something especially interesting out that window? Or is it just spring fever?
Well, the quartermaster's report was a little boring this morning.
I know. It's hard to stay indoors in a day like this. Looks like spring's really here this time.
The river's rising, snow melting in the mountains. This warm, we might have a flood like 2 years ago.
The water comes up this high on the bluff?
Oh, the fort's safe enough, Lieutenant. Trouble comes there, across the river in the civilian settlement.
Maybe this year it'll wash those hay ranches right out.
And they'd come right back with a new supply of whiskey. Now, if I had my way, they'd be cleaned out for good. That'd cut our guardhouse detail by half.
You can't blame the men too much, Major, when payday comes around only once a month.
I suppose not. I guess I've got spring fever, too. First birds I've heard in months.
Yeah. Our snowbirds will be thinking of flying, too.
Snowbirds?
Winter soldiers. Every year we have a few out here. Men who enlist in the fall just to get a warm spot for the winter. Now they'll be lighting out.
They'll desert?
Go on west to the gold fields.
This happens every year, Mr. Syberts. You can't punish a man before the crime's committed. Afterwards, it's usually too late. They're long gone.
Well, couldn't we go after them, bring them back?
We could, but we usually found more important things to do.
Couldn't we take measures to prevent it?
Any suggestions?
I don't know exactly, sir, but perhaps warn them at morning parade, read the penalty for desertion, double the guard.
And send patrols after the ones that slip through?
Well, it just seemed to me...
Meanwhile, the Cheyenne and the Sioux and the Crow are feeling the spring, too. Riling their blood.
I see, sir. You mean there's nothing we can do?
Oh, your theory's good enough, Mr. Syberts. I'll have the penalty read. And as for the Indians, we'll send out the usual spring patrols to look them over.
Well, this weather can't be too soon, Major. I'd say the Clearwater Patrol should be the first. I'd like to take that one.
Mr. Syberts here could handle it.
Mr. Syberts could handle these quartermaster reports, too, Major. I'd probably be more useful in the field.
On a day like this, I'd like to be in the field, too. That's the price you pay. Why should I relieve you of your responsibility just because you have spring fever?
No reason, I guess, Major Daggett.
All right. Take the Clearwater Patrol, Captain Quince.
Thank you, Major.
Well, I guess I'd better finish these reports.
Sergeant Gorse.
Yes, sir.
Captain?
I was about to send for you.
Yes, sir.
Nice day, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Spring, I'd say. Wouldn't you?
I reckon it is, Captain.
Major's a little concerned about spring desertions. Think we have any snowbirds this year?
Maybe a few, like always.
There, been any talk?
Not much lately. Some of them find out they like it. Dress parade, the flag waving, the band playing, you know, Captain. Well, we'll have a few.
Not much we can do except keep our eyes open.
No, I guess not.
Must be pretty up along the Clearwater these days, wouldn't you say?
Mighty pretty.
You might be thinking about a patrol roster, Sergeant.
When, sir?
Ready to leave before dawn tomorrow? Don't expect your roster to recall.
I'll have it for you, Captain.
We'll go light, make a fast circle to...
What? You there, trooper.
Never mind, I'll take care of this. Private?
Yes? Oh, yes, sir.
Private, a soldier in the United States Cavalry does not sit down on sentry duty. Not even on a lazy spring day.
No, sir. Sorry, sir.
What's your name?
Bland, sir.
How long you been in the second?
6 months, sir.
You should be a soldier by now, Blant. But look at those boots. How long since you polished them? And this, what's this?
A belt, sir.
Where's your service belt?
I lost it, sir.
Lost it? You ever hear of canteen inventory? You know that everything you have is government property. Anything you lose is charged to your pay.
Yes, sir.
Then you'd better be more careful, Private. Get a new service belt today. And shine those boots.
Yes, sir.
Above all, don't sit down on sentry duty.
No, sir.
Carry on. Guess everybody's got spring fever, Gorse.
Captain, that fella Blant,
What about him?
he was one of them, did a lot of talking last fall.
Oh? That's why he doesn't care about his uniform. Well, maybe he's one we can do something about.
Like what, Captain?
You can put him on the Clearwater Patrol roster.
I ain't too sure he's soldier enough.
It'll kill or cure him. And we'll be able to watch him.
Yes, sir.
You might try some of that dress parade on him. Put him on flag detail at retreat tonight. And Gorse.
Sir?
See that he polishes those boots. Order! Arms! Sergeant, dismiss the company.
Company! Dismiss!
Private Blant,
Yes, sir.
you don't carry the flag tucked under your arm. That's the emblem of your country.
Sorry, sir.
I see Sergeant Gorse has you looking like you might make a soldier, but we'll find that out on patrol. All right, move out, Private. Well, what do you think, Gorse?
I don't know, Captain. He's got all the makings except the notion. He's got his mind on other things. I don't know we can depend on him. We might have to.
Oh, he might surprise you, Sergeant, if it came to that.
Maybe.
Well, we'll see. 4 a.m. tomorrow, Sergeant. Hattie's. All present or accounted for, Sergeant?
All except one, sir. Blant. He's gone. Must have left last night. Took his horse, equipment.
Real snowbird after all. You were right, Sergeant.
He can't have gone very far, sir. Maybe if we go through the hay ranches across the river.
All right. Stand a horse. Lead out. Prepare to mount. Mount. Forward by twos. At the walk. Ho!
Not much doing around here this early.
Well, they're not on Army time.
No, sir. Whiskey time. I don't see any sign.
There. In that corral.
Yes, sir. By golly, that's an Army mount back of old Greasy's.
I figured Greasy'd be the most likely to take a chance.
He didn't have time to get rid of it yet.
Patrol! Halt! Gorse, come on along.
Yes, sir.
Jenkins, get that horse and put him with the pack mules.
Yes.
Hey! Hey, what's going on here? What do you think you're doing?
Where'd you get that horse in your corral, Greasy?
What horse?
You know what horse. Where's the man who brought it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Back room, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute.
Get out of the way, Greasy. You're in enough trouble.
Now, wait a minute, Captain. Let me explain.
Yes, Captain. Uniform, saddle, pack, hardware, everything.
You didn't expect us so soon, did you, Greasy? Where's the soldier you got this from? Well?
He left last night. Went on west to catch up with a wagon train went through yesterday.
All right. Gorse, we'll take the uniform, saddle, and horse. Leave the rest.
Now, look here. I paid $150 and an old mule for them.
You didn't know it was stolen government property. Didn't figure to make at least another 100 profit from it. Oh, I'm bleeding for you, Greasy. Next time, stay out of trouble and collect the reward for deserters.
Some reward, $20.
Then take the consequences. Come on, Gorse.
Captain, he can't be far down the trail.
Our orders are to go onto the Clearwater, Sergeant. That's more important. But we just might circle back to the trail farther up. Who knows? We might find that wagon train.
You was right, Captain.
What about, Sergeant?
Sure is pretty up here.
Was till now. Look up ahead.
Yeah.
Patrol, halt! Well, Gorse, what do you make of it?
This engine's all right. I don't know what tribe. There was a lot of them, maybe 30, 40. Went south, maybe a day.
Yeah. And it was no hunting party.
No, it's a raiding party for sure. We're not too far from the Oregon Trail now. There'll be wagon trains coming through even this early. We know of at least one.
We'll follow their trail. Make sure.
Yes, sir, but we're awful short-handed for that big a party.
Well, we can warn the trains at least. Who's got the strongest horse?
Jenkins, I think.
All right. Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
You get back to Laramie as fast as you can.
Report to Major Daggett we found a big party. Ask him to send B Company out along the Oregon Trail to meet us.
Yes, sir. Right now, sir?
Move out. All right, Gorse, let's go. At the trot. Ho! We should be getting close to the Oregon Trail, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, any time now. Maybe we better...
Wait a minute.
Guns, Captain.
At the gallop! Ho! Patrol! Halt!
Hey, it's a wagon train, Captain. They're under attack. Surrounded. And them Cheyenne, at least 50. Sure don't stand much chance against that many, Captain.
No, but if we surprise them, we might be able to ride through to the wagons. Hold your fire, men. Stay low in the saddle, and we'll ride straight through. All right. Charge! Gorse! All through all right, sir. Get the horses tied inside the wagons. Fast. Every man spread out for action.
Captain, we're mighty glad to see you. I'm Ben Gale, leader of the train.
I don't know how much good we can do you, sir, but looks like we surprised them for the moment. We pulled off to talk it over. Get your people back of the wagons. They'll be coming in again.
All right. Boys, now get back to your places.
The horses are all secure, Captain.
Wait a minute, Gorse. Bland.
Oh? Hello, Captain.
I guess you were hoping not to see us.
Yeah, I guess I was. We are.
You're under arrest. Disarm him, Gorse.
Now, wait, Captain. I want a gun. We're going to need everyone here.
You didn't want to fight with us, Mr. Blant. Now you're not going to. You'll stay back with the women and children.
But, Captain,
Here
listen.
they come again.
All right, hold your fire. Let him get close. Now! Reload! Fire at will!
Three charges. How many more can we stand off, Captain?
They won't come in again tonight. Getting too dark. Looks like they're making camp, tending their wounded. We can expect them again at dawn, though. They're not leaving.
Not much we can do, is there?
Not much. Can't expect B Company till sometime tomorrow. We can hold out till then. Keep a good watch, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
How's Corporal James?
He'll be all right. He's asleep now.
Oh. It's you, Bland.
Bandaged his arm. Thought I might as well be useful.
Very good.
This one's all right, but Chambers over there is dead.
I see.
Captain, I want a gun.
You do, Bland?
You're outnumbered 3-1. You got 4 men wounded, 1 dead. I want to take his place.
You didn't want to fight with the cavalry.
I was never afraid of a fight. I just had other plans. I admit it wasn't right, but what does it matter now? We may none of us get back.
Matters to me. Matters to my men. The men you rode with.
Captain, I'd made up my mind, planned it all for so long, I had to go through with it.
Stubbornness is a poor excuse, Mr. Plant.
Won't you even let me try to make up for it?
Plant, you're going to stand trial for desertion.
I don't mean that. I mean to the men.
We'll see, Plant. In the morning.
Captain?
What?
Why wait till morning? I got an idea how we can get out of this. It's going to be dark tonight. If somebody could sneak out to those Indian horses, cut the picket rope, stampede them,
You think anybody could get within 100 yards of those horses and live?
But if they could, then if we were ready to move fast, they couldn't follow us. We could make it back to Bridger's Crossing by morning, maybe.
And what man am I supposed to send out there, Mr. Blant?
Me.
No. It's a crazy idea. So crazy, I think you were betting I wouldn't accept it.
I guess I got that coming. But you have to admit, even if it was true, I was betting my life.
We'll risk it right here, Mr. Blant. You go on tending the wounded. About the gun? Well, we'll see you in the morning.
Captain?
Mr. Gale, why don't you turn in? We'll keep the watch.
I'm leader of this wagon train, Captain. I'll stay.
All right.
It's kind of mesmerizing, though. Staring at them little fires, winking in the dark. Captain, think we got a chance?
Well, if our ammunition holds out, the relief should be here before too many hours.
Well, I hope so. I sure do hope so.
Captain?
Yes, Sergeant?
Have you seen Blant, sir?
No.
He's gone. Escaped again, I guess.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Sergeant.
What do you mean, sir?
Mr. Gale, if I give the word, how quick can you hitch all your mules to two wagons, put the women and children in one, wounded in the other?
What do you mean, Captain?
I mean, we may be getting out of here.
Captain, something's going on over there.
I know, Sergeant. Get those mules hitched, Mr. Gale.
All right, Captain.
Captain, I don't understand.
You will in a minute, Gorse. Here he comes. Now hold your fire.
Hold your fire! Captain, it's Blant.
Yeah, it's Blant.
It worked, Captain. It worked, stampeding them right through the camp. There's quite a ruckus over there.
I can hear it, Mr. Blant. We're getting ready to move. You're not very good at obeying orders, are you?
What about that gun now, sir, and a horse? We might have to fight yet.
You're still under arrest, and it's dark night. If you had a horse and a gun, we might not ever see you again.
That's right, sir. You might not.
Sergeant Gorse, sir, you'll furnish Mr. Blant with a horse and carbine. He'll ride the rear guard.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Captain.
Too bad about you, Blant. You might have made a fair soldier if you weren't so stubborn. All right, let's get moving.
Getting light, sir. Can see pretty good now.
What do you see, Sergeant?
Well, no engines anyway, and that's the main thing.
Look up ahead, Sergeant. Way out, past the crossing.
Well, that's a column, Captain. That's Company B.
That's right, Sergeant. I think we can pull up now. Patrol! Hope!
What are we stopping for, Captain?
There's our relief up ahead, Mr. Gale. They'll be here in a few minutes. We're safe now. Patrol! Dismount and pin graze. Wood and water detail, Sergeant Gorse. Everybody will be hungry. As soon as... Oh. Hello, Bland.
Morning, Captain.
You lost your chance, Mr. Bland.
Well, sir, a man can be stubborn just so long.
True.
If it's any satisfaction to you, I'm sorry now about the whole thing.
You mean you find you like the cavalry?
Yes, sir, I do.
Sergeant Gorse?
Yes, sir.
You still have that uniform we picked up at Old Greasy's?
Back with the pack mules.
You better get into it, Blant, before B Company arrives.
But
You have some objection, Private?
No, sir.
I don't think anybody in this patrol will object. Will they, Sergeant Gorse?
I sure don't think so.
Captain? Thank you, sir.
I'm going to cite you in my report
I understand, sir.
for heroism in action against the enemy.
But, Captain...
But don't think you're going to get off scot-free, Private. There's always canteen inventory, and you got a bad habit of losing government property. We recovered your horse and saddle and uniform, but the rest of it's going to cost you a couple of months' pay.
Yes, sir. I don't mind, sir.
All right, move out, Private.
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you grinning at, Gorse?
Why, nothing, sir.
I don't think the Major would approve, Sergeant, but you and I know how hard it is to find a good soldier.
Yes, sir.
Now, what about those wood and water details, Sergeant? I'm hungry.
Yes, sir, Captain Quince.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by John Dunkel, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles and Harry Bartell, with Paul Duboff, Howard Culver, James Nusser, and Joseph Cranston.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Most accidents aren't really accidental at all. Only you can cause an accident. That's right. It's up to you to read and heed the safety signs, to keep your eyes on the road, to watch out for those curves ahead and the cars driving along near you. Most drivers know how to operate a car. They know the traffic rules. They know that speeding, taking chances, failing to keep to the right of the line are dangerous hazards. Accidents happen because drivers do these things despite what they know. So while you're driving, remember that you and only you are responsible for your life and the lives of those driving with you. Drive carefully. Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Oh, you want another piece of pie, won't you, Captain?
Oh, no, ma'am, I sure won't.
Now, Captain.
Now, Mary.
Just another little sliver.
Oh, I thank you kindly, Mrs. Daggett, but I've got no more room.
Why, you hardly ate a thing.
Mary,
Oh, my. I promised, didn't I, dear?
you promised. Although why I thought you'd keep it is beyond me.
You see, Captain, I'm under orders, too. When you come to dinner, I'm not to urge more food upon you than you voluntarily take.
It was a fine dinner, ma'am.
Thank you. But you see, I've been guilty of smothering you. Or mothering you. I can never remember which.
It amounts to about the same thing, doesn't it, Lee?
I'm a neutral in this kind of war, Major.
Yeah. A smart neutral, too. You got both sides looking out for your best interests.
I haven't finished telling you the rest of my orders, Captain. Under the circumstances, I've really behaved with remarkable restraint all evening.
Yes, ma'am.
I haven't once mentioned the name Willa Burgess.
Well, at least you know I tried, Lee.
But now that her name has come up, I'd like to say that I think she's a lovely person. Quite lovely, in fact. To me, Willa is an amazing combination of qualities.
You should have taken another piece of pie, Lee, and spared yourself this.
Well, next time I'll remember.
She's warm, feminine, yet she's capable, with great strength of character. And if I were a man...
But you're not, my dear. A fact which delights me most of the time.
But not now.
Emphatically not now.
Well, then this must be the time for me to remember the mending I must do, if you gentlemen will excuse me.
Let me help you, dear.
It doesn't look as if I can avoid it.
Miss Daggett?
Oh, please come again, Captain. I'll probably be every bit as bad next time, but I do enjoy having you.
Oh, it's my pleasure, ma'am.
Oh, there's brandy and cigars in the living room. You'll be glad to know I don't care for any.
Good night, dear.
Good night. Try not to miss me too much.
Ah, she's improving, Lee. That's the fastest retreat she's ever staged.
Oh, she's all right, sir.
Yes. Yes, she is.
She said, brandy.
Hmm?
Brandy.
Oh, yes, she did. Oh, I can remember how it was, Lee. When I was a bachelor officer, I thought the worst duty I could draw was a dinner invitation from a ranking officer who was married.
Oh, it depends on the officer.
And his wife.
I didn't suffer tonight, sir.
Oh, good. Well, make yourself comfortable, Lee. Sit down. If your belt's tight, your blouse or your boots, undo them.
Much obliged.
Cigars are in the humidor.
Yep. You're smoking better tobacco than you used to.
Yeah, I am. Here's your brandy, Lee.
Thanks. Cigar, Major?
Thanks.
Have 'em made up special, do you?
Well, a friend sends them to me.
Yeah, must be a good friend. That's good tobacco. You remember that night outside Richmond, Major? It was cold as sin. We were billeted in that plantation.
I remember. It's funny you'd think of Richmond just now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. What was her name?
Lee,
Pretty little thing. Wouldn't pass the time with the rest of us, I remember, but she kept worrying whether you were going to be warm enough.
That was a long time ago.
Seems to me that was a tobacco plantation.
Lee, Mary and I have been married for almost 6 years. It's a good marriage.
Yeah, I think it is.
Mary wouldn't understand Richmond.
You weren't married then.
She still wouldn't understand. No. These cigars,
They're good cigars.
Ah, yeah. They're good cigars. Yeah, we go back quite a ways, you and I.
Since the old days of the 3rd Cavalry, the Battle of Bull Run.
A lot of years, Lee.
A lot of life. A lot of death, Major.
I guess I know you as well as you permit anyone to know you.
Permit? Oh, that's heavy talk on one brandy, Major.
Well, there's more brandy.
And more talk?
More talk, Lee. You better brace yourself.
Yep. I'm fortified.
I took the last 2 patrols out for a purpose.
Yeah, I suppose that.
Wanted to prove something to myself. I think I have. You know, he's a different man when you're not around, Lee.
Who is?
Lieutenant Syberts.
How different?
Well, he's still learning, but he's a good officer. He has judgment. He takes responsibility, makes decisions. And on the whole, they're good decisions.
I don't remember passing judgment on Mr. Syberts to you, Major.
You never have, and I'm not asking you to now.
That's good.
But I've watched him when you were around. At routine reports, strategy sessions. He freezes up. He acts stupid, bungling, and he isn't.
All right, he isn't.
He's scared to death of you.
You just have one brandy, Major?
I know what I'm talking about. No, it isn't your rank. He has a respect for rank, but he doesn't fear it. It's you, Lee.
Has Mr. Syberts said it was me?
He hasn't said anything. I haven't asked him about it. Now, these are my observations. I think they hold up. What do you think?
I don't know.
Well, think about it.
Think about a man being scared to death of me? I don't know how.
What do you think of Syberts, frankly?
I think he's very young.
Oh, come on, Lee.
Come on where?
We've both worked with men who were younger.
I thought you weren't going to ask me to pass judgment on Mr. Syberts.
That's right, I wasn't.
I'd just as soon leave it there, Major.
We can't leave it there.
You can't.
We can't. You know what we're up against out here as well as I do. An ineffective trooper is bad enough, but an ineffective officer is dangerous, and it's wasteful.
You figuring I can do something about Mr. Syberts?
Well, leaving that up to you. I'm asking you to think about it. I'm asking for your help.
I don't know that I'm the one to help, Major. But I'll think about it.
It might call for a change in your attitude toward him, Lee.
It might. Of course, I'd have to find out first what my attitude toward him is, wouldn't I?
He's steadying toward Flint. Just you stay with him. Now fire straight away next time. Get closer to his head.
Got some new recruits, Sergeant?
Morning, Captain. You talking about the men or the horses?
Oh, horses.
They're new. Flint's training them to stand fire.
The horse knows that, does he?
I keep saying he does. Some take a little bit more encouragement than others, you know.
You talking about men or horses?
Excuse me, Captain. All right, Flint. Take him out now, beyond the hay yard. Run him real good and try firing at the gallop a while. He sure was ugly for a while. But Flint'll make a steady goer out of him.
Yeah, you can tell about horses. Plungers, kickers, rearers, you work 'em enough. You can tell if it's in 'em to be a steady goer.
You know horses, you can tell.
Be helpful if you could tell about a man as easy.
A man standing fire?
A man standing anything.
If you could tell by looking, that sure would be helpful, Captain.
Now, that horse Flint's training. He's afraid of that pistol now. He's first afraid looking at it. But mostly it's the sound that scares him.
That's it. Sure it is.
But we can look at that horse and know he'll train out of it.
Is that because we know horses or because we know what they're afraid of?
I'd say it was both, Captain. Maybe one thing more.
What's that?
Well, we can understand the horse would be afraid of the pistol. We figure him to be right from the start.
Yeah. Yeah, knowing he's afraid to begin with, that's a lot to know.
And then, too, that horse is bound to find out he's got nothing to fear from that pistol. Once he finds out, he ain't afraid anymore.
You saying the man ought to face up to his fears?
I was talking about horses.
Yeah, sure you were. But
about a man, well, he ought to face up to his fears. Well, maybe he can't. Maybe he don't know what they are. Or maybe knowing he don't understand them.
That way, his fears got to face up to him.
Seems like. Just one thing about it, Captain. Sooner or later, they got to get together.
Captain Quince.
You, busy, Mr. Syberts?
No, sir. I was just... certainly not at all busy, Captain.
You mind if I come in?
I wish you would. Have a chair?
Oh, yeah. You're sure you're not busy?
Not busy. No, I wasn't. Please sit down, Captain.
All right. Guess I will.
Well, I guess I'll just sit down, too.
Yeah. Make yourself at home.
I will. Thanks.
I guess you were working there at your desk.
Oh, nothing important. I keep a journal, Captain. You know, what happens day by day. Just a journal, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
It's just to pass the time. You don't keep one, do you?
No, I don't.
No, I didn't think so.
No, it's all right, though. I mean, the man wants to... Oh, he wants to set things down. Why, he ought to do it.
I remember once you said that you didn't keep one because there was a lot you wanted to forget.
I probably said that.
Well, I know I just took from that you didn't approve of journals.
Did I say I didn't approve, Mr. Syberts?
No, sir. I just took from that what I thought was...
Now, wait a minute. I didn't mean to bark at you. Well, what I mean is, a lot of men keep journals, that's all. It's man wants to do it, it's up to him. It's all right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Syberts, do you drink?
Drink?
Yeah, drink. Whiskey. You know, whiskey.
Well, sometimes. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Captain.
I'm talking about drinking, Mr. Syberts. You and me in a bottle of whiskey.
Now?
Right now.
I'd be proud to, Captain.
Yeah. Yeah, me too, Mr. Syberts.
Gotta be a first time for everything, isn't that what you say? A first time for everything?
Yeah, you hear it all the time.
That's what I say, too. The first time I ever came over to Laramie Village. To drink, I mean. With a fellow officer. To drink. You do it a lot?
Sometimes, when it seems like a good idea.
Well, that's a good idea. When it seems like a good idea.
Best time.
When I was a cadet at the Point, A couple of us upperclassmen decided we want to go over this little tavern. Only it's across the Hudson River. And where we have to cross is no bridge.
Makes kind of wet walking.
Yeah, it does. So we made these plebes. You know what plebes are, Captain.
Yeah, I've heard about them.
Well, we made these plebes get an old barge for us. we crossed that old Hudson that night, like Washington crossing the Delaware.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. We sure enjoyed that. Oh, pour you a drink?
Oh, sure, thanks.
You know, the way I'm talking, I guess I don't need one, except, well, I do need one. Does that sound all right?
You don't need one, but you do. Sounds all right to me.
Well, I'm glad. Yeah, I drink a little, Captain. I always get talking about West Point. I hope you don't mind.
You talk about anything that comes into your head.
You mean that?
I said it.
Oh, there's something I've wanted to talk to you about for a long time.
Well, this would be a good time to say it.
It's Clausewitz. I've always wanted to discuss Clausewitz with you.
It might be a very short discussion.
Well, you've read him, of course. Karl von Clausewitz is the Prussian?
I know who you're talking about. He wrote a stack of books hip high about military strategy.
Oh, I couldn't believe you wouldn't know about him. I think I read every word he ever wrote, some of it in the original German.
Clausewitz's field was artillery.
That is true. But still, most army men I've known feel that as a strategist, he was the greatest of them all.
Oh, you can find army men who say he produced no system of strategy at all.
No system of strategy?
What was it?
Well, in his exposition of the philosophy of war, he pointed out that all of the enemy, men, women, children, they were all part of war.
You call that a system of strategy?
In total war, you bet I do.
How about our wars here, now?
Well, it doesn't apply, naturally.
Next time you fight a total war, you follow Clausewitz to the letter.
Don't you worry a little bit. I will. You don't like Clausewitz.
Well, I can't use him. I'm in the cavalry. I fight little wars.
You don't like Clausewitz. And I don't understand it because you're a good man, Quince. A good man, smart. Imagine me talking to you man to man this way. Imagine that. Huh?
Don't have to imagine it. We're doing it.
Now that calls for a little drink. Oh, my.
Sorry. I guess I knocked that over.
You knocked it over?
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? I thought I did. Are you drunk, Captain?
Drunk and disorderly, Mr. Simon.
Drunk. That's wonderful. You know, I don't think you know how wonderful that is. Don't you worry, Captain. I'll see that we get back to the fort in good shape.
Well, morning, Mr. Syberts.
Morning, Captain.
You look very fit.
I feel fine, sir. And you?
I'm alive, Mr. Syberts. And that's pure exaggeration.
I doused my head in a cold basin a few times. It made all the difference.
I left my head in the basin.
Oh, about last night, Captain. If I said anything, sir, out of line. Well, I did have quite a bit to drink.
And so did I. Might have said a few things myself. I enjoyed it, Mr. Syberts.
It was my pleasure.
You seen the Major yet?
No, sir. I thought we ought to present a united front, Captain.
Fine. We'll do that. Captain Quince, Lieutenant Sybert's reporting, Major.
As you were, gentlemen. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Strange bit of business has come up. Think maybe you're the men to take a patrol out and check into it. Ever been a part of a roundup, Lieutenant?
Cattle, sir? No, I haven't.
No, not cattle. These are wild horses.
I didn't know you could round up wild horses.
I don't say it's easy, but... Are you listening, Captain?
Yeah, I'm listening. How many wild horses?
The report says about 50 over near the Mud Spring Station. Some settlers and some folks from a wagon train are supposed to have them contained in a canyon near there.
Who says they're wild?
Until I know different, I'll have to go by the telegraph message, Captain. It says they're wild. The settlers want no part of them. They're stampeding off a lot of their stock. I think we should get them if we can before any renegade Sioux capture them.
Well, it's worth a try, sir. If we get any of them, we're ahead of the game.
When do we leave, Major?
As soon as you pick your men, take as many as you need.
I'd say it wasn't a question of how many, Major, so long as we pick the best riders. Don't you agree, Captain?
Completely, Mr. Syberts.
If that's the case. Now, look here, Lee. Gentlemen, I'll want reports regularly by telegraph and, move out.
This your plan we're working out here, Captain?
Something wrong with the plan, Sergeant?
I can't say it's wrong. It's working.
Was Mr. Syberts with you?
No, sir. He's down there operating a lot like Napoleon.
Like Clausewitz, Sergeant.
Who's that?
Friend of Mr. Syberts. You have any trouble bringing the Indians over from the reservation?
Not a bit. You know, they're kind of peaceful-like when you got guns and they ain't. Good idea bringing Indians. Reckon they know more about wild horses than we do.
Yeah, reckon they do.
Captain, you right sure this is your plan?
Mr. Syberts and I discussed it and agreed on it. Any questions, Sergeant?
No, sir. None I'm ready to ask.
I'm riding down to the mouth of the canyon. Looks like they're cutting them out of there at a good rate. You coming?
I was told to hold this position, Captain, as a lookout.
Yeah. See you keep a sharp eye, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Look good from a distance, Mr. Syberts.
Thanks, Captain. Glad you rode down. It looks even better close up.
Yeah, you got some of them on lead ropes already.
Borrowed a corral from the next ranch. Some of those Indians can sit them already. Best natural riders in the world, you know, Indians.
That's what I understand. Looked to me like you got most of the 50 out of the canyon.
Oh, we'll get back to Fort Laramie with at least 40 of them, Captain. Of course, that's a few days off, but we got what we came for.
Yeah, that's the important thing.
You feeling better?
Hmm?
Your leg. It doesn't bother you anymore?
Oh. Yeah, it's coming right along, thanks. You've done a good job, Mr. Syberts. All of it. Mighty good job.
Thank you, sir. Feels like I had.
Oh, I almost forgot. Brought you some cigars, Captain.
Thank you, Major. That's still good tobacco. You've come a long way from that smelly hod you used to carry.
I'm not the only one that's come a long way, Lee.
That so?
Lieutenant Syberts around?
He left just a few minutes ago. Went down to the post office. They sent word a book he'd ordered had come through.
A book?
General McClellan's book.
On the regulations and instructions for the cavalry in time of war?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be... I don't know what you did, how you managed, Lee, but you worked wonders with him. I want you to know I'm grateful.
I'm no hand at that kind of thing, Major. If the problem's not a problem anymore, you should thank Mr. Syberts.
He's a different man. That's all the thanks he needs. It's a big change, Lee. We're welding a tight-knit little force here, men who fight together and live together. Now that you and Syberts are friends...
Well, just a minute, Major. I'm a soldier. If I can help lick another soldier's problem, that's fine with me. But you're talking about friends.
You don't like Syberts?
Like him? Well, that's not my kind of word. You asked me once what I thought of him. I told you he was very young.
I took it you meant inexperienced.
Young, inexperienced. I'm calling it immature. You can get old with years, you can get experience, but maturity, that's something you earn. It's got to be in you to earn it.
Well, I don't believe in miracles, Captain. You and Syberts are night and day. Nothing will change that.
No, we're different men, that's all.
Syberts has licked a big hurdle with your help. Maybe that's the beginning of maturity.
Maybe it is, Major. Maybe. Maybe it is.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles as Major Daggett, Harry Bartell as Lieutenant Syberts, and Helen Klebe as Mrs. Daggett.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Many a culprit doesn't even know when his cigarette has started a forest fire. You're driving along through a woodland, and out the window goes a live cigarette butt. Would you be apt to connect it with the next day's headlines? Of property, perhaps human life too, gone up in smoke? When in or near the woods, take personal responsibility for matches and cigarettes. Make certain your matches, cigarettes, and campfires are out before you leave them anywhere.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Tony, you're still pulling your wrist back. Now, here, watch me again. And I see this. If you just squeeze the trigger and hold steady on your target, your wrist won't fly around so.
But I'm not a cavalry lieutenant. I'm just his wife.
Oh, you know. I know.
Oh, my. I didn't know anyone else was watching.
Captain Quince.
As you were, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. This is my wife, Hester. It's Captain Quince, honey.
Ma'am?
How do you do, Captain?
Hess she don't take to a pistol, but I'm learning her all I can. It's slow going.
Teaching, Blade. Teaching, not learning.
Teaching.
I was a schoolmarm back home, Captain. And I must say, Blade doesn't take to words any better than I take to a pistol.
Well, then you're both teaching, not learning.
But that's just it. Just it.
I try to tell her maybe she's got more need for a pistol out here for when words don't matter.
Well, I just don't see the need, Captain.
Well, that's too bad. Seeing it or not, there's need.
Now, you mean to tell me that your wife knows about pistols and rifles and riding horses and all kinds of menfolk carryings on?
I should have warned you, Captain. My Hess, she riles easy.
Well, I'm not riled, Bladestock. I'm asking, that's all.
If I had a wife, ma'am, she'd know all I know about living out here. And pistols and rifles and riding are part of the living.
And I try to tell her, Captain. I do try.
Well, I declare I am not stupid. But everything you say, it's not womanly.
It's not womanly country.
Meaning women folk don't belong out here?
Well, it depends on the women folk, ma'am. I'd say you have to want to belong. Afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Captain.
Well, I like that. He as much as said I belong out here.
Hess, tell me what's trouble with you. He said nothing at the time.
Not by the mane, ma'am. You just can't get nowhere from no horse hanging onto his mane that way.
I've got to hang on to something.
Well, but...
You just don't ride side saddle, Sergeant.
Now, that's a fact. Oh, you looking for me, Captain?
Oh, just passing by, Sergeant. Afternoon, Miss Meade.
Good afternoon, Captain. Guess I'm quite a spectacle, aren't I?
Oh, you look fine, ma'am.
I'd like to believe that. I don't know who's getting the worst of it, the horse or me or Sergeant Gorse.
Seems to me you're all bearing up well.
The captain's a sight better teaching women folk to ride than I am, Mrs. Meade. I tell you the truth, I'm no hand at this side saddle business.
I got business with the major myself, or I'd sure...
Or you'd sure think of some other reason to be moving out, wouldn't you, Captain?
Well, yes, ma'am, I guess it would.
I don't blame you, either of you. And, Sergeant, if you can find some unsuspecting trooper and pass this duty on to him, you have my leave. And I won't be the least bit offended.
Oh, no, ma'am. Thanks just the same. You understand, it ain't you, Mrs. Meade. You're just as willing as can be. It's just
my petticoats, that's what it is.
Well, now, ma'am...
I guess the major will wonder what's become of me.
Now I've embarrassed you. Oh, help me down, Captain, before I break the post morale completely.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Captain.
Don't mention it.
You dropped something there, ma'am.
Not a petticoat, I hope.
This pistol, Miss Meade.
Oh, thank you, Captain.
You always carry it?
Oh, Jim would scalp me if I didn't.
And he should.
I know. And I'm a good shot, too.
Miss Meade, have you met up with Mrs. Stocker yet?
Mrs. Stocker? Oh, Blade Stocker's wife.
Yes, you know her?
Well, just to speak to at the Sutlers. I don't really know her. She and the lieutenant moved onto the post just last week.
If you ever do get to know her, you might show her you carry a pistol. And tell her why.
She doesn't know why?
Well, Blade's doing his best, but she don't see the need.
I'll make it a point, Captain, but I can't understand Blade. He was at Fort Phil Kearny with us.
Under Fetterman?
I thought she was there, too, but maybe not, though. Because the women at Kearny saw the need. Fast.
You want any of these boxes open, Mrs. Stocker?
Oh, now, don't you bother with that, Lieutenant Seibert. Just moving them in for me is a big help.
Glad to do it.
Oh, I declare you'd think they give a body time to move into their quarters. Here it is, less than a week, and Blade's already drawn Officer of the Day.
That's the Army for you, Mrs. Stocker. You draw the duty, you do it, that's all.
Now, you're not going to start lecturing me, too, Lieutenant Seibert.
Sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean it to sound that way.
Oh, don't mind me. Blade says I rile easy, and I guess I do. But he's all so new to me. And folks from Captain Quint's up and down have been mighty free with their advice.
Well, they're just trying to help.
Well, I'm sure of that. But there's help and help, if you know what I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you, Lieutenant Seibert, helping me move my books and belongings in. I can appreciate that more.
Books, huh? No wonder those boxes are so heavy.
Mm-hmm. My school books. I taught the grades back home before I married Blade. Teaching was my whole life, till him. I tell you, I couldn't leave my books behind me. I just couldn't.
I can understand that.
You can't?
Yes, ma'am. I brought a lot of books out myself from West Point. I attended the military academy.
My goodness, a real West Pointer. I declare.
Mrs. Stocker, are there any more boxes of yours out there on the wagon?
Well, not exactly. I mean, not on the wagon.
But there are more boxes somewhere.
Can you forgive me, Lieutenant Seibert? They're clear down at the post office. Now, I know you don't have the time to go all that way.
I'll be glad to, ma'am.
Well, I'll be more than grateful. I'll make the nicest cherry tarts, Lieutenant. I'll see you get some soon.
I'd like that, ma'am. I won't be long.
Anybody home? Oh, well, yes. Well, come in, won't you?
I'm Liz Meade, 2 doors down.
Well, I've seen you at the Sutlers, haven't I?
Yes.
Oh, I'm Hess Stocker.
I know. Is it all right to sit on one of these boxes?
Well, I'm afraid they're all I have to offer right now.
I feel like I know you. Weren't you at Fort Kearny with Blade?
No. We've just been married a month. I've never been anywhere with Blade but here.
Oh? Well, my husband knew Blade better than I did, but there's sort of a link between anyone who served there.
Fort Kearny?
It's up on the old Bozeman Trail. It's closed now. That's all Indian territory since the treaty, but
You must be mistaken about Blade, Mrs. Meade. He's never mentioned Fort Kearny to me.
But I'm sure he was there. There were 5 companies of infantry.
Oh, your husband's an infantry officer?
Uh-huh.
Well, that explains it then. You must be wrong about Blade. He's in the cavalry.
There was a company of cavalry, too, under Captain Fetterman.
Well, it's not important, of course. But I know Blade would have told me.
Of course, I'm sure he would. And as you say, it's not important. Well, can I help you with anything?
No, thanks kindly.
Oh, my goodness, I almost forgot. I brought you a little present.
Well, aren't you nice?
I have a practical turn of mind. It's something no army wife should be without.
What? Well, these are cartridges.
Well, I just assumed yours was a .38 like mine.
Well, I don't know. You know about firearms?
A woman has to, out here.
Well, I don't understand. A big post like Fort Laramie, with all these men here to protect us.
But the men aren't always here, Mrs. Stocker. My husband and most of the infantry are out now. These are the facts of the West.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the Indians are hostile, and the fate of white women in their hands... Well, it's best to know how to defend yourself.
You've had to defend yourself?
Many times. At Kearney, the women held the fort in one Indian raid with less than a dozen men to help.
Were any of the women killed?
Some. And some carried off by the Sioux. Dying's easier.
I'm a school teacher, Mrs. Meade. I want to make my way out here teaching the young that you don't have to kill to get along. I think schools are more important than guns.
We can use the schools, Mrs. Stocker, and there's not a woman out here who won't want to help you get them. But till you do, you have to live.
I guess I can defend myself if I have to.
Well, it isn't always a case of defending yourself. Sometimes a woman has to make a choice, a quick choice.
Of living or dying?
Of living or enduring. Mrs. Stocker, don't you know what happens to a woman if a hostile carries her off?
I think maybe that would be something for Blade to tell me, Mrs. Meade.
Yes. Yes, you're right. And when he tells you that, maybe he'll tell you what the pistol is for. Really.
Can I talk to you a minute, Captain?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Well, Captain, maybe just off the side here. It's kind of personal, sir.
All right.
Would you be willing to do some talking for me, Captain? I just can't seem to be getting that job done with Hess. Using firearms and all, I mean.
You sure you're trying hard at it?
I don't know what that means. I'm trying. I've been trying, Captain. There's a lot I told her. And a lot of times.
Lots you haven't told her.
Well, it looks like a big Fort Laramie. I'd have swore I wouldn't know anyone here from the old days. Sure didn't reckon to run into Miss Meade again. She told you, huh?
It's a secret you were at Fort Kearney?
Well, no, not that. Well, they're just hard words to say to Hess, Captain. It all happened kind of quick, like our marrying and moving out here. I know Miss Meade didn't aim to, but she sure didn't do me no good bringing up Kearney to Hess.
Miss Meade didn't get very far with your wife, and I can't talk to her about Fort Kearney. I wasn't there.
But we only been married a month. We don't even know each other right good yet. Now, well, how are you going to say to a brand new bride that she ain't the first? I mean, you was married before.
I don't know that. But you're the one to tell her, if she's told. Blade, what's the matter with you?
There's a lot, I guess.
First you say, will I talk to your wife about her need for a pistol? Then you drag Fort Kearney into it. Now you're talking about you were married before.
Well, don't you see, Captain, they're all the same thing in a way. It don't come easy to give Hess a pistol and tell her to use it on herself if it looks like she's going to get took by Indians. Captain, I've done it before at Kearney. And that wife had to use that pistol on herself.
I didn't know that, Blade. I don't think Mrs. Meade knew it either. I'm sorry.
No, Captain. No. Sorry's no matter. It's not your fault. Captain, can't you see? I done it once. And it don't set well a second time. It just might could go hard with a man.
You ever said it all out this way before, Blade?
No, sir, not out loud.
You might feel some better. Now it's said.
Yeah, I reckon I might. Obliged to you for listening anyways, Captain.
Blade.
Sir?
You'll want to say something to her tonight.
Tonight?
We're moving out tomorrow.
can't I do that?
Oh, Mrs. Meade. Do what?
Mount like that. I'll bet you wear fewer petticoats than I do.
Might be I do.
Sergeant Gorse says you ride beautifully.
I know some about horses.
Well, I'm learning. Mind if I ride with you this morning?
Oh, I'm going quite a way. That is, I have some business to tend to.
All right. I just thought with Blade gone a week now, you might be wanting some company. I hope you're carrying your pistol.
I'm carrying it.
That's good. Well, have a nice ride.
I expect to, Mrs. Meade. I'm going over to the Indian Agency. Talk to the agent about setting up a school.
You're not riding to the agency alone.
Now, don't start telling me the agency Indians are hostiles. Blade told me different.
But it's 10 miles from Fort Laramie, and you don't know what you'll run into between here and there.
I reckon I can take care of myself. After all, Mrs. Meade, I'm carrying the pistol. Not that I'll have a minute's need for it. Hut! I guess you could do with the water. More of a ride than I thought. Oh, no.
Miss Docker? Miss Docker, are you all right?
I'm fine, but for you coming on me this way. Do you know how near I came to firing on you?
I've been trying to get within earshot of you all the way from the fort. This is a very stupid thing, riding off alone this way.
I might have shot you. Seems to me you're the stupid one.
I suppose I am, but you've got to realize the dangers out here, Miss Docker. At least with the two of us, we're protection. Wait.
What?
Wait, it's over there. In that brush near the trees. Something big.
How can you tell? I don't see anything.
It moves big. Timberwolf, maybe a wildcat.
I hope not.
I hope that's all it is.
You're just trying to frighten me.
Hold your pistol steady toward that big tree. And be quiet.
It's an Indian.
You're not afraid, Hess. Pick up your pistol and show him you're not afraid.
I can't. Don't let him.
Stop. Stop where you are. We're not afraid of you. If you have something to say, say it and go away. You understand this pistol? Go on. Go away. Leave us alone or I'll fire. You understand?
What's he going to do?
One more step, and I'll fire.
Is he dead? Did you kill him?
He's dead.
He'd have killed me. If it hadn't been for you, he'd have killed me.
No, he wouldn't, Hess. Not for a long time. Let's go home.
You reckon she's heard somehow, Captain?
No, I don't see how.
You want I should go with you? I'd be proud to.
Oh, I'll do it, Gorse. It's my place.
Yes, sir. I sure feel mighty bad for her.
Yeah.
Her being so new here, not taking to the life easy. I might just look in on her tomorrow. Lend a hand, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, you do that, Gorse.
Well, night, Captain.
Good night, Gorse. Miss Docker?
Oh, why, Captain Quince. You're about the last person I expected to see. Oh, is Blade with you?
Can I come in, ma'am?
Oh, well, of course you can. Please come in. I don't know where my manners are. I guess it was seeing you, and if it was anyone, I thought it would be Blade.
You want to sit down, Miss Docker?
You've come about Blade, haven't you? Something's happened to Blade.
He's dead.
He's dead?
Sometimes it's better hearing it right out. You want to sit down now, ma'am?
Yes. Yes, I think I do.
Would you like a drink of something, or do you want to hear about it?
I want to hear.
It happened quick, Miss Docker, and if it's got to happen, it's best quick.
He didn't know? He didn't suffer?
Oh, ma'am. One shot, clean. That did it. I don't know what it'd mean, but Blade would want it just that way.
I guess he would. Captain, we didn't even know each other yet. There hasn't been time.
Yeah, he said that, too.
That night before he left, he kept trying to tell me something. He'd try, and then he'd fret a while, and then he'd try again. Finally, he just threw that blame pistol on the dresser, and he said to me, "Take it, Hess, honey. Know how much I love you." That's the last words he said to me. I think he was trying to tell me something, Captain.
I think he told you something, ma'am.
Know how much I love you. Oh, Blade. Blade, honey.
Miss Tucker, if I can do anything...
You can go. Leave me be now. I want it that way for now.
You'll be all right alone?
I gotta find that out for myself, Captain.
Yes, ma'am. I'm right sorry, Miss Tucker.
Captain?
Yes?
You brought him back, did you? Back to the fort?
We brought him back.
I'm glad.
Night, Miss Tucker.
Captain? Captain Quint!
Oh, morning, Sergeant.
You heard about her, Captain? Mrs. Docker?
What about her?
She's gone.
Gone? Where? How?
I went over there right after reveille, like I planned last night. I couldn't raise her, so I figured she was sleeping heavy. On the way back, the corporal of the guard told me some woman rode through the main gate not 10 minutes ago.
Why didn't he stop her?
Well, he didn't know her, or what's happened to her or anything. Captain Quincy knew one thing. She was carrying a pistol like she knew what to do with it.
You said 10 minutes?
Yes, sir. You gonna find her, Captain?
Ma'am?
I was too scared to fire it before.
You all right, ma'am?
I'm all right. I aimed to use it, Captain. Turn it on myself. I was too scared to do that, too.
No need for that.
No matter, I couldn't do it. It's a pretty morning. It's got no right to be. But it's pretty.
It's new. It's a beginning. That's always pretty.
We were beginning, Blade and me. And I was beginning on my own. To get a feel like I belonged out here. But you're right, Captain. It's not womanly country.
It still depends on the woman.
I'm a schoolma'am. Teaching was my life, till Blade. I reckon it's my life again now.
You still got a life. Or don't you see the need?
Need?
Schools. We can use them out here, on the post, on the agency. Someone has to start them. Someone has to want to.
Someone who could do some learning while they were teaching. I might fit the bill, Captain. I got a lot of learning ahead of me.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell as Lieutenant Seiberts, with Gene Bates, Lynn Allen, and Lawrence Dobkin.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Each of us has an important part to play in defending our own locality as well as our country as a whole. If Los Angeles, Chicago, or Cincinnati is bombed, it will directly affect every farmer in North Dakota or miner in Kentucky. Won't you give a few hours of each week as a ground observer or a worker in a filter center to help your country? Become a Ground Observer Corps volunteer in your community. Write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center or write to Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington, D.C.
At the gallop! Follow!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Around her neck she wore a yellow ribbon. She wore it in the winter and the merry month of May. And when they asked her why...
Enough,
she
Feeny.
wore it,
Enough,
she said,
enough.
"For her lover who was far, far away. Far away, far away. Oh, she wore it for her lover who was far, far away." Oh, my gracious.
There's a certain amount of spirit in you, Feeny. I can't say it's anything I warm to, but spirit it is.
And there's a certain amount of spirit in you, too, Merriweather. You've been draining them bottles of mine right regular, seems to me.
Fortification, Feeny, and, defense.
You talk like you already joined up.
A gift of the creative mind. I see myself riding forward with the troops, dodging an arrow here, a bullet there, guidons flying, death-defying.
Have you ever been on a horse, Merriweather?
You dare ask that of the man who played Richard III for 314 stirring performance, not to say memorable.
Just how many bottles of my snake potion have you inhaled?
A horse! A horse! My kingdom for a horse! It's a remarkable elixir, Feeny. You notice a new depth and resonance to my tone. A horse!
A customer of mine down in Colorado got a brand new voice from drinking my mixture. Used to bellow like a calf, folks said. Took 6 bottles to turn the trick, but today they call him Whispering Ruggles.
You're trying to alarm me.
Cured his calluses, too. Ate 'em clean off.
Yep. Cruel fortune. Did you see that, Feeny? The bottle slipped through my careless fingers.
I seen you pitch it out. I don't think you're brave enough for the Army, Merriweather. Whoa, Posey. Whoa, girl. Ease to, girl. That's the way. Now, you're decided, are you?
An imposing sight, yon fortress.
Once we cross that bridge, into them gates, we're down to cases, Merriweather. You ain't decided on Army life. You better climb down off in this wagon right now.
Country above heart, Feeny. The fire of the patriot burns bright within me. Drive on. I long to rejoin my old regiment.
You long for a belly full of food, just like me.
To the colors, Feeny. Drive on.
Get up, Posey girl. At the gallop, ho.
If you can write, fill out the forms there. If you can't write, but you can talk, tell me, I'll fill them out. If you can't write or talk, we don't need you.
About my uniform, Colonel.
Who said that?
I spoke quite clearly and distinctly, I believe.
You?
I.
What's your name, mister?
Granville Merriweather.
You some kind of funny man, mister?
I dare say I'm not without humor. Not to the point of buffoonery, mind you.
Stand up, mister.
Very well.
You want to make that yes, Sergeant?
Why, yes, Sergeant, I believe I do.
Now, what's your name?
Granville Merriweather.
Your real name, mister?
I suppose I must.
I'm waiting.
It's, Botkin, Sergeant. Arnie Botkin.
Arnie Botkin? Oh, no, now what sets me off? Arnie Botkin. Why, there ain't no such a name as Arnie Botkin.
You another funny man, mister.
Well, I ain't near as funny as he is. I done a little sleight of hand in my time, but I never produced no Granville Merriweather out of a Army Botkin. Army Botkin, there's no such
Must
name
I
as
be subjected to this ridicule, I say, sir? Is this the reward of a patriot?
You two together?
Alas, we are, but only in these last dark days.
Well, it come from me having a heart of gold, Sergeant. I let him join my act, you might say, seeing he was down on his...
Pure
Arnie
distortion,
Botkin.
pure distortion. Allow me, sir. Your ear...
Now, wait. Just you wait, or I'll allow you a sight more in my ear. Now, I tell you, we get ourselves some strange ones in this army, but I swear you two come right close to the limit.
You ain't saying we can't get in,
A man
Sergeant.
has his rights, sir, and precious among them is the right to heed his country's call to arms. Stand to the colors, man, against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Are you going to stop, mister?
Well, I must say, yes.
All right. Now, we'll do this one at a time. You. What's your name?
Feeney? Phineas Feeney.
Where you from?
From?
You got a home?
Well, it's right outside the door, Sergeant. Posey and me, we got this little wagon rig, and wherever we light at sundown, that's home.
Posey, you married?
Indeed, indeed. And may I say, sir, no couple were ever more ideally suited. Beg pardon, Sergeant.
Posey's my horse. I used to work the riverboats, Mississippi, anywhere from St. Louis to New Orleans, dancing, singing, minstrel work. Since the war, I got itchy feet to come west. The last 4 years, I've been over the most of it, too.
Put down you're an actor.
Oh, I must protest. In the name of the spoken word, the ancient art, call him what he is, but do not degrade my honored profession.
I run a little medicine show, Sergeant. Oh, I got pots and pans and calico, but mostly I entertain folks into buying a little tonic I put together.
If you must put a trade behind his name, inscribe the words low comedy, but in deference to the Drews, in the name of Edwin Booth and Morris Barrymore, yea, and Granville, Merriweather.
You spoiling for the guardhouse, mister?
If best to serve my country more, then yes, shackle me, cut from me my tongue.
I'm toying with that idea. Captain Quince, sir?
Sergeant, any idea whose rig that is outside?
A horse and wagon, Captain? It's his.
Something wrong, are they?
Your horse is ailing. Better see to it.
Oh, she ain't it. Not for too long, she ain't.
Corporal of the guard will give you a hand. Show you where to move that rig. Now, go on.
I sure will.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Go help your friend.
Oh, I dare say he's equal to the task, while I, on the other hand...
Move!
Exactly, Sergeant.
What is that all about, Gorse?
Now, ain't that something? They're answering the call to the colors, Captain.
They're what?
Well, you could put it another way, I guess. They're starving to death.
How many new men out there, Captain?
In B Company, 20.
Pretty sorry sight. Must have hit the bottom of the barrel.
A long time ago, Major. After that, we scraped it. What you see out there is after scraping.
Out. Forward. 1, 2. What? 1, 2, 3. What? 1, 2, 3. Mount.
They can't mount?
Give the sergeant time, Major.
Merriweather, Feeney. Mount. Sergeant, we're flying.
I've seen enough, Captain. We've got plans to lay out.
Yes, sir.
What have we got out there, Lee?
Pretty good cross-section of what's coming into the Army these days, Major.
It's still a question. What's that?
Dregs, failures, fugitives, men running from the law, from women, from work, men running from themselves.
Just before they blow their brains out, they join the Army. Is that what we've come to?
They can still stop bullets and arrows.
I don't expect talk like that from you, Captain.
It's straight talk.
I don't see that. We'll talk about it inside. Oh, sit down, Captain.
Thank you, sir.
Men who can stop bullets and arrows. Since when did you start feeling that way about the Army?
I'm in the Army. That's how I feel about it. I didn't get here by accident, Major. I meant to. That's all the Army is. How men feel about it. It's good or bad on that feeling.
These new men. I didn't see any Sergeant Gorses among them.
Gorse is a 30-year man. He's like me. Doesn't know any better. Or any worse.
Now, what does that mean? Any worse?
It means we didn't try anything else and fail. Some of your new Army out in that parade ground joined up out of plain hunger. Their feeling for the Army is it's a place to eat, get clothes to wear, and a cot to sleep on.
Maybe the Army's at fault. If this is all we can attract, we must be to blame.
50 cents a day and all the jerky you can eat? Sure, the Army's at fault. But the kind of trooper you want isn't up for a price. That feeling I was talking about, well, it's not something you can buy.
I hope it's something we can cultivate. We're going to need it soon. Here. Pete Hazen's report on the Wind River area.
Shoshone?
Yeah, and the Sioux. Hazen says Crazy Horse led a few dog soldiers into the Shoshone encampment about a week ago. It's all in the report. But they're powwowing about something.
We haven't had a patrol over there since early last fall. They had a bad winter, didn't they? Snows?
Worst in years. Now they've melted, those range peaks will be a lot more accessible.
Well, we shouldn't have any trouble with good scouting. And Pete's the best there is.
Yeah, we'll have to do without him. He's been sent up to Montana country. Won't be back for at least a month. You read his report and study the Wind River range maps. We may have to move before the month's out.
I hope they learn to mount by then.
Have to do the best we can, Captain.
Against dog soldiers, Major? We'll have to do better than we can. That'd mean making a camp on Bighorn River. No. Well, that route's no good for us. Come in.
You busy, Captain?
Yeah, I am, Mr. Saberts.
Still with the maps, huh?
Still with them. Oh, what's that? More reports in Wind River?
Oh, no, sir. It's something I thought you'd want to see, though.
Winter Garden, booth benefit for the Shakespeare Statue Fund, Friday evening, November 25th, 1864, Julius Caesar.
I was there, Captain.
You were?
Yes, sir. That's the playbill.
Yeah, I see it is.
I've never forgotten it. It was a year before I went to West Point. But I had enough sense to know that I was experiencing one of the rare moments in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
You see there? Junius Booth played Cassius, Edwin was Brutus.
And John Wilkes Booth was Mark Antony.
Yes, sir. Of course, that was before he...
Well, it's very interesting, Mr. Seibert.
But you don't know why I wanted to show it to you yet. Look who played Casca.
Casca, Mr. Granville Merriweather.
Well?
Well?
Well, he's here, Captain. He's joined the Army. As a matter of fact, he's in B Company.
He's been in B Company nearly 3 weeks now.
Yes, sir, I know, except that I didn't realize he was the Granville Merriweather. And a while ago, I got to looking through a bunch of old playbills, and I ran across this. Well, he's played nearly all of Shakespeare, Captain.
He still can't mount a horse, Mr. Seiberts.
I know, and I don't understand it. On the stage, he moves with the greatest ease and grace. For instance, in duels, on the stage, of course. I've seen him show real agility.
Mr. Seiberts.
Oh, you said you were busy, didn't you?
I said I was.
I wonder, Captain. Maybe if I work with Mr. Merriweather on his horsemanship.
You make a trooper out of him, you're due for a medal. Oh. Tell him to make out he's learning for a part.
That might be the best approach. Tell you the truth, I'd like to meet him and talk to him anyway.
You talk to him. Ask him if he ever played the part of Kit Carson.
Kit Carson, Captain?
Yeah.
We could use a good guide.
Right easy now, Posy girl. Just stretch your legs good. You ain't up to more. Showing me a little, huh? Well, it's not that I ain't pleased, Posy girl, but you got any idea what'd happen to me if they found me out here this time of night? Matter of fact, they found you around here at all, they'd... You work good. You come along now, and I'll blanket you. There's oats and water waiting. I need you taking cold, girl. You need this blanket a sight more than I do. There you go now. Get to your eating. I'll stand watch on you.
You just don't learn much, do you, Feeney?
Do what? Oh, it's you, Sergeant. I swear I'm just no hand to see at night.
You seem good enough to lead Posy around the corral, led her straight to oats and water. You see good at night, Feeney.
Much obliged if you're saying so, Sergeant, but
You don't hear real good, though, night or day.
Well, now, there's where I have my real trouble, Sergeant, hearing. Oh, I sure hope I didn't miss nothing important.
You missed tattoo again, Feeney. That's going on 2 weeks running. You missed tattoo.
Oh, now, that's bad. I know it is.
You missed hearing me tell you to get rid of Posy. You missed all them warnings about stealing oats and buying stall space from the stable detail with that tonic of yours.
Do you think it's wax, Sergeant, all clogged up there in my ears? You think that's the cause?
I just think one thing about it, Feeney. I think it's all behind you.
You do?
One thing, we're moving out in a day or so. Now, if you're out on patrol, I just don't see you stealing back here every night tending to Posy.
That puts a crimp in it, all right.
Another thing, between now and then, your time's liable to be more occupied. You might even say confining.
Do what?
You're going to be in the guardhouse till then, Feeney.
Ain't you gonna wash up, Merriweather?
I am a saintly man, Feeney, and cleanliness is only next to godliness.
And I've been next to you. You've been 2 days in that, McClellan. A little of this sweet water won't hurt you none.
Sweetwater. Your ignorance is boundless as always, Feeney.
Oh, now, ain't you smart? This is Sweetwater, every single drop of it. Sweetwater River, that's its name.
What's in a name? Oh, Bard indeed. What's in a name?
Cuts right between the two ranges, the Sweetwater does. The Granite Mountains to the north and down that way the Green Mountains.
You traveled with Lewis and Clark, I presume.
Well, I've been during every place there was. Me and Posy, we sold our little tonic all over.
Oh, I say, Feeney, the elixir. You brought a few tankards with you, surely?
Oh, it's all gone, Merriweather. What you didn't swill down, what I didn't use to buy stall space, why, that sergeant just plain took prisoner.
But the formula, you can make more.
Formula? You use the right base, you can add what you will. It's no matter. Yes, sir, Merriweather. We put some riding in the last couple of days. We can't be more than a day from the Wind River range.
The right base?
Corn liquor when I can get it. Now, to get to Wind River, they must figure on cutting up to Beaver Creek, following it to the little Pulpo Aggie and into the basin from there. Leastwise, that's what I'd do.
Yes, now, but suppose I can't lay my hands on a quantity of corn liquor, as you call it.
As everyone calls it. That's its name. But that being the case, learn a lesson, Merriweather. Any fruit will ferment left alone.
Brilliant, Feeney. Brilliant observation. I'll remember that.
You go far enough up through that basin, you can see cow elk and their young feeding on choke cherries. And right alongside, there's apt to be black bears drinking from the stream. Yes, sir, and where it's swampy like as not, there'll be moose grazing.
You know what you're talking about, Feeney?
Captain, sir?
Yes, sir, Captain?
You got a uniform, Feeney?
Yes, sir, I sure have. It's right over there, sir.
Put it on.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you spoke out that way, Captain. The man might chill. And...
Merriweather.
Right here, sir.
Report to Sergeant Gorse. Tell him I said you were to stand picket duty tonight.
Yes, sir.
And the rest of this duty, all I want to hear out of you is yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Move out. You'll draw extra guard duty when we get back to Fort Laramie, Feeney. A man assigned to tether horses isn't supposed to take a bath first.
Yes, sir.
You know this country? Or were you just out jawing Merriweather?
Oh, I know it, sir. From the basin clean up to the ice fields.
Travel it by horse, did you?
Part-time. Part-time leading, Posey. The going steep you get up in the range itself.
Say I want to follow Wind River to where it joins Green River, and then I...
Beg pardon, Captain.
Well?
You can't do that, what you said. Wind River don't join Green River nowhere.
All right. You know the Shoshone?
I traded with them.
Fair?
When it struck me to.
You don't like them?
Well, they're people. Some is rotten and some suits me fine. I traded fair with them that suits me.
You joined the Army to get back at the rotten ones, huh?
No, sir, that ain't why.
Why then?
I joined the Army so's I could eat regular.
I got some maps, some scout reports in my tent, Feeney. You've got a job of reading ahead tonight.
Well, I ain't the best reader in the world, Captain.
Then I'll read 'em to you. Nothing says an Army scout's got to know how to read.
You going by map or instinct, Captain?
By map, instinct, and Feeney. If he's right, we cut 40 miles off our old course.
It's a hard pull on the horses.
Well, Posey made it under full pack.
You sure sold on Feeney, ain't you, Captain?
Gotta be. He's as near to a scout I got.
We got a rendezvous point with him?
Yep, over this ridge. There's forage there and water. And that's by map, instinct, and Feeney.
Yes, sir.
Well, how does it look to you, Sergeant?
Like Feeney knows his business, Captain.
Well, let's go down.
There's a horse yonder, Captain, over by the stream.
Yeah, I see it. Feeney.
I kind of hoped I'd last till you showed up, Captain.
How bad is it, Feeney?
I'm full of holes and dripping. Ain't nothing you can do except listen while I got the breath.
I'm listening.
It's a big camp, Captain. Must be 1,000 Shoshone. Half of them warriors.
Hazen's report said crazy horse and dog soldiers.
And more moving in from the north all the time. I saw a lot of Sioux. You'll need all the army you got and then some. In my blouse, Captain.
Yeah, I'll get it.
It's a map. Best I could draw. They're in a box canyon. You can get 'em good if they stay put.
Thank you, Feeney. Feeney, you better stick around. We need you real bad.
I can't oblige you, Captain. I'd like to, but I...
You want something, Feeney?
Yes, sir. Merriweather.
Merriweather?
Feeney.
You stay too, Captain. He'll need a witness. I'm willing him something.
You always get in trouble alone, Feeney. Without me, you bungle everything.
You want to come along, Merriweather? I'm dying.
Comics don't die, Feeney. They don't know how. No true sense of tragedy in them.
You get Posey, Merriweather. Treat her good now. I won't.
Feeney. Feeney.
He can't answer you now, Trooper.
What kind of an exit line was that? You see, I told you. Even on a curtain speech, I'm afraid this isn't my best performance, Captain.
Maybe it is, Merriweather. Maybe because you're not play acting. Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Parley Bear. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. For the younger members of the family, this is an ideal time of year. School's out and they have plenty of time to play and be with their friends. Perhaps it's not quite so easy for us grown-ups who are thinking ahead to the time when our children will be ready for college, wondering whether we'll be ready with enough money to pay their tuition. Instead of fretting, sign up with a payroll savings plan where you work. Start buying those safe, profitable United States savings bonds regularly. Start now to invest in your future security and in the security of your country. Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
How long would you say you known him, Patchen?
I had that proud honor, I guess, 10 years now. Of course, I ain't had the privilege of serving with him since the war.
I still don't see why you just don't go right up to him and make yourself known.
Well, I wouldn't intrude on the captain that way, Drury. He's a busy man, tracking engines, planning battles. Besides, just 'cause I recollect him so well don't mean he'd remember me.
But he's a kindly man.
Oh, the time will come, the just right time. I'll acknowledge myself to Captain Lee Quince.
I'll bet you he'll be proud, knowing you asked special to serve under him again.
Maybe surprised, even. Of course, I only been with the company a week now, but it seems to me the men hold him right high in their thought.
I ain't been here long myself, but there's not a man I know wouldn't lay down his life for Captain Quince, if need be.
Well, now, that's nice. I declare that's real nice. Captain ever talk much about the war? Any of his experiences?
Well, like I say, I ain't been here long myself. But the men say he's not much for talk about anything.
Never was. Even when he was younger, when most men talk free, he was more for action than words.
Yeah. It's funny, ain't it? How you can sense so much good feeling in a man without him talking much.
That's a funny thing, all right.
I like to draw duty with the captain. I sure do. I always have the feeling that no matter what, he's been thinking ahead, planning for us. I feel safe riding with the captain.
Of course, it's hard to tell what a man's thinking if he don't make his thoughts known.
It don't matter to me much what he's thinking, so long as he's acting good.
There's the big thing. How a man acts. Oh, this sure is different country out here. Different kind of fighting country, too.
How you mean?
We fought closer in the war. Like there'd be a stream here, you see?
Yeah.
Say it was a kind of clearing, you know. And on one side, the Rebs would be cowering in the trees. We'd be standing firm on the other side. Now, sooner or later, somebody's got to make a move for that water. The horses and for themselves. I tell you, you get thirsty. You get so you care more about water than living. Anybody's living.
Well, mostly, we're lucky out here. Seems like there's more creeks
A
and
man's
streams
got a
and
right to a
prairies.
drink when he's dry. More than dry, your insides get to feeling like sand, dust. Like they was gonna crumble.
Patchen? What's the matter with you, Patchen?
Huh? You say something, Drury?
Ask if something was wrong.
Wrong, boy? No. Nothing's wrong. I just get a thirst sometime.
You talked yourself dry. It ain't hot. We got plenty of water. There's a stream not 50 yards from you.
I know that. I know.
Well, you were saying about the fighting being different in the war.
Yeah. Like I said, we fought closer. Man to man sometimes. A man to dismount, fix his saber to his carbine, and such a bloody slashing away you never saw.
I ain't seen nothing like that in the West.
Out here, seems like you do more chase than anything else. We've been tracking engines, how long, 2 days now? I ain't drawn my sights on one. Have you, Drury?
That ain't saying they ain't here. Somewheres. Captain Quince must think they're around.
Well, you know I'm not saying that. Why, there ain't a man among you come less near to criticizing the captain's judgment. Well, you're forgetting, boy. I know better than any of you what a great man he is.
Looks like their campsite ahead, Mr. Syberts. Must have made camp here last night.
Yes, sir. We've been just about a day behind them all the way, haven't we, Captain?
And it looks like we're going to stay that way. I'll say one thing for them. They pick good campsites.
Captain, it's the end of the 4th day. Didn't Major Daggett say if we could catch him in 4 days, fine, and if not, report back to Fort Laramie?
Yeah, those are the orders, Mr. Syberts.
Seems like a waste somehow. All this riding only to turn back.
One thing, we don't lose many men this way.
That's true, Captain.
They won't be the first who slipped off the reservation, got away with it. Sergeant!
Joe!
We'll make camp ahead at Bitter Creek.
Yes, sir. I guess we lost him, sir.
The Sioux? We never had them to lose, Sergeant.
No, sir.
I declare, Captain, I'm real sorry about that.
I don't know harm done. You better get on with your job, Trooper.
Patchen's the name. That's if you don't remember.
I remember.
I kept hoping I'd bump into you, Captain, sir. Sure enough, I did.
You been with B Company long?
Just a week. I didn't want to bother you, seeing you was heading up this big engine chasing operation. I didn't see any engines myself, but the men keep telling me they must be somewhere around. Captain Quince wouldn't be out chasing them.
We're moving back to Fort Laramie starting tomorrow. When we get there, I'll see you get a transfer to another company.
Now, I'm sorry to hear you say that, Captain. I've been looking forward to this reunion longer than I can tell. Tell the truth, I thought you'd hold a higher rank by now, seeing men like Custer and McKenzie are generals. And you're their equal, I could swear to that. I've been telling them...
You got a job to do, Trooper. Better get on with it.
Is that an order, Captain, sir?
That's an order.
Yes, sir. Oh, Captain.
Well?
I thought maybe you'd want to know. It didn't just happen my being in your company. I asked for this duty special. On account of us being such old friends.
I guess you remembered him all right, Captain.
What was that, Drury?
Patchen, sir. He was worried for fear you might not remember who he was.
That so?
I told him. I knew you'd recollect. You're just not the kind of man to forget a friend.
He's been talking to you a lot, Drury?
I'll put it this way, sir. I know you a lot better since meeting up with Patchen.
I wonder.
Well, I feel I do. The rest of the men, they feel like I do. We wasn't surprised to hear it exactly, but we sure didn't know you mapped campaigns for General Sheridan. General Cook, too. And all them acts of bravery when you led the
Trooper.
charge. Yes, sir?
You got duty with the mess sergeant, right?
That's right, sir.
Move out.
Yes, sir.
Captain, sir?
What is it, Gorse?
The camp's most bedded down, Captain. The pickets are out.
Who's on picket duty?
It's our last night out, sir. Corporal Jenkins used the rest of the patrol.
Who are they, Gorse?
Well, sir, he put Vickers and Culp up by the bend. Over the west, he's got Stevens and Holt. Then over south, Beale and Patchen.
I told Corporal Jenkins no picket duty for Patchen, and I meant it.
Captain.
No picket duty for Patchen. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Captain? Mind if I say something, sir?
I mind if anybody says something, Mr. Syberts.
I just want to ask you why.
I wouldn't bother asking, Mr. Syberts.
It's about the men, Captain. I have the right to speak out about the men.
You've got the right.
They're tired, sir. They've ridden 4 days out, 3 days back. We've been moving like someone was chasing us. Only no one is.
Any other observations, Mr. Syberts?
Yes, sir. Everyone stood his turn at picket duty. Everyone but Patchen.
You're getting awful close to asking why again, Mr. Syberts.
I'm sure you have a reason, Captain. I hope it's a good one, because the men don't understand. I think we got a morale problem.
We won't have it long. We'll be back at the fort tomorrow.
Captain, if you'd like
Good
to...
night, Mr. Syberts.
That all you have to say, Captain?
It's clear. I'm asking for Patchen's transfer.
But you won't say why.
If you're talking about those forms you fill out, Major, put down for the good of company morale.
I'm interested in company morale. I've watched, I've listened to Lieutenant Syberts, I've talked to Sergeant Gorse. Now I'm going to ask you, Captain.
It's personal.
We haven't got room for personal quarrels, Lee. Oh, this is so little like you, I don't even believe it. Nobody who knows you believes it. You don't let these things happen.
We're going to talk about that transfer?
No, we're going to talk about morale. Well, suppose I transfer this man. What good would that do? You've got a company out there. They're going to be here whether Patchen's transferred or not. They watched this man get to you. As nearly as I can tell, he's been killing you with kindness.
That's what he's trying to do.
Why? Why?
He hates my guts. Goes way back.
No picket duty for Patchen. Why?
I like my camp safe when I'm in hostile territory, Major.
It'll be a lot of trouble to get his Army record clear back to the war. But I'll go to that trouble, Lee, if you don't tell me.
I saved his life once. He's never forgiven me.
That's an odd thing to say.
It's the truth. I saved a lousy, gutless life. He knows it is. He lives with it.
He served under you?
I served under him.
Patchen was an officer?
Captain Joseph Patchen, New York Cavalry. It was before I knew you, Major. Remember the little wars? Us on one side of a stream, them on the other.
And both of you needing the water in between? Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, 5 days and nights we sat there looking across at them, waiting. Just waiting. We had a little water. We could have held out. The men were doing fine.
He ordered a charge?
He didn't order anything. We just split wide open crazy. Took off after that stream before anyone knew what hit. The men thought it was a charge, him being in command. We lost half a company.
You hate his guts, too, don't you?
Every good man's got fear in him. I don't mind honest fear. I hate a coward, Major.
You were commissioned on the field, Lee. Was it there?
Yeah. He can't forget that either.
Surely he was relieved of his command.
Major Daggett, sir.
Sergeant Gorse?
Corporal of the Guard reports 2 deserters, sir. It's Patchen and Drury.
Pick your men, Sergeant. Fan out around the house. Check the barn.
Yes, sir. Holt, Vickers, cover the barn. You, Beal, Culp, the corral. Stevens and Fredericks. You, Stewart, you come with me.
Afternoon to you, mister.
They trample that young wheat the army will owe me.
We didn't come here to trample your crop. We're looking for deserters.
New kind of grain, supposed to be special for the high plains. I put a lot of money in that grain. I want it to come up.
2 men. One just turned 20, the other older. My age or better.
I thought the army was for fighting Indians. Give that up, didn't they?
You need men to fight Indians, mister.
Don't look at me. I got enough trouble trying to prove up land like this. Didn't intend to ride off. I meant to stay with horses. Thought I could raise them. Good enough grazing land. Well, the Indians run the horses off. I'd get them grown strong on the grass. About that time, here they'd come. Indians.
You don't keep horses now?
A couple. They're not extra.
I'm going to have to look in your house, mister.
Well, I suppose you are. How many did you say you was looking for?
2.
Got quite a few soldiers along, looking for 2 men. There's some kind of penalty for hiding soldiers who take a notion to run?
The Army don't take kindly to it, mister.
Couldn't shoot a body, though, could you?
You've seen him?
You don't see many folks out this way. You and your soldiers are more than I've seen in months.
How long since you've been in Laramie Village?
Oh, a long time. I stay pretty close here. I knew you wouldn't find him here. Thought you'd want to see for yourself, though.
Captain, found this in the shed by the barn.
You prefer a cavalry saddle, mister?
I'm gonna have to find that out. Ain't used to it yet.
It'd help if we knew which way they headed when they left.
To tell you the truth, it's hard for me to think they was here at all.
Oh, let's go, Gorse.
Captain. His boots.
Sure, he's wearing cavalry boots, owns a cavalry saddle. But he hasn't seen anyone.
You trample that young wheat, I'll send the army a bill.
You going up to the house at all, Captain? Talk to him?
Yeah, talking to him didn't do any good.
Kind of a sniveling one. Kept wanting to know why the captain himself didn't come to him, ask the questions. He took it real personal like.
The captain himself's about through talking. I come up against any more crawly settlers, Gorse, I'm apt to start breaking a few necks.
I'm feeling a little mean myself. 3 plates of warm grub sitting on his table. Him all alone in the house. He never heard of 2 deserters.
We'll find them.
The men want to awful bad. For you, Captain. That'd be some comfort.
That'd be some comfort, Gorse.
I sure feel bad about Drury. He was going to make a good trooper.
Yeah, I know. I thought sure Patchen would be out here near the stream. He gets an awful thirst sometimes. Let's check that barn again.
Yes, sir. There's only about 2 hours of daylight left. I hate to give him a night's start in this country.
We're not going to.
Oh, Captain.
You, are the captain. Speak your mind, mister. We're busy. I'd, like to talk to you alone.
I'll check the barn, sir.
All right, talk. I've been sitting up in the house trying to remember. I ain't sure, but seems to me I read somewheres once that there was a reward for turning in deserters. Now, did I just dream that?
There's a $20 reward, mister.
Only $20?
$20.
Ain't very much, is it? I don't suppose you're prepared to go any higher.
I'm not prepared to go that high, mister. But the Army figures it's worth $20.
$20 a piece?
That's it.
8 men looking for 2 men. And the total price on their heads is $40. Ain't no bargain, Captain.
It sure isn't. Total pay for the 8 men looking is $4 a day. 50 cents apiece.
Is that all?
And the price isn't just for their heads, mister. We'd have to insist on the rest of them,
In
too.
here, Captain.
He was in the loft. He called down to me, then he come down himself.
Patching up there, too, boy?
No, sir. No, sir, he run. I don't know how far. I don't know how long ago. Captain, I don't know nothing.
You stay with him, Gorse. I'm going to find Patchen.
Yes, sir.
No, Captain. Don't you leave yet. You hear me out, will you, please?
Sergeant Gorse will hear you out.
Patchen's got everything, Captain. He's got himself every kind of gun you ever saw. His and mine. All we could buy is steel. He's going to be waiting for you, Captain.
I hope he is.
You got to know my shame. It don't seem now it could have happened to me. It worked on me so slow, I didn't even know it was happening. But I know now. I feel all the ugly shame of it.
Talking's not much good now, Drury.
I ain't talking to save myself, Captain. I know that ain't right. I know it can't be. I'm talking to understand. And for you to know I'm crawling with the shame of it.
The crawling's uglier than the shame, boy.
You come alone, Quince?
I'm alone, Patchen.
That'd be your way, wouldn't it? Big, brave, alone. You must be the bravest man there is, Quince.
Come on down, Patchen.
I ain't coming down. I waited too long for this. I'm staying right here, and you're staying right there.
You got plenty water?
Understand, I ain't aiming for you, Quince. I'm just trying out my arsenal. That was my pistol.
You're never gonna last without water, Patchen.
I've got 2 canteens, mine and Drury's.
You could hit me if you tried good. You got a reason for not killing me, Patchen?
That last was my rifle. I got me a buffalo gun off the settler, blow you clean away. You wouldn't even leave no spot, Quince.
Come on down.
We're gonna do this slow, Captain. Just you and me. Maybe my shots will get a little closer to you from time to time. We'll keep it slow a while. I want you to die a long time, Quince. 5 days and 5 nights of dying. Remember, Quince?
I remember. You want me to die, all right. Long time of dying. But you aren't the man to kill me, Patchen.
ain't coming after me. You ain't that brave, Quince.
Don't take a brave man to come after you, Patron. Just takes a man.
I hated you a long time. If I have to do, I could hate you dead.
You hate yourself, Patron. Wouldn't feel good killing me. You'd still have yourself.
You're going to kill me? That what you coming to do? Kill me? Please. Please don't kill me.
I'm not gonna kill you, Patchen. Wouldn't feel good. Killing a coward. Now get up.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Paul Duboff, James Nusser, and Herb Vigran. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Each year, new automobiles come equipped with new and better devices for safety and comfort. But there's one device for comfort and safety that you'll have to manufacture for yourself, no matter how advanced our technology becomes. And that device is a smile. A sense of humor and a friendly attitude toward other drivers on the highway is sure to earn courtesy and consideration in return. And courtesy and consideration are big safety factors on the highway. Check the gas, the oil, and make sure you've brought along your smile.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Gorse. Right below me, I see him.
Wait. He's looking up this way. All right. Now.
You gonna leave him here, Captain?
Better hide him. No sense announcing ourselves to Fleet Bear. That ravine down there is choked with brush anyway.
Yes, sir.
Easy now.
Them brulee Sioux grow big, don't they?
Well, this one did.
Maybe too big to sit a horse. That's why they had him stuck up here on lookout duty.
Maybe. All right. This spot's good enough.
Best pile some of this brush over him. Don't want him finding him right off.
At least it was quick killing. It beats Fleet Bear's way.
Kind of evens the score on that woman we found all staked out.
You can't even scores like that, Gorse. Well, now we can watch this powwow without being interrupted.
Yeah, we got the best seat in the house, Captain. As long as we're the only ones that knows it.
That's no war party down there. Too many lodges, teepees. Fleet Bear must be using this for his permanent camp.
All his raids lately have been within striking distance of here.
Yeah, those drums, they aren't war drums either. More like a celebration of some kind.
He's got a lot of killing to celebrate.
Yeah. I wish we had the men. We'd stop his killing right now.
They sure don't look like they're expecting any trouble.
Must be a couple thousand down there, Gorse. Half of them warriors. We got 60 men from B Company. They're not going to have any trouble from us.
Fleet Bear, is he really Spotted Tail's son?
The old man looks on him like a son, but he's a nephew, I think. No more than that.
Don't seem like they're the same breed of men. I never heard of Spotted Tail killing wholesale, stealing women.
He could roam free when he was a young brave. This was all Sioux country. No white settlers, no white army. That'd make a difference.
Sure would.
Yeah. Ever think what you'd do, Gorse? Say you were Fleet Bear and the intruders came into your hunting grounds?
That's one of my troubles. I know blame well what I'd do. That's not excusing what they do to women.
That's not excusing anything. But it makes you wonder where men like Spotted Tail get their courage. Anyway, I call it courage. Agreeing to give up your land, signing treaties, moving on to a reservation.
Yeah. You call that courage. What do you call what we're doing? Two of us sitting up on the rim of a canyon looking down on a couple thousand hostiles?
I wouldn't call this courage. It's more stupid than anything.
I'm getting kind of tired of them drums.
Well, we can report a big powwow, the makings of a feast, but we sure can't tell the Major what they're celebrating. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless you want to slide down there and ask Fleet Bear what all the commotion's about.
Like I said, I'm getting kind of tired of them drums.
Well, that being the case, we better get back to our own camp.
Captain Quinn, sir?
Mr. Syberts?
I hope it was successful reconnaissance, sir.
I hope so, too. We'll talk about it.
I'll see to the horses, Captain.
Right, Sergeant.
Oh, Captain, there's a runner here from Major Daggett. I think we have new orders.
Don't you know?
The packet's got your name on it.
You were in charge of the camp while I was gone.
I know that.
How long has
Captain.
he been here?
Since early this morning.
I knew you'd be back before
Mr.
too long.
Syberts, we found Fleet Bear's main camp. 2,000 Brule Sioux, half of them warriors, along the Bighorn, about 25 miles north of here.
That near?
We had to kill a lookout so we could stay long enough to get a good look. Might have been the other way around, Mr. Syberts. He might have seen us first.
Next time, when orders come, I'll open them, Captain.
Right.
Oh, he's in your tent, sir.
Come on in, Mr. Syberts.
Oh, Captain Quince, sir. Orders from Major Daggett, sir.
As you were, Trooper. When'd you leave Fort Laramie?
Noon yesterday, sir.
Any sleep since then?
No, sir. Well, except just now. I was beginning to doze off.
Go find yourself a place to sleep. Some food if you need it.
Thank you, Captain. Lieutenant Syberts saw to that. Will you be sending me back, sir?
Not without a rest. We'll find you when we need you.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe this.
What is it, sir?
Major says Spotted Tail's beginning to move. Scout reports indicate he's moving his whole tribe off the reservation.
Well, it is hard to believe.
I'd have to see it first. Hand me that map case, will you?
Yes, sir. Well, where's he supposed to be now?
You'll have to figure that. Ordinarily, his lodges are set up along here, Pleasant Valley Creek. Rosebud Agency in the Black Hills. Let's see. This report was a day getting to us. 2 days before that, getting to the Major.
Which way is he traveling, Captain?
This way.
Toward us, on the Bighorn?
That's what the report says.
Wonder why.
I don't know why, but we're going to get the chance to find out. We're supposed to go after him.
He's still in Indian country. We can't keep him from moving around if he wants to.
Spotted Tail's supposed to stay at the Rosebud Agency, Mr. Syberts. If he's going to move around, he's supposed to ask permission.
You're not calling this a treaty violation?
I'm not calling it anything.
Yes, sir, but the Major...
The Major wants to know why Spotted Tail's moving. He has the right to know.
Yes, sir, I suppose he does.
This gonna go hard with you, seeing Spotted Tail again?
No, sir.
I want you to be sure about that, Mr. Syberts.
I'm sure. It doesn't take Spotted Tail to remind me of his daughter, Captain. Not with her grave at Fort Laramie.
Yeah.
And even if Ahuapa's grave weren't there, I'd remember.
I'll be doing some map work tonight, Mr. Syberts. I could use a hand.
Yes, sir.
Tell Sergeant Gorst to pass the word. We'll break camp at dawn.
Right, Captain. Oh, what about the runner?
He can start back to the fort when we break camp. No need in him starting earlier. He needs the rest.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir?
Spotted Tail's my friend. All I want to do is talk to him.
This must have been their camp, Captain.
It's likely. I wish I didn't think it was.
How's that, sir?
Look, all along here.
Wagon tracks, only deeper.
Lodge poles. They make that kind of mark, dragging behind ponies. Campsite this big, ponies trailing lodge poles. That's got to mean Spotted Tail's moving his whole tribe.
You can't understand.
There's no understanding unless we can talk to him. At the rate he's moving, that might not be too easy.
Captain, Spotted Tail's like Red Cloud. He believes in the treaty table. He's always kept the peace.
Well, something's got his dander up.
I guess he wouldn't go off the reservation without a good reason.
It's the way he's going off that bothers me.
How do you mean?
Well, he could have moved up north in the Dakota Territory. Could have cut off a corner of Wyoming, gone up to Montana country. There are lots of ways he could have left if getting off the reservation was what he had in mind.
Well, from the Black Hills to the Little Powder, he's taking the long way, all right.
It'd be a direct way if you were heading for the Bighorn and Fleet Bear.
You don't think that, Captain?
I don't want to. Could be some trouble in the Black Hills drove him out, but this looks more deliberate to me.
You think we can catch up with him?
Not standing here, Mr. Syberts. Sergeant,
Yo,
pass the word. Prepare to mount and move out.
prepare to mount.
Captain, if he were heading for Fleet Bear, then what?
That'd be something I'd want to find out from Spotted Tail, Mr. Syberts.
I've been here since the treaty, Captain. I never saw anything like it.
They, been gone about 3 hours, you say?
Just about. Talk about folding tents and silently stealing away. I read that in the book once.
Yeah, I read the same book.
You're going to wait here for a reply, ain't you?
I haven't much choice.
Is that what you want me to say to the Major?
Just put down I'm waiting for orders.
All right. Yes, sir. When I bedded down last night, I was the only one on Rawhide Creek, far as I knew. Woke up this morning, got a whole Indian village sitting at my front door.
Yeah, you told me.
Yep. Fires going, squaws stirring up pots of food, papooses squalling, and darned if some of the braves went fishing right out there in the Rawhide. That don't happen to me every morning, Captain.
Papooses squalling?
Yeah. The funny thing about that, no matter what color hide the young'uns got, when they squall, they all sound the same.
How long do you think it'll take to get an answer?
Man, that'd be more up to your Major than to me.
You're quite a philosopher, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. It comes from having time to think. Alone a lot, you know. Once in a while, some of you soldier boys or someone from the engine agents, if they get lost toting the mail, they come by. Like I say, I've been here since the treaty, and I never saw anything like this.
Talk about folding tents and silently stealing away.
Oh, yeah, you read that book too, didn't you? Well, sir, I no sooner got used to them cooking and squalling, fishing, they was gone. Like 1 minute they was there, and then right away they wasn't. Like I say,
Not
I've been
3
here
times you're not going to say it.
Oh, right. All right. You think they got wind you was trailing them,
I think they did.
Well, sir, I won't say it again, but I'll tell you, it left its mark on me. It sure did that.
You get anything for me, I'll be outside.
Oh, say, Captain.
Yeah?
Yeah, I got a couple of poles. Any of you soldiers want to get some good fishing?
Thanks very much. Maybe next time.
Captain Quince,
Yeah?
up on the bluff.
Yeah.
He wouldn't come back to make a stand, Captain.
I don't think so. We'd have more than we could handle if he did.
The runner's coming down under a flag, sir.
See the men hold their fire, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Hold your fire. Hold your fire.
Like as not, he wants a powwow.
White Captain, I come from Spotted Tail.
You have a message?
Spotted Tail say, you come, White Army stay. You come alone.
Up on the bluff?
Spotted Tail meet White Captain at trees by water. Like White Captain, Spotted Tail come alone.
Get my horse, Mr. Syberts.
Right away, Captain.
And, Mr. Syberts, while I'm gone, orders may come from Major Daggett.
I'll receive them, sir.
Good.
Corporal, Captain's horse.
You may tell your chief I will meet him at the trees by the water.
Spotted Tail send White Captain ring to show good faith.
Tell your chief I know him to be a man of good faith. Tell him to keep his ring.
As you say, White Captain.
Greetings, Spotted Tail.
White Captain. You are from Fort Laramie.
I know your face.
It's been a long time since we've met, Spotted Tail. Many moons.
I came to you then in sorrow to put only daughter, Ahuapa, in white man's burial grounds.
I remember.
She spoke of love for white man. You?
No. Not me, Spotted Tail, a young officer. He's with me back there at the station.
The place of her burial, it is still honored among you?
She was our friend, as you are. Friendship is always honored.
The words are well spoken. I, too, speak of honor, White Captain. You follow me, do you?
Yes, for 2 days now.
It is honor for a friend to track a friend?
I wanted to talk with you.
To talk or to make questions?
Questions and answers make talk, Spotted Tail.
By terms of treaty, White Army not belong in land of Indian. From Bighorn Mountains to Black Hills, all land north of river which flows by your fort. All this Indian hunting ground.
By terms of treaty, Spotted Tail belongs on the agency called Rosebud, not in the valley of the Little Powder, or on the bluffs above Rawhide Creek.
This is why you follow me?
This is why.
If I say my people want new hunting grounds, what does White Captain say to that?
I say you left the best hunting grounds in the West when you left the Black Hills.
See? We do not wear the paint of war. Our mission is one of peace.
I believe you do not want war, Spotted Tail.
When red men go to war, all who see can tell he plans war. The headdress, the paint of war, all who look can see. The White Army wears same face at treaty table as on field of battle. Only White Army knows when White Army plans war.
The White Army plans no war against Spotted Tail.
You are only White Army who follows?
I think this is so.
I ask what you know, not what you think.
I can only tell you what I think. As far as I know, we are the only White Army to follow Spotted Tail.
My scouts count you small. I am told 60 soldiers of White Father.
That's no war party, Spotted Tail. You are moving all your people. Many times, my 60 soldiers. All your lodges have been moved. Squaws, papooses, your old people, as well as your warriors.
I have told you, our mission is one of peace.
To leave the reservation without permission of the White Father is to break the spirit of the treaty.
No words in treaty say Spotted Tail must ask White Father to breathe. This is the land of my fathers. On it we hunt, fish, live, and breathe.
Do you consider the Valley of the Bighorn the land of your fathers?
My fathers have counseled there many times. Have yours?
No.
Then it is more the land of my fathers than yours, White Captain.
The Bighorn River lies beyond the treaty limits, Spotted Tail. If you go there, you break the treaty.
I speak to you of peace, and you reply of breaking treaties. It is you who first talks of the valley of the Bighorn, not Spotted Tail.
Do you go to Fleet Bear?
You know the son of my brother?
I have seen his camp on the Bighorn. I have seen his killing. He does much harm.
He is young and has the feel of a warrior. I have seen the killing of young white warriors. 3 burial grounds of Sioux squaws and papooses stood once near your Fort Laramie.
I know that.
So, there is no good left in talk, White Captain. The sun moves, and Spotted Tail moves with it. One last time I say to you, I speak with truth and honor. Our mission is one of peace. If you follow me, White Captain, I cannot be sure of the peace. Hurrah!
You do any good at your powwow, Captain?
Well, he's going to Fleet Bear. I know he is.
Will he tell you that?
He told me everything but that. but that's where he's hidden.
Well, they've moved off the bluff. They must be going on.
Yeah. He told me they would.
Are we going after him?
If we do, we start a war. He told me that, too. Now, where's Mr. Seibert's?
In the telegrapher station. No orders, Captain. We're supposed to return to Fort Laramie.
And the Major's made my decision for me. Following Spotted Tail might not be the best move now, and this isn't a complete message, Mr. Seibert's.
I know, sir. The telegrapher says the line must have been cut between here and Fort Laramie.
Return to garrison immediately. Fleet Bear has... That's all it says. Fleet Bear is what?
I don't know, sir. But it does say to return. That's the important part.
I wonder if it is, Mr. Seibert's.
You're convinced he was going to Fleet Bear?
I'm convinced, but that doesn't do much good now.
Captain, you can't help what's happened. Fleet Bear's been asking for a fight for a long time. Major Little came across the same encampment you did, only he had enough men to lead a charge.
My orders were reconnaissance.
I know that.
And I didn't know Major Little and 3 companies of cavalry and 2 of infantry were this side of California.
Major Little's not in my command. I didn't know either.
Tell that to Spotted Tail.
Spotted Tail's an old chief. He knew any renegades were open to attack.
It was a quiet little scene, Major. Spotted Tail and me into the trees by a stream, talking peace and honor.
You didn't kill Fleet Bear, Captain.
Spotted Tail was talking to the White Army when he talked to me. He told me his mission was peaceful. I told him mine was no war party. We believed each other.
Well, you were right. Yours was no war party.
His wasn't either. They could have wiped us out right there at the Rawhide. Spotted Tail is going to figure that he was talking peace with one white man while another attacked and killed his nephew.
You say you're convinced Spotted Tail was going to Fleet Bear. To join him?
I think it was more likely the other way around. To persuade Fleet Bear to join him on the reservation.
But you don't know that.
I don't know that, but I know Spotted Tail. He signed the treaty. He's kept it.
That remains to be seen.
Major, Captain, outside the post gate, Spotted Tail and his whole tribe.
Well, we don't want any trouble. We'll meet him outside the gates.
You show great courage, Spotted Tail, riding up to the gates of Fort Laramie without first sending a runner.
I have sent runner before to speak to White Army. I have sent him with a ring to show good faith.
That was before, Major, when we met on the Rawhide.
I am now come to White Army with no faith.
We didn't break faith with you, Spotted Tail, and we broke none with Fleet Bear.
The words faith, courage, honor come easy to the tongue for white man. Have no meaning to Spotted Tail unless they are words of the heart.
Fleet Bear broke faith with us by his killing. I told you that when we powwowed.
There was not yet faith in him to break. White man has killed not only Fleet Bear, but the faith that was not yet born in him.
Is that why you were going to him?
I have seen much good in treaty and council. Fleet Bear Young had not seen this.
You think he would have listened to you, Spotted Tail?
We will not know that answer now. You have made his ears forever deaf to the words of his father's brother. I can say what is in my heart, and in my heart I believe he would have listened.
Why do you believe that? You tried to talk to him before?
You told me you saw his camp on the Bighorn. If you saw and knew what you saw, then you know he planned a feast of celebration.
That's what I saw, Major.
A feast for his father's brother, Spotted Tail. We do not make feast and talk war. That is not our way.
We can't be sorry for Fleet Bear, but we will count it a loss to lose your friendship, Spotted Tail.
You have lost more than that. I am an old man. My friendship has not long to last. But the young braves, they will live on and remember. You have lost the hope in their hearts for peace and honor.
Is that why you've come here? To tell us that?
No. I come only for what is mine. The remains of my daughter, Ahuapa.
She was buried in our cemetery at her request, Spotted Tail. Her grave here at Fort Laramie has been honored.
I am yet her father. She will return to the land of her people. She lived in peace. She will rest now and forever in the peace her father understands.
Captain, help him any way you can.
You can help me?
Just one way for now, Spotted Tail. I can lead you to her grave.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, John Daner, Tim Graham, and Lou Krugman. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Are your neighbors talking about action yet? Well, if they aren't, perhaps it's because they're not yet aware of the practical plan for preventing and eliminating slums that has been set up by Action, the American Council to Improve Our Neighborhoods. If your friends and neighbors are interested already, CBS Radio urges you to join their efforts to keep your community from running down. But if a slum fighting program has not been organized where you live, why not write to Action, Box 20, New York 19, for a free leaflet that explains what can be done to prevent your neighborhood from falling into disrepair. That's Action, Box 20, New York 19.
At the gallop, follow!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Might as well stay mounted, Sergeant. Looks like their stage is ready.
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to the agent. Morning, Mr. Church.
Morning to you, Captain. Did you come for them?
My orders say to meet Mr. and Mrs. Horace Quiring at the Red Cloud Agency and escort them to Fort Laramie.
Good.
That their stage outside?
It is. Did you hear me say good?
I heard you.
Good. That's good for their leaving and good for good riddance, too.
Bureau of Indian Affairs bothering you, Mr. Church?
Bothering's a small word, Captain. I won't try to spell it all out for you. You wouldn't believe me if I did. Suffice it to say, I am played out.
Well, if they're ready...
The Indians are played out, too.
What's the matter with them?
You don't know these folks at all?
No. The Major says Mr. Quiring has something to do with the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Basket weaving, dancing, lore and culture studies, fire making, Indian mythology. Oh, I tell you, Captain, we've had a busy couple of weeks.
Well, if he wants to learn about the Indians, he'd...
Captain, he's been teaching.
He's been teaching the Indians how to make baskets?
That's the least of it. Him and his missus, too, touched up a few of the tribal dances. And that Gussie, say, your orders don't mention Gussie?
Gussie?
She's their niece. A great hand to go around and make fires, rubbing a couple of dry sticks together.
Showed the Indians how, did she?
Oh, they was amazed. Oh, you wouldn't leave Gussie here. Well, I mean, seeing her name ain't set down in your orders, oh, you wouldn't do a trick like that to me, Captain.
I'll take 'em all.
Oh, good. Of course, that poses a problem, too.
How's that?
You got to find 'em first.
They lost?
Always. Let's go, Captain. Can you see them yet?
I make out 3 heads up at the top of the rocks. Guess they're heads.
That's the Quiring. From a distance, there's always some question. Then you get close up and... Oh, I've got to rest. Oh, dear. I'm getting lightheaded.
I don't see how they got up that high. Especially the women.
No, you don't. You've got to catch 'em in the act to believe it. And then you'd swear you hadn't seen it. Oh, active. Mighty active.
Well, I'll go up and get 'em. Can't keep the patrol sitting around all morning.
I figure they're your responsibility now, Captain. I've done all I can do. And then some.
We'll pick you up on our way down.
All right.
Oh, my. Yes.
Mr. Quiring?
Hush.
I never hoped for this, truly. A Lagopus mutus.
What's your Latin, Gussie? Lagopus leucurus.
Strictly speaking, of course, it's a rupestris. But you can't blame the girls for being carried away.
You talking about that bird there on the ledge?
Oh, I know you're going to tell me it's a white-tailed ptarmigan. But in bird circles, it's a...
It's a grouse.
Well, yes, if you want to be blunt, it's a grouse.
Horace?
Right here, Winifred.
Only in the broadest sense is the ptarmigan a grouse. Akin, I'll give you. Nothing more.
Remember, Uncle Horace? Aunt Winifred's last paper before the Ornithological Society definitely established the ptarmigan as a gallinaceous bird akin to the grouse.
Oh, you see, young man, you want to have your facts well in hand before you take on the choiring girls. Oh, see, by the way, who are you?
I'm Captain Quince. I'm in charge of your cavalry escort to Fort Laramie.
Oh, yes, indeed, of course. Well, now, I'm Horace Quiring. Oh, and this is my wife, Winifred, and my niece, Augusta. We call her Gussie. Gussie. Girls, Captain Quince.
Ma'am? Miss?
Shake hands, Captain.
Yes, ma'am.
My goodness, Quince.
Ah, well, she's thinking of the Australian black ash.
Oh?
Indeed, I'm not, Uncle Horace. We studied the quince at the seminary. I'm thinking more in terms of the pear-shaped fruit of the Pyrus Sidonium.
She has you there, Horace.
Oh, yeah. I warn you, Captain, they keep a man on his pace. Well, shall we make our descent?
Yes, I kind of think we better.
Maybe it's a little early for him to have breakfast, Lee.
For the Quirings? They probably struck out before dawn and roasted a buffalo on an open fire. A fire Gussie made rubbing two dry sticks together.
I know you don't like your assignment, Lee, but there's no cause to exaggerate.
I thought the Indian agent was exaggerating, too.
They seem like perfectly nice people to me. A pleasant, close-knit family.
You spent 5 minutes with them. Never got past how to do.
Mrs. Daggett was leaving on the stage. I explained that.
That's all right. Maybe it's better you find out for yourself. Indian agent says they know more about Indians than the Indians do. They might start telling us how to run the guard mount.
I wish they'd come. I'm starved.
Maybe they're lost.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
The Indian agent says they're always lost. You see, they go climbing around a lot, looking for birds and things.
Well, they're not lost this time. Here's Mr. Quiring.
Well, my goodness. Oh, don't you bother getting up for me, Major and Captain.
Morning, Mr. Quiring.
Morning, sir.
Oh, isn't it? Oh.
Sit down, Mr. Quiring.
Thank you. All right. Well, now, how nice. So this is the officers' mess, is it?
That's right. Would you like some coffee while we're waiting?
Oh, I'd love some nothing like a good cup of coffee. Waiting?
For the ladies.
And the ladies?
For Mrs. Quiring, Miss Gussie.
Oh, the girls. See, where are they?
Well, I just supposed you'd all be together.
We were. Yeah, but that was at breakfast. I haven't seen the girls since breakfast. A little raspy in the throat, are we, Captain?
No, I sort of choked.
Oh, you want to watch that? That's bad business.
You've had breakfast, Mr. Quiring?
My goodness, yes. Why, it's after 7, Major. Oh, it was a good breakfast, too. It was outdoors, open fire. All the sounds of the aurora as the sun came up and shone with its full glory on Laramie Peak.
You say an open fire, Mr. Quiring?
Yes, Gussie insists on an open fire. Ever since she learned how to... well, the things young ladies learn in seminaries these days. My, just open your eyes.
Mind telling us what you had for breakfast?
Not at all. Glad to. Winifred's department, the food. She made the boast. But to tell you the truth, I never thought she'd bag it. Well, sir, she wasn't up in that canyon 5 minutes until... Bang, bang! Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't frighten you, Major.
No. I'm all right.
Bang, bang. What, Mr. Quiring?
Oh, breakfast. Yes, breakfast.
It wasn't a buffalo by any chance.
Oh, no. A buffalo. I don't believe Winifred could have bagged a buffalo. No, it wasn't a buffalo.
I didn't think it would be.
No, it was an antelope. See, that is a bad throat you've got there, Captain.
I guess it comes from exaggerating things. Wouldn't you say, Major?
I've got some business to attend to. Better get over to headquarters.
But you haven't had your breakfast, Major.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Oh, no. I'll bet Winifred could tempt you with some of that antelope. Oh, my. Delicate, succulent. I hope their foray into the woods was successful. I couldn't go with them. You see, I was most anxious to...
What foray into what woods, Mr. Quiring?
What woods? Now, let me get my bearings. Now, which way is north?
That way.
Oh, that's splendid. Yes, that's it. There are some woods to the north, and last time I saw the girls, they were...
Captain Quince, you're to form a search party immediately. Take what men you need.
Search party? Why?
The land to the north is Indian country, Mr. Quiring.
Well, of course, that's why they went, but, oh, my goodness, a search. You speak as if the girls are lost.
We're speaking as if they're in danger, Mr. Quiring. Those woods are full of Arapaho, Shoshone, Crow.
Oh, I don't think they'll bother the girls. But I am glad you mentioned that. I've been meaning to have a chat with you concerning the perimeter defense of the fort.
Captain?
Yes, sir.
Move out.
Yes, now, Major.
Right away, sir.
I noticed last night a tattoo. It seemed to me if you'd make the slightest...
I wonder if I understood you correctly, Captain. We're to look up in the trees as well?
You understood me, Mr. Syberts. Up in the trees, up on rock ledges, up on cliffs.
The ladies climb, sir?
Climb or fly, I don't know. But you pick a spot no one can get to except maybe an eagle. They'll be there.
Captain.
Shh. Ahead of us, Mr. Syberts.
Sounds like a grizzly.
Like no grizzly I ever heard. Put your rifle down, Mr. Syberts. Let's give him a hand.
It's an Indian, Captain.
Yeah, that poor devil.
Somebody stuffed a gag in his mouth, and what's all this he's caught in?
That, Mr. Syberts, is a butterfly net.
Well, how on earth?
Here, give me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Let's get that kerchief out of his mouth.
No kill.
You're all right. We're not going to kill you. What are we caught on, Mr. Syberts?
It's a handle or something, sir. Trapped down in this brush.
You let go. I run. I no come here again. You let go. White squaws. Crazy.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Young man, down there. Don't set him free.
Captain, look where she is. Clear up at the top of the...
I told you, Mr. Syberts.
You better come down from there, Mrs. Quiring.
No, you not let her down here again. I run. White squaw full of bad spirits.
Shut up.
Young man, do as I say. Leave the Indian as you found him. He bothers us.
Keep working, Mr. Syberts. Let him go when you get him free. I'll go up and get the girls.
Are you hard of hearing, young man? I hallooed you on 2 occasions about the Indian, and
I heard you, Mrs. Quiring.
And you deliberately let him go after I told you he bothered us.
He won't bother you anymore. See down there? He's running like fired on.
They've flown, Aunt Winifred, but with all the commotion, who can blame them?
Indeed. First the Indian, and we silenced him. But now, just look around down there, Gussie. Enough army to... Have you lost something important, Captain?
Ma'am, you gotta understand a few things about the West, about Indians, about Army garrisons.
Well, now, if that isn't what we're trying our level best to do, Captain Quince, and how better to do it than by going directly to nature, studying the birds of flight, the animals...
Miss Gussie.
Yes?
Miss Gussie, this is Indian country. You're not allowed to go directly to nature in Indian country, not if you're a white woman.
Now that's plain silly.
It's a treaty says so, Mrs. Quiring. Took a long time, talking, negotiating, giving and taking. And finally, it was decided the Indians were the only ones with rights to this land.
The Indian didn't mean us any harm, did you think, Aunt Winifred?
Furthest thing from his mind. He was nosy, that's all. Gussie and I had stolen up on... Now, mind what I tell you, Captain. We'd stolen up on a bittern, a sharp-shinned hawk.
Aunt Winifred, your language.
I'm breaking it down for the captain. Remember the problem we had earlier about what he called a grouse?
Oh, of course.
Ma'am, if you'll let me get a word in.
Pigeon, a sharp-shinned hawk, a goshawk, a bald eagle, and a crow.
A crow, Aunt Winifred?
The Indian was a crow, wasn't he, Captain?
Yes, ma'am. He was a crow. And to use her words, Major, when the crow persisted in making so much noise, we did the only reasonable thing. That's when they dropped a butterfly net on him and gagged him with a kerchief.
Wait a minute, I've lost track. Is this crow a bird or a...
Indian.
Captain, the Army's been my life for 15 years. But this business with acquirings may bring it to an untimely conclusion. I'm about to write Washington that if they send another party out here in the name of investigating anything, I'll resign.
How long the acquiring's going to be putting up here?
He hasn't said. But this is an order, Captain. From now on, I'm assigning you to a full-time watch on the three of them. We can't always be sending search parties out to find them.
There's no watching the three of them at one time. They got a way of pairing off or striking out alone.
Assign a man to each of them. But I want them accounted for at all times.
Hope we don't have any Indian uprisings before they leave. We couldn't spare the men to fight them.
Oh, no.
Yeah? That'd be Mrs. Quiring.
What on earth's she doing with Sergeant Gorse?
Talking to him, anyway. I'd have to get closer to find out what about.
You go ahead, Captain. I'm going over to the Sutlers. I just remembered Mrs. Daggett's out of Hatpin.
Are you sure you're trying to understand?
I'm not sure, no, ma'am. I hear what you're saying, all right.
It's a perfectly simple and direct statement. Toe out.
Toe out.
Oh, Captain Quince, help me make this nice sergeant understand.
What's wrong, Sergeant?
I don't rightly know, Captain. Something about the way I walk or don't walk or something. The lady, she...
You two haven't met? Formally?
Well, now
She just come on me talking.
Well, then, allow me. Ms. Quiring, this is Sergeant Gorse.
Shake hands, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
Now then, did you say Gorse?
Yes, ma'am. That's my name, Gorse.
Wonderful! Oh, wonderful! Wait till I tell Gussie and Horace. A Quince and a Gorse on the same army post. Oh, I can't wait. This is too good to keep. You'll excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
And don't forget, Sergeant, toe out. Toe out.
She sure got a burr somewhere, ain't she?
Maybe.
You think I walk funny, Captain?
I'm beginning to think everyone's a little funny around here, one way or another.
My name. What's she going on about my name for?
Well, she knows what it means.
Well, what does it mean?
I don't know. Now, me, I got a couple of choices. They can't decide if I'm an Australian black ash or the pear-shaped fruit of the Pyrus Sidonia.
Captain, I'm going to go get me some beer.
See you practice on the way over, Sergeant. Don't forget. Toe out.
Now, you just got to make up your mind to stay put, Mr. Quiring. We can't come looking for you every now and then.
Well, I'm never lost, you know. Never. I always know where I am. I have maps and charts.
Well, it's more that I don't know where you are.
Oh, then you're lost.
No, sir, I'm not. I'm just...
Oh, well, that's a different matter entirely. But don't worry, I'll get us back. I have maps and charts and things. Can't understand Winifred, though. That's my wife, Winifred.
Yes, sir.
It's not like her to steer me wrong this way. Usually, Winifred's word is her bond. She says something, it's true, but this time she... by the way, I don't believe I caught your name, Sergeant.
My name's Gorse.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Oh, that's a fine name. Imagine you're quite proud of it. Did you say Gorse?
I sure did.
Oh, my. Well, that's a good one. Well, now, the joke's on me, Sergeant.
It is, huh?
Yes, Winifred didn't steer me wrong at all. She said... Oh, my, this is rich. Yes, it is. It's rich. She was telling me about the gorse, you see. And I was quite naturally excited about that.
Why?
Well, for a good reason, I assure you. You don't run into gorse every day, you know.
Well, I don't, but... Now, look here, Mr. Quire.
Well, I quite naturally assumed that Winifred was referring to the common furs, or whin. And that's why I struck out to see it. Perhaps snip a sample or two.
I sure don't know what you're talking about. And your wife. I hear everything she says, and I don't know what she's talking about neither.
Well, then as I rode out, I got to thinking, perhaps Winifred wasn't referring to the common furs or whin at all. Yes, I said, well, it's been years since I read her paper on the gorse, but I remember the main points, all right. So let me see now. There's the gorse linnet, the gorse chat, gorse hatch, gorse hatcher, and gorse thatcher.
What are you talking about? All them gorses?
Oh, my. Oh, now, say. Oh, shame on me. Well, I never remember to keep it simple for the layman. Will I never remember? Well, to begin at the beginning again. We're back now to the furs and the wind. That's very like juniper.
That last bunch with all them gorses in front of
Birds. Yeah, songbirds, many of them.
You like birds. Is that what you're saying?
Do I like Oh, my dear gorse. Birds and I... Oh, I'm sorry, but a sergeant named Gorse... Well, Winifred will just have to do a paper on that.
Oh, we got a lot more interest in birds than that out here.
You do?
Oh, sure. What? You don't want to mess around with common old gorses when you can come up on say, the jayhawk.
Yes.
He flies backwards, you know.
Backwards?
Yeah. Then there's the mugwump.
Mugwump?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say mugwump? My goodness, I thought they were extinct.
Oh, no. No, we got them all over out here. Then there's the three-footed firebird.
Three-footed?
Stands on one, rubs his other two together, makes fires.
Gussie will be thrilled.
I just can't believe this. That's why I come up here, Captain. They're really leaving?
That's what they say. Pushing farther west on the trail of a three-footed firebird.
I told them California, up high in the Sierra. Leastwise, the last covey I saw was there.
I understand Mrs. Quarian's going to give you full credit on her paper about them. You better count heads here. Here's Mr. Quarian talking to the major.
Well, I seen Mrs. Quarian not 2 minutes ago. She was helping the squaw do some Indian beadwork.
Well, she isn't doing it now. Find her, Gorse.
Oh, now, she ain't run away again, Captain.
I want them all three on that stage, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Keep an eye out for Miss Gussie while you're at it, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Captain? Captain?
Yes, Mr. Quarian?
Well, now, I wouldn't want to miss shaking your hand in farewell, Cap. The stage is packed. I've said my goodbyes to the major. You lose something?
Your wife. And I don't see Miss Gussie either.
Well, now, let me see. Well, if I were Winifred, now, where would I go? I always begin that way, you see, and then I let my mind function as if it were Winifred's mind. The root house.
That's clear over behind the settlers.
That far? Well, when we go over...
What's she doing at the root house?
Oh, my, you didn't know? She found a small flowering gorse and thought it only fair.
Never mind.
Captain Quince!
What now?
It's Miss Gussie, Captain.
You see, Captain, we're all accounted for. There's no problem.
No, I'm afraid there is, sir. It seems Miss Gussie was demonstrating how quickly she... Well, they don't think it's too serious, but under the circumstances, they took her to the post hospital.
Hospital?
Yes.
Under What circumstances, Mr. Syberts?
Burned hands, Captain. But the doctor says in a few days she'll be able to travel.
In a few days. Mr. Syberts, this is an order. For the next few days, no dry sticks for Miss Gussie. Now move out.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Virginia Gregg, Parley Bear, Shirley Mitchell, and John Daner. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Syberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is no signature on a Valentine. Not that our danger-loving insurance investigator is opposed to romance. It's just that the detective's profession calls for a pragmatic approach to life if he wants to go on living. That's why, no matter how lovely a lady may be, and no matter how attracted to her Johnny Dollar may be, solving the particular case he's working on always takes precedence over sentiment. The case he's working on now calls for courage as well as caution, and it's a baffling mystery thriller you'll enjoy following clue by clue as you listen to yours truly, Johnny Dollar, Monday through Friday evening on most of these same CBS radio stations.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
it White Dog's camp, sir?
It's Shoshone. That'd make it White Dog's, unless there's more of a Shoshone migration than we know about.
You can tell from here it's Shoshone?
Look at their huts down there, Mr. Seiberts. Made of grass and brush woven together, not skins like the Sioux and Cheyenne.
Doesn't look like there are any lodge poles.
There aren't. They don't have any roofs, any lodge poles, just a half circle of woven grass. Harrison!
Yes, sir?
Bring on the white flag, Harrison. You and I are riding in.
Yes, sir.
You'll keep the patrol up here, Mr. Seiberts. Keep your eye on Harrison's flag. As long as he flies it, there's no trouble.
Yes, sir. White Dog will understand that you've just come to powwow with him.
Going in this way, he'll understand. Ready, Harrison?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Seiberts. Watch it down through here, Harrison.
I'm watching.
The Major said a couple of hundred Shoshone. Looks smaller than that to me, Harrison.
I'll eat every one over 100 with fine, Captain.
I don't have your appetite, but 100's nearer right. Ah, they're beginning to notice us.
I'll lose all feeling in my arm if I hold this flag any higher.
Sooner the feeling than the arm, Harrison.
Yes, sir. Funny they wouldn't have no lookouts posted.
Well, either they're not expecting any trouble or they don't care. You lead me to White Dog?
White Dog in council.
In his hut?
Why White Army come?
We come in peace to powwow with White Dog.
Your flags say that.
Will you lead me to your chief?
He talk with Ninambia. I not talk to White Dog when he talk with Ninambia.
Just show me where he is.
You know Shoshone legend?
Yes, I know.
There. In small canyon out by stream. Follow it. You find White Dog.
You going up into that canyon, Captain Quince?
Yep. You stay here and keep that flag in plain sight. Feel it in your arm or not.
Yes, sir.
You shouldn't have any trouble, unless it bothers you to be outnumbered by squaws and kids.
Long's they're not mine, they don't fret me, Captain. Who's White Dog talking to?
Ninambia. Little people. The Shoshone believe they live in mountain canyons. Their medicine men counsel with them.
They can see them?
They believe they can.
You see any of them, you tell me, Captain?
I see any. Might be something I'd want to keep to myself. Stand fast, Harrison.
Yes, sir.
You need counsel too, Captain?
I need your counsel, White Dog.
Sit, my son. You ride from Fort Laramie today?
Yesterday.
You and your people must be tired, as my people are tired.
Your journey has been longer than ours, White Dog, and harder.
A journey is hard when a heart is heavy, Captain. We go to our home. This lightens our load.
You are moving your people without permission, White Dog.
Shoshone cannot live in country meant for Ute, Hopi, Apache, Paiute. We are not root eaters.
We know that. I think my people made a mistake putting Shoshone so far to the south in desert country.
Yeah.
But you have left the reservation, White Dog.
You come to take us back?
No. No, we have come in peace.
And you find us in peace, Captain.
You have told me your people are tired, White Dog. Tired people, hungry people who sometimes break the peace.
Then you come to make us less tired? To feed us?
We have come to find out your needs and to arrange for your safe passage to your home in the Wind River Mountains.
Good. Ninambia told me of your coming. It was too much to believe.
There is no trick.
You have always believed me before, White Dog.
You, yes.
How long have you made your camp here?
2 suns have risen since my people put their hut by the stream.
Is it a good camp? You have water? Is the hunting good?
My braves find game. Not buffalo, on which my people grow strong. They find bear, antelope, deer. In our camp, Captain, are many squaw, many papoose.
And not many braves.
Our number was more when we left Apache Reservation. But our journey was hot, dry. Now our burial ground is the length of these great mountains.
You have traveled too fast, White Dog.
2 enemies have pursued us. A blazing sun, and the fear that when the White Army came, it would not come in peace.
When your people reach the valleys of the Wind River, when they are home, they will continue to live in peace?
You have my word, my son.
And I give you mine. We will grant your safe passage to your home.
You will travel with us.
We will camp with you tonight. Tomorrow we will journey together to Fort Lyon. There will be orders waiting for us there.
You turning in, Captain?
A beautiful night, Mr. Syberts. You write about nights like this in your journal?
How can you put the Rocky Mountains into a journal, sir?
It's kind of hard even to set 'em good in your mind and believe 'em. I never see 'em. I don't feel small, trifling.
Well, the sky that clear and the stars so bright. I'm sure it must all have a meaning.
There's meaning in tonight, all right. Down there by the stream in White Dog's camp, the old man's telling his people that we've come to take 'em home. That the Ninambia told them of our coming. There's peace in their hearts tonight, Mr. Syberts. That has meaning.
I think it does. I think the men feel it, too, sir.
White men, red men, bedding down under the same stars, nobody reaching for a rifle, nobody stealing up with an arrow. Yeah, that's the way it ought to be. And every time it isn't, I get blazing mad inside.
Are you a religious man, Captain?
I have things I believe, Mr. Syberts. This, tonight. Challenge of the mountains, peace of the stars, men living under them without fear. Guess that's pretty close to what I believe in.
It's a lot to believe, sir.
I believe something else, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir?
I've been working my jaw like an old woman. Must have used up a couple of years' words for me.
I was thinking I'll be able to put some of this night into my journal after all.
Night, Mr. Syberts.
Night, sir. That's just a coyote.
Just a coyote.
You act like it meant something, Captain.
Not to me. But to White Dog and the Shoshone, the coyote is a trickster. You can count on it, Mr. Syberts. It'll mean something to the Shoshone.
We made counsel through the night, my son. My people will not follow White Soldier.
I heard the coyote, White Dog.
My people heard, and I heard. In the legend of the Shoshone, it was Coyote the trickster who changed the color of our skin. Shoshone's skin once was white, Captain.
You have told me.
In the story of creation, when the Creator first breathed life into tufts of grass, the people called Shoshone were born with skin white as snow.
Until one day, Coyote the trickster gave fruit to the white Shoshone woman. And since that day, the color of your skin has been brown.
And since that day, Captain, Shoshone has known fear of Coyote the trickster and men whose skin is white.
Yesterday, White Dog, we spoke words of peace, you and I. We spoke of believing each other.
Yesterday, Coyote was silent.
But the Ninambia, you said they told you of our coming. You doubt the prophecy of the Ninambia?
My son, you find me here. I seek their counsel. Yesterday they told of white leaders' friendship. Yesterday you came in peace. Last night Coyote warned. Today, Ninambia are silent.
White Dog, you're a long way from home. I have orders to see you safely to your Wind River hunting grounds.
I have orders, too. From my people.
We camped together last night. If we had come to harm you, we could have made quick work of it.
Last night, Coyote warned. My people listen.
You'd better counsel again with your people, White Dog. In 1 hour, we're moving on to Fort Lyon. All of us.
My son. You will take us by force?
I don't want to.
Let us move our own way. Our belief is not your belief.
And yet, we both believe in peace.
You will keep peace if you go. Leave us alone. My people will look on that as a mark of trust. My son, believe me. A sign that we have your respect. This will bring much goodwill, much peace.
I'll do this much, White Dog. My patrol and I will report to Fort Lyon as ordered. I will powwow there with white chiefs. Tell them your wishes. If we do not return in 2 suns, you will know you are free to move in your own way.
Thank you, my son.
You'll need some sign that says you travel with the Army's permission. I will leave you with 2 flags, a white flag and an American flag. When you march, see your braves hold them high. When you make camp, fly them in full view above your huts.
We will accept the flags. A totem of trust between men. You will not be sorry, my son.
I hope neither of us will have cause to be sorry, White Dog.
You seem worried, Captain. Is it White Dog or the Major's orders to return to Fort Laramie?
I'm thinking, Mr. Syberts. Always look worried when I think.
You know, sir, I thought the commander at Fort Lyon was very cooperative. He seemed to agree with everything you told him about White Dog.
I'm not worried about him or White Dog or Major Daggett, but it's a long way to Wind River from here.
White Dog and his people are a long way from home. You figure him to be about 2 days behind us, sir?
About that.
That'd be Harrison riding in, Captain. Must have come on to something.
Must have. Patrol, halt!
Captain Quint, sir.
Yeah, what is it, Harrison?
Up ahead, sir, in the basin. Cavalry. Must be a full company of them.
They camped?
Well, more like they've just stopped for a while. No real camps, sir. No pickets out.
Wonder what company it is, sir.
Well, it's not from Fort Laramie or Fort Lyon. We'd know about them. Might be someone from Kansas or Nebraska. I'll ride on ahead with Harrison for a check. Move the patrol up after us.
Right, sir.
Let's go, Harrison.
Yes, sir. He's still talking, Captain.
Talking, Harrison?
Like he was when I come on him. The tall one. and the rest listening. Must have a lot on his mind.
We'll leave our horses here. Walk on in.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear the voice of God Almighty telling you, as he tells me, this is the glory road? God knows it is, brothers. I call you brothers. You are my brothers. Amen. And we travel this road together, not as a company of cavalry, not as a commanding officer and trooper, but as brothers, soldiers in the army of God Almighty, with just one supreme commander. So be it, brothers, so be it. And in the battles that are to come, we shall hear the voice together, you and I. We shall follow his orders to the death. And whosoever shall come between us and the voice shall perish, world without end. Amen. Amen, brothers.
Captain, is he a parson, that major?
Might be, Harrison, or maybe it's just like you said. He's got a lot on his mind.
You, Captain, do you pray?
I might.
Then pray now, brother, for the salvation of your soul and for those of your brothers.
You in command here, Major?
God is in command here, brother.
I'm Captain Quince, B Company out of Fort Laramie. My respects, Major.
Major Petrie, A Company, Fort Pierre.
You're a long way from Dakota country, sir.
I hope you're not questioning my right to be here, Captain.
I'm not questioning anything, but I'm interested in your being here. I take it you're not going on to Fort Lyon.
We shall go where our mission takes us.
At Fort Lyon, they think my patrol is the only cavalry between there and Fort Laramie.
You guard your territory jealously, Captain. A base emotion, jealousy. As base as suspicion. I shall pray for your deliverance.
I don't want you praying for me, Major.
Ignorance is sin, brother.
Ignorant, jealous, that may be. But suspicious I am of any man who talks about God and wears half a dozen scalps hanging from his belt.
I make a practice of reporting men who have no respect for rank, Captain.
My commanding officer is Major Daggett at Fort Laramie. I'd appreciate your reporting this incident, Major Petrie, including the 6 scalps.
I'll welcome you in Dakota Territory any time, Captain. I'd say you have a lot to learn.
I was thinking the same about you, Major. We're at peace with the Indians in this part of the West.
Are you?
There's a band of Shoshone a couple days behind us. They have the Army's leave to move to their home along the Wind River.
Our paths may not cross at all.
If they do, you'll find them flying 2 flags, a white one and the American flag. We've told them the flags will guarantee their protection.
We look differently on the American flag in Dakota Territory, Captain.
That so, Major? Out here, it means liberty and justice for everyone. Come on, Harrison.
What kind of man is that, Captain?
The kind of man that scalps Indian women, Harrison.
Well, here's all the answer we can get out of Fort Pierre, Captain. Colonel says Major Petrie's on a reconnaissance mission.
Scalping Indian women's called reconnaissance nowadays, Major?
You want to read the telegram for yourself, Lee?
I don't need to. I know what I saw.
I know how you feel, Lee. We've got troubles enough without the Army fighting itself.
Major, if you'd have seen his men, wild-eyed, frenzied, he was whipping them with his words. What words they were.
Oh, every officer has his way of stirring up his men.
Stirring them up for what? That's all I want to know. From the North Platte as far south as the Cimarron, the Indians are at peace.
I don't know what his aim was.
When you telegraphed Fort Pierre, did you ask the colonel if Major Petrie's a minister?
The answer's there, Captain. He's a self-ordained minister.
6 scalps, Major.
All right. What do you want me to do? I had to call you back here. Captain Matheson's got 2 companies detained in the Black Hills. We've got a garrison to secure, Captain.
White Dog's 2 days late. If he was moving at all, he'd have been through here 2 days ago.
Maybe they're traveling a different route.
To get to Wind River?
I don't know, Lee. I don't know, except I can't spare a patrol right now.
You can spare me.
For what? What would you do?
Start back, look for White Dog.
Not alone, Lee.
All right, give me Harrison then.
Suppose you find White Dog and his people. They're not likely to feel any different. You offered them the protection of a patrol before.
They're not going to fear two men.
Maybe they're not. You feel responsible for them, don't you?
I gave them the flags, Major.
And we don't know that they had need for any other protection.
They're 2 days late.
All right, Lee. You and Harrison.
Thank you, Major.
I'm not finished. When you find White Dog, I want you to make this clear to him. When he's off the reservation, he's entitled to Army protection. And by heaven, next time he'll accept an Army patrol, whether a coyote howls or not.
I'll tell him, sir.
I want to be just, Lee. I want to treat Indians fairly, civilly. But when their superstitions get in the way, I lose patience with them.
I feel the same way, Major.
I'm glad to hear that.
About an Indian superstition and a white man's fanaticism. Blind spots don't have a color, Major.
Captain, gave me a turn at first. Seeing them come straggling up and make their camp right there on our creek.
They didn't bother you?
No bother at all. Excepting just that they was there, and they was Indians. It don't make a man feel real comfortable. My woman now, she just let out one long war whoop and made for the fruit cellar. Like never got her out of there.
She feeling better about it now?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, we just sat by and watched them. They was cooking, cleaning their young in the creek. Never made a move toward us, nor us toward them. Well, now, I got to be honest about one thing.
What's that?
I said we just sat by and watched. That ain't the whole truth. My woman turned her head more than one time. Them braves don't wear much more than they're born with, do they?
Not much, mister.
Yeah. Well, sir, yeah, the sight to end 'em all for me was when they first come in. Now, right away, they run up them flags as high as they could. I tell you, Captain, that flag looks mighty good, no matter who's flying it.
You say they left here day before yesterday?
Now, let's see. Yes, sir, I'm sure of it.
Heading north?
North along the creek.
Well, thanks very much, mister. We must have passed their camp during the night, Harrison.
Don't seem like we could have, Captain.
Well, it doesn't.
Is it just the two of you after 'em this time?
This time, mister?
Yeah. Now, yesterday, there was lots more troopers. And the major who talked to me, I think he said he was a major. Well, anyways, he asked the same kind of questions. Only
what?
Only when I told him about the Indians, he didn't smile the way you did, kind-like. This major, he didn't smile at all.
Let's go, Harrison.
And we saw it clearly, and we served it well. Amen, brother. Amen, brother. Go your way. Go your way. In peace.
What kind of a lunatic are you?
You're still in need of prayer, brother.
You're rotten, foul, evil.
You came upon the Shoshone camp?
I never saw such a slaughter. Old men, old women, babies. Why? Why?
My report will say that we were attacked, Captain.
How many men did you lose, Major?
Oh, we were very lucky.
And all the attackers were killed. Do you like it, Major, killing women and children?
You'll get court-martialed for this.
An investigating party should be at Owl Creek by now. We'll see who gets the court-martial.
For killing Indians?
They'll find the flags waving high over 100 cut-up bodies. They'll find the rifles that were never fired. And there's no mistaking the fresh scalps around here.
You call yourself a white man? Indian lover? Well, I've no time for your kind. Women and children, yes. Nits make lice. An Indian that never grows up is a good Indian. Because he's a dead Indian. And a dead squaw can't bear any more papooses. Not a solitary one.
The killing's just begun. The Indians you haven't killed will massacre innocent whites because of you. Savages answering savages. But your killing's the worst kind. Killing in the name of God.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, Lou Krugman, and Tim Graham. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. You there, don't let that newspaper blow into the street. It costs us millions of dollars each year to hire people who will go around picking up after you. That us includes you. For trash collecting and rubbish disposal come right out of your pockets in Texas. CBS Radio urges you to help keep our streets and countryside neat and clean and less expensive to maintain.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Oh, it's from Jim Lack at the Oglala Agency, Captain.
Asking us to stay away? That's what he usually wants.
Well, this time he's asking for help. Claims he's about to have an uprising on his hands.
Well, the way he parcels out the food, the Sioux haven't got the strength for an uprising.
Oh, here. You read it.
All the troops you can spare, huh? Black must be scared stiff.
But he doesn't mention what the trouble's about, or if it's started, just that he fears it will. Oh, you better take a patrol down, Captain.
That all the troops you can spare, Major?
It is until I know better what the problem is.
Yes, sir.
How long since you saw Lack?
Well, last month, when we went up to butcher the beef on the agency, he was hovering around like a mother hen, making sure no Indian got a fair share.
You saw they did, of course.
Yeah, that's when he ordered us off the agency. I got no way of knowing if the Indians got to keep their meat or not, but they had it when we left.
He's a hard man to understand. When he first came out here from the east, remember, we both thought he had a good feeling about his job. He talked a lot about Indians being human, treating them fair.
You saying he's changed, Major?
Well, hasn't he?
I don't think so. He still talks the same way, pretty much. It goes back to what he calls being human.
He hasn't had much regard for us as human beings.
Or his wife. Never seen her?
I met her when they moved out here. Tall woman, thin, never says much.
Never says anything anymore when he's around. I don't think he feeds her any better than he does the Sioux.
Well, they're sure high on him in Washington.
Yeah, sure, the budget boys. Old Lack's keeping them in the black just fine. Of course, they might feel different about him if there is a Sioux uprising.
How soon can you leave, Captain?
An hour.
Good. As soon as you get an estimate of the situation, telegraph me. I don't know what you'll find.
Well, there's something wrong, Major. Up to now, he looked on the Army as just so much interference. Now he's asking for us. I'd say Lack's in real trouble.
Looks like we got a delegation ahead, sir.
At least they're waiting for us, not charging out to meet us. It looks like Red Deer.
Yes, sir.
He's right at the reservation line. Might be that's as far as he wants us to go.
Red Deer's not a hostile.
Never has been. Patrol! Halt! Greetings, Red Deer.
Greetings, Captain. You do not come our way in long time.
I was here last month. You were off hunting.
Hunting no good. Red Deer no longer find good hunting grounds. Too much white man.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Many moons ago, you tell Red Deer white man leave reservation to Indian.
That's right.
Indian to have fine hunting grounds, good lodges, plenty food. Now lodges no shelter for squaw and papoose. Old, many holes in walls. Bring wind and snow against us. No good food. Now no hunting ground.
You powwow with Mr. Lack?
No good. Red Deer go make talk. Lack he not listen. If Red Deer talk, Lack he take food away, make less. Not good.
That why you rode out from the agency to meet me, Red Deer?
Lack no like army to come. When army come, bad for Indians.
We've never bothered you, Red Deer.
Not you. But when army come, Lack get mad. When Lack mad, bad for Indians.
Is there new trouble on the agency?
No trouble.
You sure?
No trouble.
Good. Now, suppose you ride back to the agency with us.
You give hunting grounds back?
All right, what's happened to them?
White men take all over, dig in rocks, make big holes. Game all run, no good hunting.
Miners?
Dig in rock, make big hole.
Sometimes.
Not good for hunting ground.
No, not good. All right, Red Deer, ride back with us. We'll make powwow with Mr. Lack.
No trouble?
No trouble.
Then come.
You heard me. Now go on, get on back to your lodges. Move now, or I'll cut your rations.
I told Red Deer we'd powwow, Mr. Lack.
You'd no right to do that.
I had the right, and we will powwow.
Well, I want to talk to you first, alone.
All right. Red Deer, go to your lodge and see your braves go to theirs.
No powwow?
Later. You have my word.
No cut ration?
No.
Then Red Deer go.
If you had to deal with them every day, you'd sing a different tune, Captain Quince.
I'd have to live with them every day to know that.
You can powwow yourself half crazy and get nowhere.
I came at your request.
I asked for troops, not a patrol.
If you need troops, you'll get them.
Well, come on inside. You never know who's listening around here.
Mm-hmm.
Better have your men stand guard.
Over what?
Over us.
They'll see we're free to talk, Mr. Lack.
All right. Go on in.
Oh, morning, Ms. Lack.
Captain Quince?
Go on, get on back to your kitchen, Claire. Captain and I have a lot to settle in a hurry.
Yes, James. Oh, you'll tell him about...
I'll tell him everything, Claire. Now, go on. There, you can sit if you want to.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, first things first. You'll telegraph Major Daggett immediately for reinforcements. I'd say we'll need at least 150 men, full supply of arms and ammunition, and, of course, whatever food the Army will require. I can't be expected to feed the Army on agency food. I think the search should begin right away, and after then
You want to slow down a little?
You wait till you've been through it as long as I have, Captain.
Before we move the Army from the entire Department of the Platte over here, maybe you ought to tell us about this uprising.
Mark my words, there'll be one. We don't nip it in the bud. You want a drink?
No, thanks.
Well, they've been growing sullen, without cause, mind you, for the last few days. I've cut their rations each time there's been a disturbance.
Disturbance? What kind?
Oh, delegations, committees, I guess they are. Why? Every time I look up, 2 or 3 chiefs are waiting on my front stoop with some new grievance.
Well, these grievances. They're what you're calling a disturbance?
That's what they are.
I was thinking more like a demonstration of some kind.
I think that's next on their list.
Why?
Because of the guns. Now that they're armed, I say we can expect shooting trouble any day.
You know they got guns?
Of course I know it. That's why I called for the Army. I want you to disarm them first, and after
Where'd they
that...
get the guns?
Oh, Captain, you're the most obstinate man I've ever encountered. I'm head of this agency. It should be enough for you that I say they have guns.
But it isn't enough.
Yes, I can see that.
When this agency was established, it was agreed that the Braves could keep their guns if they were hunters.
That was before my time, Captain. I'd never have agreed to that.
No, but the Army agreed to it, Mr. Lack.
All right. Then you may as well know I changed all that. Shortly after I came here, I was quick to see that no good could come of savages under my control having guns.
You took them away.
For disciplinary reasons, yes.
What happened to their hunting?
Well, what hunting they're willing to do, there's lazy as sin, you know. I figured they could do with bows and arrows.
Now, look, the Sioux are traditional hunters. They're not lazy about it if they got hunting grounds.
They've got hunting grounds by treaty.
Red Deer says the miners scare the game off.
Well, I can't keep miners out of here. That's not my job.
It's the Army's job. We'll run them out.
I'm not interested in miners. I'm interested in the Indians having guns.
So am I.
Now, ever since I took them away, I've kept their guns in one of the supply stores under lock and key. You can be sure of that. Well, yesterday, the lock was broken and the guns were gone.
They took their own guns back.
That was yesterday morning. I found them gone. That's when I telegraphed the major. Well, last evening, I found some of my own rifles gone. Now, I say they're spoiling for something, Captain.
Might be you're right, Mr. Lack.
I know I'm right. And I don't mind telling you, it frightens me.
It should.
I've always been able to handle agency affairs by myself. I've done a good job of it, too, if I do say so. But when savages start arming against me, I don't mind admitting I need help.
I'll start a search going for the guns right away, Mr. Lack.
Well, good.
But you better get some ideas about helping yourself, too.
Well, in what way?
In the way you look on humanity, Mr. Lack. Agency Indians got the right to enough food, proper living quarters, and hunting grounds.
I abide by the letter, Captain.
We'll start our search. See what we come up with.
Naturally, I'll want to help you any way I can.
That'd be by staying right here, Mr. Lack. Let us do the searching. Our way.
Mr. Lack said that store building there next to the laundry was where the guns was kept, Captain.
Did you speak to Red Deer, Sergeant?
Well, he said he'd meet us here.
Good.
Captain, I don't know quite how to say this, but I don't just warm to searching Indians for guns that are rightly theirs.
Well, not all of them are rightly theirs. Some of them belong to Mr. Lack. This is the building?
Yes, sir.
What you doing
Here,
here, Red?
white captain, he will say, no bother, white squaw.
Something wrong, Mrs. Lack?
Red Deer just startled me, Captain Quince. I didn't hear him come in, and then suddenly there he was.
We asked him to meet us here, ma'am.
Yes, so he said.
Red Deer, no bother, white squaw.
No, of course he didn't. I'm just edgy, Captain. We all are, and, well, I've just never got used to their moccasins. You can't hear 'em, you know. You just can't hear 'em at all.
If you've got business here, ma'am, we won't bother you.
Not at all. I was just looking for some soap. I thought we'd stored the surplus here. Guess we've used it all. Mr. Lack keeps a very close check on supplies, you know.
I'll bet he does.
Yes. Well, I'll go now.
Oh, ma'am.
Yes, Captain.
I was wondering, is this supply store kept open as a rule? Anybody can come and go?
Oh, deed not, no. No, Mr. Lack keeps it bolted at all times. He and I have the only keys.
Then you unlocked it just now, before we came.
Yes. That's how Red Deer got in without my hearing him.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
I'll see it's locked immediate. You're finished, Captain.
Yes, ma'am. This cabinet, Red Deer. This where Lack kept your guns?
Not no.
Lock's been spliced clean, Sergeant.
Real clean, Captain. A hatchet, maybe.
Pretty good-sized cabinet. How many guns did it hold, Red Deer?
Not know. Red Deer not know about guns.
They were your own guns once. Maybe you figured you had the right to them.
Many rights once belonged to Red Deer and people. No more.
You hate Lack, don't you, Red Deer?
Red Deer come. Make power with Captain. Captain say talk about hunting grounds. Not guns. Not hate.
But you do hate him.
Not like. Lack give Indian bad lodge. Not much good. Now no good hunting. Hate. Yes. Hate.
Enough to want to kill him?
Maybe kill. Red Deer not need gun to kill Lack.
No, you wouldn't, would you? Well, if you didn't take the guns yourself, Red Deer, you know who took them?
Many questions from Captain. No powwow.
We don't want to search your lodges, but we will if we have to. You understand? We'll go through every stick of building on this agency to find those guns. Unless your people give them up of their own will.
Red Deer not know about guns.
Red Deer, listen to me. We're going to try to do our best for you about the food and your lodges. And we'll drive the miners off your hunting grounds. But you've got to help us, too. Now, you go to your people. Tell them to give up these guns, or we'll come looking for them.
How much time?
Till tomorrow morning.
White soldiers camp on agency tonight.
Yes, we'll have to.
Red Deer go to people. Make talk. If find guns,
bring to, Captain?
Stack 'em in front of your lodges.
If do this, Captain not take papoose from Indian?
Oh, where'd you get an idea like that?
Red Deer go to people.
Now, who's going to take their kids from them?
Nobody. But I'll sure find out who threatened it.
That kind of question doesn't deserve an answer, Captain.
Well, I'm still asking it.
Take their papooses away? Why? What in tarnation would I do with their mangy kids?
The point is, they got the idea you mean to take them.
Well, not from me, they didn't.
I'd steal guns, too, if I got that kind of threat.
But what kind of man do you think I am?
I've had a look around today, Lack. I've seen what they live in, seen what they eat. I know what kind of man you are.
I do my job. I keep Indians in their place. I run an agency with a strong hand because that's the only thing they can understand. But I've never told them I intended to take their children. Now, you can believe that or not.
Got all the food stuff locked up tight now, have you?
All of it. You can go around exchanging honor pledges with them if you want to, Captain, giving your word on this and that. But I keep their food for them. And that's something they understand.
You're wrong, Lack. No man understands starvation.
I'll say good night to you, Captain.
And sleep well, Mr. Lack.
Yeah.
Captain?
Mr. Syberts?
We kept our eye on the lodges until sundown, sir. No sign of the guns.
They have until morning.
I hope they give them up voluntarily.
So do I.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I guess I'll turn in, sir.
Get a good night's sleep, Mr. Syberts. Tomorrow stands a chance of being quite a day around here.
I know. Night, sir.
Night, Mr. Syberts.
Over here, Captain.
Miss Lack?
I hope the pebble didn't startle you. I wanted to get your attention.
You got it, ma'am.
I think we can talk better in the supply store. If Mr. Lack knew I'd come to you, he'd... Please, Captain. We don't dare light the lamp.
Whatever you say, ma'am.
I'm so much to blame, Captain. I want you to know I know that now, but at first I thought it was only right. After so much wrong, Captain, I thought... And Mr. Lack's not easy to talk to. He's never easy.
Whatever you did, Mrs. Lack, I can believe you thought it was right.
That's kind. That's kind. I'm not good with talk. I think a lot, but I never say. I never dare say. Mr. Lack isn't one to listen. I guess I didn't make the Indians understand me very well.
What did you tell them?
About the school. Just the women, of course, the squaws. They're all I see, really, in the laundry mostly. Mr. Lack never comes there, and sometimes we talk.
About the school?
I thought if they couldn't see any hope for themselves here, that it would mean something to think their children would have a better chance. I told them maybe we could start a school.
And they took it you meant to take their kids from them, huh?
I guess I just didn't say it very well.
It was after that they took the guns?
Yes. It's a terrible thing I've done, Captain.
Some terrible things have been done here, ma'am. But what you tried to do was a fine thing.
Children, they're a mother's full hope. A woman will bear anything, knowing her young will have it better and easier. And I don't know what's possessed me, speaking so free.
Nothing wrong with speaking free.
I'm a childless woman, Captain. I've not the right. I'd best get back to my quarters now. I wanted you to know. Will it help? Your knowing?
I think it will, Mrs. Lack. I'm much obliged. I don't see the guns, Red Deer.
No guns, Captain.
You've had time to talk to your people.
No gun.
I asked for your help, Red Deer. Is this your answer?
Can do nothing.
Mr. Syberts?
Yes, sir?
You will direct the search of all lodges, all buildings housing Indians.
Yes, sir.
I'm starting the search with your lodge, Red Deer. Would you lead me to it?
Squaw in lodge.
I won't bother her.
Corporal Mercer, take 3 men, start at the far end. Harrison, you and the others come with me. Captain?
You find something, Sergeant?
No, sir. Fact of the matter is, we lost something.
Oh, what's that?
Miller and Kincaid, Captain. They was too sheepish to speak out till now. During the night, their rifles was took.
Red Deer?
You look, Captain. You know fine.
What's this?
Belong to squaw.
Soap.
For papoose. Learn from white squaw.
Mrs. Lack?
White squaw keep all things very clean. My squaw, she learn from her.
Your papoose could learn from her, too, if you'd let her start a school.
No take papoose from lodge.
You want him to grow up scared, hating, the way you do? Use your head, Red Deer. A school in this agency might make a lot of things better.
Not take papoose from lodge.
We'll have a lot of talking to do later. Big powwow. Red men, white men, settle many things.
You take soap?
Oh, no. Here. But your squaw took it, didn't she? From the supply store by the laundry.
Not no.
Yeah, maybe she took the guns, too.
You find no guns, Captain.
Well, we'll see about that. They're not lying around here anyway. Come on.
Oh. All people taken from lodges. Why?
We're gonna find those guns, Red Deer.
Red Deer, some sort of privileged character, is he, Captain?
He'll stand search in due time, Mr. Lack.
You'll conduct the search yourself, Captain?
Of course.
I'll walk right along with you.
All right, you walk along with me. But save your talking for the Indian Commission. Major Daggett will be sending one over as soon as he gets my report.
Captain, you'd have my job?
You bet I would, Mr. Lack. You'll walk with us, Red Deer.
Yes. This running bird.
Uh-huh.
This many rivers. This squaw of Lockwing.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, walk toward us along that line. Take a good look.
Yes, sir.
Well, what is it, Captain?
You didn't see, Mr. Lack?
I saw nothing.
Well, Captain, it took quite a little doing on their part.
Yeah, a lot of doing, Sergeant. Go on, Mr. Lack. Look again. Look close this time. The beads the squaws are wearing, they're shells, cartridges.
The old men are leaning on canes, only they're gun barrels. The kids got arrowheads hanging from their belts, and right along with them, gun locks, hammers.
You mean they took the guns apart? They're wearing them?
Yep. And if you're smart, Lack, you'll ask to get relieved from your job before they put them back together.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, John Daner, and Vivi Janis. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The songs, the comedy, the exciting guest stars, and the problems that come up wherever the Kingfish happens to be may keep Amos and Andy spinning, but they'll keep you smiling each Monday through Friday evening as you listen to the Amos and Andy Music Hall. For good company and for a barrel of fun, too, make the Amos and Andy Music Hall a nightly stopping-off place. You'll find it on the air 5 nights a week on most of these same stations.
At the gallop! Follow!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
There's a good campsite ahead, Major.
How far are we from Fort Laramie, Captain?
About 25 miles, sir.
That far?
At least.
25 miles and about an hour of daylight. Guess we'll have to make camp.
It's your patrol, Major.
What do you think?
I think we're pushing too hard. We've covered a lot of territory in the last couple of days. The men are tired. Telling on them.
That's your campsite, half a mile ahead?
Yeah, that's it, sir.
One more night of making camp. That doesn't bother you, does it, Captain?
After 6 weeks of it, no, sir. One more night doesn't bother me.
This is what I'm talking about, Lee. Listen to the men a while.
Eating over there? That's Horner and Furnace.
Doesn't matter who they are, just listen to them.
You know what I do? You know? He's gonna be out one more night, Horner.
We was gonna be out one more night. Wouldn't be no concern of mine what you do, 'cause I wouldn't be here.
Oh, well. You'd be here.
You'd have to find somebody else to jaw to, Furnace. I'd just start walking. First woman I come to, red or white, I'd say, you go fetch a parson, woman. You got yourself a man.
Ain't Bessie gonna be glad to hear that. You're not married a year. You're already talking about another woman.
You know how much I've been with Bessie since we were married? Out 6 weeks this time, 3 months of time before, and before that it was... I don't even know. What good's having a wife you gotta say how to do all over again 3-4 times a year?
I never should have asked you no question. You don't want to hear me. You just want to hear you.
You got something worth my hearing?
I'm getting to know this soup bone awful well. If we was going to be out one more night, I'd carve my initials on it. And if it come floating into my supper tomorrow night, I'd take it to that cook and
That's all you got on your mind, soup bones?
I married Lizzie for cooking. She's a powerful good cook.
When you get back to Fort Laramie, you're going to take one look at Lizzie and say, what's for dinner?
I like a good meal.
No, man, like you don't deserve no wife.
Well, Lizzie likes to cook.
God, so I can't remember, can Bessie cook or can't she? But I got no trouble recollecting Bessie herself. Oh, I'm sure going to admire seeing her again.
Come on, Quince.
Wonder what Lizzie's planning for supper tomorrow night.
You still think we've been pushing them too hard, Captain?
Well, I still think they're tired.
They're more homesick.
That might be.
I know, because I'm homesick, too. 6 weeks is a long time. It's a lot longer if you have someone waiting for you. A lot easier, too. Does that make sense, Lee?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Furnace feels it, and Horner, all the married men on the patrol. They all say it different ways, but what they feel is close to what I feel. Tomorrow night at this time, I'll be home with Mary. What about you, Lee?
I'll be glad to get back, Major.
Why?
I like sleeping in a bed.
I'm serious. It's a lonely country, the West. I don't think I could stand it without Mary. I need her. I guess I'm saying I'm not really complete without her.
Mary's a fine woman.
You don't understand, do you, Lee? Horner, Furnace, or me.
I can't understand what I don't know, Major, but sometimes I can get a feeling for it. I can see how it'd be pretty good to have someone waiting.
Patrol! Attention! Dismiss.
Lizzie! Lizzie, what you got for supper?
It's Bessie. Bessie, girl, is that girl in?
Mary!
What you got for supper?
Captain Quince?
Yes, Gord?
Oh, you ain't forgetting about tonight.
Oh, what about tonight?
Well, we talked some of a poker game.
Oh, yeah, that's right, we did.
Of course, who we get to play might be a problem. Can't count on any of the married men.
No, we can't.
I don't know how they put up with it, Captain.
What's that, Gorse?
Well, look at them. Women hanging on their necks, squealing, giggling, some of them crying even. If I come back to that after 6 weeks of campaign, I just might join some Indian tribe.
You'd sooner come home to a squealing, giggling squaw, would you?
I'd sooner come home to nothing, just like I do.
Yeah, that's the difference then.
What do you mean?
Now, look again, those men with the women on their necks. They don't look like they mind a bit.
No, they sure don't.
You dead set on that poker, Gorse?
Well, we could slick up some, go into the village. That cooking at the hotel ain't too bad. And well, you ain't keen on any plan for tonight, are you, Captain?
I guess I'm tired.
Sure.
Gorse,
We can play poker anytime, Captain. You know, that's the beauty of being single. We're free to do what we want anytime.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the beauty of it.
Well, I'll see you, sir.
Sure, Gorse.
Calico's prettier, I think, but nothing will wear like that blue drilling. Not here, it's the wear that counts.
I know, but Tom likes calico.
Oh, my. Excuse me, Mrs. Doolittle.
Oh, of course, Willa.
Hello, Lee.
Miss Willa?
I heard you were expected back today. You look tired.
You look fine.
Do I?
Just fine. Miss Willa,
Yes, Lee?
I guess you're busy.
Well, just a little. Dad's in Cheyenne for a few days, but I'll be closing up in a little while.
You want to take dinner with me?
I'd like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like that, too. Well, You sure look fine, Miss Willa.
Do I?
Fine.
About 7, Lee?
Yeah, about 7.
I'll be ready. Oh, Lee, I've got to get back to Mrs. Doolittle.
Sure, you do that. Miss Willa.
Yes, Lee.
It's sure good to be home.
You don't look like the same man who came into the store this afternoon.
I'm bound to weigh less just shaving.
I think maybe beards are for presidents, like Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Grant, not for cavalry captains.
Well, not for this one, anyway.
Now, you might look very dashing with a mustache.
That'd be a plain fraud, Willa, to look it and not be dashing.
Mrs. Doolittle thought you looked dashing with a full beard today.
I should have asked her to dinner, seeing she'd take me as I am.
Everybody takes you as you are, Lee. Or not at all.
That the way it is?
That's the way it is.
This coffee's a sight better than I've been used to.
It's dreadful coffee.
Oh?
If I didn't think it'd scare you to death, I'd offer to make you some real coffee when you see me home.
Coffee never scares me to death.
But we have an unwritten rule about mentioning my homey little talents, like coffee making.
Oh, you don't have to mention them. I hear about them. Mary Daggett's told me all about the light crusts on your berry pies. Liz Meade never fails to point out how you sew a fine seam and keep your father's house the tidiest on the post.
Poor Lee.
Oh, I don't suffer too much.
I'm not sure you suffer enough.
Well, maybe that's it. Pliny's in Cheyenne, you say?
I think he'll be back day after tomorrow.
You tending the store all alone, then?
I haven't minded. It's filled the days. And when I get too busy, I call for Liz Meade or one of the men around. A lot of folks will lend a hand if I need them.
You reckon you could get someone to take over tomorrow?
You mean all day?
To get where the hunting's good will take all day.
Oh, I bet all my hunting equipment is packed.
Packed?
Oh, no. Yes, I haven't gone hunting for a while, so I just sort of stored it away in an old trunk with some old clothes, you know. Not that I can't get it out again without the least trouble.
It doesn't sound like you, Willa. You go hunting, fishing, right regular.
I know, but... Oh, well, none of this matters. Because if you're asking me to go hunting with you tomorrow, I accept. You let me worry about unpacking that old trunk.
You still like hunting?
Of course I do.
Yeah. I thought maybe we'd ride up around Laramie Peak. It's kind of pretty up that way. Yeah, it'd be good for you if you've been stuck in the store a lot lately.
It'll be good. And I'll love it, Lee.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be nice. If you want to bring any of that coffee you're so handy with, why, it's all right with me.
That you, Captain Quince?
Ah. Seems to be Mr. Syberts.
You all right, sir?
I feel fine, Lieutenant.
Well, I don't believe I've ever heard you whistle before.
Was I whistling?
Well, it must have been you. Everyone else is asleep.
Well, maybe we better go into my room, Mr. Syberts. Wouldn't want to wake everyone in old Bedlam.
I'll just stay a moment. You understand, Captain, it's all right with me about the whistling.
Oh, that's good.
I probably wouldn't even have heard you, except it being so warm tonight, I left my door open.
Yeah, I guess it is a warm night.
Now, I didn't see it myself, so naturally I didn't believe it when all the other officers were talking about it at dinner.
Lieutenant, you making any sense?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, first night back after 6 weeks of campaign, a man's entitled to celebrate any way he likes.
Yes, sir, I believe that.
Little too much brandy after dinner, maybe?
What? Me? No, sir, just one.
Well, then, why aren't you making any sense?
No, I was talking about you, Captain.
I didn't even have one brandy.
Captain, the talk is that right after dismiss orders today, you walked off the parade ground straight to the sutler's store.
Well?
After that, you took a long bath and a shave, called for Miss Willa, and took her into the village for dinner at the hotel.
What do we got here? Officers on picket duty?
Do you mind, Captain? Is all this true?
It's true, Mr. Syberts. Also true is I'm pretty tired. Good night.
And it was you whistling just now?
You making out some kind of report?
No, sir. I just want to be sure of the facts, that's all.
They seem to be in order, Mr. Syberts.
I don't believe it. I mean, I can hardly believe it, and I sure didn't believe it when it was told to me at dinner.
You feel pretty bad about this?
No, not bad. I was just sure that they were all wrong. So sure, I bet $5 they were wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
You never did it before, did you? Right from the parade grounds to call on Miss Willa?
I don't know.
It's not like you.
I don't know what that means. Well, I told you it's late. I'm tired, Mr. Syberts.
Well, I can't help asking, Captain. Does all this mean something?
Well, all right. Yes, it does mean one thing.
Yes, sir?
You lost $5. Good night, Mr. Syberts.
Did you see that, Lee?
Yeah, beautiful shot, Willa.
Now, what am I going to do with an antelope?
Ah, you could roast it.
And feed all of Fort Laramie. He ought to be right through here.
Pronghorn antelope, Willa. And a beauty. Now all you gotta do is figure out how to get him back to the post.
It's all been so pleasant today, I just supposed I had a gentleman with me.
You got a hunter. There's a difference.
I know. A fisherman cleans his own fish. A hunter takes care of his own game. When you take up rod and rifle, you're not a man or a woman. You're a fisherman or a hunter.
You shouldn't complain, Willa. You're good at both of them. You want to rest a while?
You won't hold it against me as being too feminine or anything like that.
There's a stream over there. Some nice, soft boulders to stretch out on.
I'd think you'd be tired, Lee, 6 weeks out in the country like this.
I don't get tired of country like this.
Don't get tired of rifles, sidearms?
Oh, that's a difference. Hunting people, hunting game. Well, which boulder looks best to you?
This one's fine.
You, want some water?
No, thanks.
Hey, look, Willa. Trout in that stream.
Mm-hmm. And the poles are back for the horses. And here's one fisherman who's not going back for them.
Oh, I'm satisfied they're just there, in the stream. Hey, this is quite a spot to just come on to without planning.
It's beautiful.
Food, water, sun, shade. There's caves back into the canyon along the stream. You know, a man could live right here, never want for a thing.
A man could, I guess.
Sure he could. What does he need that isn't here?
I won't say it.
I like it here just fine.
You would, too. Until one day a cavalry troop would ride nearby, or you'd hear someone sound taps from a camp at night. Oh, you'd come running out of your cave, all right.
Maybe.
You know you would. I can't imagine you away from the Army.
Haven't been for a long, long time. Sometimes, like now, I think I wouldn't mind leaving.
To do what?
Live like this. Hunting, fishing, making trails, seeing where they lead. Stopping where I want, starting when I want.
You would, wouldn't you? You'd live like this, and like it just fine. You wouldn't be lonely or need anything, or anybody.
I don't plan that
You
far.
make me sick.
Do I?
Well, yes, sometimes you do. And sometimes you don't. And that makes me sick.
Hey, what's the matter, Willa? I thought we were having a good day.
We were. We are. I'm sorry, Lee. I don't want to spoil anything. Today especially.
I don't either.
Well, then, help a fellow hunter with her antelope, will you?
Sure, Willa. Sure. It's right here, Gorse, on the left forefoot.
Sure is. She's telling us all about it, ain't she? The shoe's loose.
Yeah, but the real hurt's under the shoe. Something's worked its way under there, pebble maybe. That's why she's pulled up lame.
Uh-huh. Well, between the smithy and the men, they'll get her fixed up fine. Furnace,
Yes, Sergeant?
you see this mare gets to the blacksmith. Left forefoot, shoe's loose.
I'll tell him, Sergeant. Come on.
Mind she gets good care. That's Miss Willa's mare.
I will.
She sure sets it real pretty, too, Captain.
Yeah, she does.
You suppose she'll get rid of her now?
You don't get rid of a mare because she pulls up lame.
Well, I didn't mean that. I meant seeing she won't be here. And Pliny's not a hand to ride. Not that he could handle it.
Seeing who won't be here?
Well, Miss Willa.
Now, why won't she be here?
Well, if she moves to San Francisco, she won't be here. You act like I'm telling you something you ain't heard tell of.
You are.
But you've been with her clean since we got back. Yesterday all day out hunting. Well, don't look at me like that. I'm just telling you what Mrs. Meade told me.
It's all right, Gorse.
The way I understand, that's what Pliny's doing in Cheyenne, getting her set up on the train.
Oh?
You mean you was out there all day yesterday and she didn't mention this to you? Didn't you talk none?
Yeah. I talked about living in a cave.
Oh, Lee, I've been worried.
It's only me, ma'am. I come to tell you I can't find him anywhere.
I wonder where he went. Oh, please come in, Sergeant Gorse.
Thank you kindly, ma'am, but I ain't had my supper yet. Neither's the captain. Leastwise, not at Old Bedlam. I talked to Lieutenant Syberts over there. He says none of the officers have seen him since morning.
You must be the last one to see him, then, at the stables.
No, ma'am. Furnace said he'd come back later and rode off. He didn't say nothing, just rode off. About noon, that was.
Funny. I started to say it's not likely, but it's just like him, isn't it, Sergeant? Riding off alone without a word to anyone.
Oh, it ain't that he can't take care of himself, Miss Willa.
No, it's not that. Well, please go have your supper. Thanks for your trouble.
No trouble, ma'am. And don't you fret now, you hear?
I won't. Good night, Sergeant.
Gauze.
You in one piece, Captain Quince?
Yeah, I think so.
I've been looking for you most of the afternoon. I missed my supper poking around hunting for you.
Missed mine, too. I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was.
I believe you.
I'm sorry about your supper.
No matter about that. I just missed food. Miss Willa now, she missed you.
You sure you want to talk out here, Lee?
Yeah. What I got to say... well, it'll come easier without these lamps on. You can... you can sit if you like.
Thank you. You, Lee?
No, I'm going to stand.
You know, I tried to tell you myself. Last night when we got back from hunting, I couldn't believe I hadn't told you. But I kept thinking there'd be a time that'd seem more right. And it just didn't come.
I put together some things today, like at dinner the other night, about things being packed away. And yesterday, before we left Laramie Peak, something about you not wanting to spoil things. That part's all right, Willa.
I hope so.
Willa, what's in San Francisco?
For me, a lot of things that aren't here. It's a life I don't know, a chance. A lot of chances I don't have here. Mostly, I guess it's everything that Fort Laramie isn't.
You tired of Fort Laramie?
I'm tired of me at Fort Laramie.
You?
Me.
Well, I want you to know I liked yesterday. I've been giving it a lot of thought today. I liked yesterday. I liked taking dinner with you the night I got back. I liked knowing you'd be here.
I liked all that, too. But Lee...
No, you better let me talk while the words are coming. Today, I was going over it all. It seemed to me that... Well, there are a lot of things we like the same way, and...
Lee, don't. Don't say any more.
Well, it's not coming easy. I'm not saying it well. What I'm trying to say is...
I know what you're trying to say, and I don't want you to say it.
You don't?
Are you asking me to marry you, Lee?
I'm coming real close to
No.
that.
Don't come close. Don't say it.
All right.
How long, I wonder, I've wanted you to say it. I think I've prayed you to ask me. Like all those times I prayed you'd come near me, and you didn't. I've waited and wanted so long, Lee.
I'm not pretending to understand.
You said it yesterday. You liked stopping where you want, starting where you want. You like me when and where you want to. And you'll miss me when I go. But you don't love me. The way to a marriage. You know you don't.
You're saying no, Willa.
We're both saying no. Lee, if you hadn't heard I was going away, would you have come here to ask me?
Well, I don't know.
I know. Not tonight, or next week, or next year.
I'll miss you.
I'll miss you. I think I'll always miss you.
Yeah. Well, I'll say goodnight now.
Goodbye, Lee.
Bye, Willa.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Parley Bear, Dolores Pinard, and John Daner. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. You'd fight for your right to vote. Any American would. But are you prepared to register to vote? In many states, voters must be registered if their political choices are to be counted. Make sure your vote will be counted. Find out where and when you may register to vote in your state. Give democracy a chance to work for you. This has been a public service message from CBS Radio.
At the gallop! Follow!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Captain,
Oh, hello, Sergeant.
these men are answering surgeon's call. Atkin, Chaplain, Furness, Harrison, Holt, Hook, Horner, Madison, Miller, Shaw, Rice.
Now, hold it, Sergeant. That's reading like a roll call of B Company.
It's close to that, sir.
Oh? How many total?
26.
Yesterday it was 18.
That's right, sir.
If this keeps up, we won't have a man answering fatigue call or guard mounting another couple of days. What's the matter with B Company, Sergeant?
I don't know, sir.
You asked the men?
I figure that's a job for the post surgeon.
Yeah, I'll be interested in the hospital reports. All right, that's all, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse,
Yes, sir.
is your name on that list by any chance?
No, sir.
Are you ailing?
No, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir, I'm sure.
All right, Sergeant. That's all.
Yes, sir. F Company, 14 men on surgeon's call. D Company, 19. B Company, 26. At this rate, we can hold tomorrow morning's drill on the hospital grounds.
Well, he's got most of the garrison over there, all right.
B Company seems to be suffering the most, Captain. Any explanations?
Not till I see the surgeon's report. I went over to the hospital right after fatigue call. Major Trucks was too busy to talk. He said in a couple hours he'd know something.
59 men. It's beginning to look like an epidemic.
Maybe.
You have some reservation about it?
Well, depends on what you call an epidemic. An epidemic of real sickness, anyway.
Real sickness?
I'm saying maybe they're just bored, and I'm saying if they are, it's a hard sickness to cure.
You cure boredom with activity, Captain. Lots of it.
Different activity, Major Daggett.
What do you mean?
Well, take B Company. We haven't been off the garrison for nearly 2 months. The days are all alike. The men do the same things the same way, day after day.
Army life depends on routine, Captain.
Because it's the most efficient way to organize men.
That's right.
When that efficiency begins to break down, do you stick to the routine just because it's the Army way?
Of course not.
Well, that's what I mean by different activity.
Well, let's look at our routine, Captain. First call for reveillees at 5:20. Reveille 5:30. Breakfast call 5:40. First call for drill 6:10. Drill 6:15 to 7:15. Recall from drill. Then surgeon's call, fatigue call. Any changes so far?
Well, we might make some in fatigue call.
If they don't clean up the post then, when would they do it?
They clean the post for 4 hours before dinner and 3 hours before supper. That's a lot of redding up.
Yeah, it is. But relieving some of the men isn't the answer.
They could change off. Bindle can always use some help at the sawmill, and the chaplain's an awful busy man, tending the post garden by himself most of the time.
That's something to think about. Of course, we don't know yet if we're battling an epidemic of boredom.
No. No, we don't.
You going over to the hospital?
Yeah, I thought I would.
Tell Major Trucks I know he's been busy, but he hasn't filed his receipts of canned goods shipments from the East for a month now. He's holding up our paperwork.
Canned goods?
Fruit, some vegetables, salt fish.
You been getting any fruit or vegetables to eat?
No, but we're being billed for it. Apparently it's been sent here. That's Major Trucks' department. You just tell him I need receipts.
Right, Major. Well, morning, Chaplain.
Oh. Morning, Captain Quince.
Looks like you need a pick more than a shovel.
We need rain worse. I don't think the Lord means for me to have a garden sometimes.
Garden, Chaplain?
Well, and potatoes anyway. And hardy as they are, they don't grow well in hardpan.
Yeah, the Major was talking about putting garden detail on fatigue call. Guess you could use some help.
He spoke of it just this morning?
Oh, just a few minutes ago. Thought you could use a hand.
A hand? Just a few minutes ago, I put my shovel aside, looked up, and said aloud, "Let thine hand help me, for I have chosen thy precepts." I don't know your belief, Captain, but mine rests strongly on the power of prayer.
Well, now, this help, Chaplain, it wouldn't be altogether unselfish.
Well, no help is altogether unselfish.
We were thinking the men might spark a little to garden detail. A lot of them come from farms.
I've watched 'em come over here to the hospital from drill. Some of 'em just boys in their teens shuffling along like sick old men. I wonder if gardening is the answer.
Well, I'm hoping Major Trucks is finding that out right now. Have any of them complained to you, Chaplain?
Complained?
Well, if they're not sick, if they're just tired, if they got a belly full of the Army, they'd be likely to tell you.
Some of them would.
Well, it would help if we knew.
Captain, the men who seek me out know that their conversations are held in highest confidence.
Well, I'm not asking you to break faith with them, Chaplain, but this sickness, whatever it is growing.
You think it's a morale problem?
I've seen it happen. It's as effective as typhoid for making men useless if it gets a hold.
I can promise you this, Captain. I won't give you any names. But if I get more than my share of men telling me they've got a belly full, as you say, I'll see the Major hears about it.
You'll be seeing the sick later?
Mm-hmm. And praying for them.
Well, luck with your potato patch.
Thank you, Captain.
That's right, men. Put them as close together as you can. We need as many cots as we can get in the corridor.
You, got an emergency on your hands, Major Trucks?
I've got a 12-bed ward and 59 patients, Captain.
You had time to figure what it is that's laying so many men low?
I'm not through examining them all. So far, it could be 59 separate ailments, or 2, or 1.
Anything I can do?
You can get me a bigger hospital. The ward's full. I'm using the dining room, the isolation rooms, and the orderly rooms.
I can set up cots. You got plenty?
So far. The Major knows about this, does he?
He knows there's 59 men on surgeon's call.
What does he say?
Well, he's waiting for your report.
He's got a long wait coming.
Mentioned some other paperwork, receipts for canned goods.
Just got here this morning. First shipments we've had in 5 weeks.
Fruit, vegetables, salt fish?
Not unpacked yet. Hasn't been time.
Must have been some shipments that didn't get through. Major says he's been billed for over a month now.
It's happened before. Trains and stages, sometimes they're waylaid. Captain, you got some time?
Lots of time.
Let's go over to the storage room, unpack that canned goods.
Oh, I can handle it. No need you're leaving the men.
Might be nothing more important for me to do right now than unpack that food. We need help, though.
All right. I'll round up what I can and meet you at the storage room. Well, no label on this batch. What carton did these cans come from, Sergeant? Sergeant.
I don't know, sir.
Well, any way of finding out?
I'm just unloading crates, sir. I ain't paying any mind to labels.
Open this can for me, Sergeant.
You tired too, Captain?
Open it. I'll get it, Gorse.
Couldn't seem to hold it fast. Here, I'll try it again.
Here, Gorse, wait a minute. Gorse, are you sick?
I'm tired. Maybe sick and tired, I don't know. I'm going back to my quarters, Captain. I just can't keep...
Gorse, watch out! Major Trucks!
What happened to him?
He got to trembling, said he was going back to his quarters, and then he walked right into a stack of crates.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Major, he breathing?
His pulse is very slow. You talked to him just before this happened?
Yeah, he said he was tired. I knew that. He's been dragging for the past week. Gorse don't drag major trucks unless there's something real wrong with them.
I've got men just like him upstairs in the ward, played out, exhausted.
He couldn't lift a tin can.
Besides being so tired, did he seem changed? Act different?
You mean like he didn't care?
Yes, insolent. Insubordinate, even?
Well, for him, yeah.
Weaver, Nelson. Yes. Take the sergeant up to the isolation room. Tell my orderly to see he's comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Captain, come on outside a minute.
What about Gorse?
If I told you that whole shipment of canned food spoiled, would that seem like an answer?
About Gorse? No, it wouldn't. You can't be talking about food poisoning. No one's eaten any of that canned food.
Not food poisoning. We can handle that. Captain, the men up there in the hospital, 60 of them now, with Sergeant Gorse. Some of them got pain, some haven't. Some are bleeding, some aren't. A few of them are complaining of their teeth, and some of them, like Gorse, aren't complaining. They're just sitting or laying and staring straight ahead.
I was willing to call it boredom. Made a big speech to Major Daggett about changing their routine, lifting their morale, maybe helping the chaplain with his garden.
I wish they were bored. I'd give anything if they were. Captain, I'm scared to death.
Oh, you'll find out what it is. You always do.
I know what it is.
All those men with different complaints, they all have the same thing?
In different stages. It's scurvy.
Yeah.
I've been afraid of it. That's why I requisitioned the canned fruit and vegetables. They'd have helped if we could use them. Scurvy being what it is, a deficiency disease, it's just about the easiest thing in the world to cure. All you got to do is feed the patients plenty of fresh fruit and vegetables.
Now, look at the chaplain's garden. Potatoes. And not many of them.
That's the trouble with the high plains. Short seasons, too much rain, too little. Too cold in winter, too hot in summer.
My men, Major. If we can't get them the right food...
They'll die, Captain. There won't be a thing we can do but let them.
Reply from Fort Fetterman, Captain. Regret no fresh vegetables or fruit here. Sending patrol to ranches in area not hopeful.
Oh, Fetterman's too close. We can't raise vegetables, they can't. Who else you telegraphed, Lieutenant?
Fort Sanders, Camp Brown, Fort Bridger.
Camp Brown's over in the Wind River Range. Bridger's at least 100 miles further.
Well, sir, Major Daggett said to try them all.
They're too far away.
I know that, sir.
Sure you do, Mr. Syberts, but keep trying.
I will, sir.
And any word you get, no matter where it's from, don't turn any of it down.
Yes, sir. Captain?
Yeah?
Sir, I've read a lot about scurvy, what causes it, what cures it. It can be cured.
Yeah, with the right food.
The British Navy practically wiped it out as long ago as 1795, so there is hope, Captain.
Wiped it out? How, Mr. Syberts?
Lime juice?
Yeah. Lime juice.
Yes, sir. They made it a regulation. Each man was served a specific quantity of lime juice each day, and the threat of scurvy to ship crews just vanished.
Mr. Syberts, limes are kind of hard to come by in the high plains.
Well, I just thought if you knew there was hope, you'd feel better about things, Captain.
I'm not the one to worry about.
I know, sir, but...
But thanks, Lieutenant. And if you hear about any lines, even as far away as Fort Bridger, don't turn them down.
The last two settlers have spoken of a huckster, Captain, of a man who's been through here selling eggs and fresh vegetables.
5 days ago, Chaplain. He could be anywhere by now.
The last settler said 5 days. The one before said 6. We're getting closer to him.
You still praying, Chaplain?
Of course.
You're long on hope, aren't you, sir?
You call it hope, Captain. My word is faith. But the word doesn't matter. I'm long on it, yes. I've built my life on it.
Yeah. Another settler ahead.
And a fortunate settler, too. That stream is life to him.
Lodgepole Creek.
It's a better day, Captain.
I'll take your word for that.
No, even for a realist, it's a better day. We sent 2 sacks of onions back to Fort Laramie this morning. We didn't do that yesterday.
All right, Chaplain. It's a better day. Patrol! Oh! Afternoon, mister.
Afternoon to you, soldiers.
We're down from Fort Laramie looking for fresh fruit, vegetables.
Oh, you got a good bit of looking ahead of you, soldier. Got potatoes.
Oh, we got potatoes, too.
I had some corn, but then, my woman took sick, and caring for her, the corn went bad. Dried out. It makes a good fire, though, that dried corn. I've been using it to cook with.
Saving the logs, are you?
Oh, for winter. It's cold as sin up here in the winters. I don't lay in dry logs now. My woman will just freeze this winter.
She's in the cabin, your wife?
She ain't moved out of that cabin there in more than a month now.
Well, would you mind if I went in to see her?
Say, you some kind of doctor?
This is our chaplain, post chaplain at Fort Laramie.
Chaplain. That's like a parson, huh?
Like a parson, mister.
Well, she's a God-fearing woman. You'll find that book there's right beside the bed. And it just might ease her some talking to a parson.
There's time, Captain?
You know what you have to do, Chaplain. Corporal Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Move the patrol down to the stream. We'll water the horses while we're stopped.
Yes, sir.
It's just a pity you didn't come through here a couple days ago, soldier. There's a huckster come through. I don't know if he had any fruit, but he had himself a big load of vegetables.
Yeah, we've been hearing about him.
If I'd had the price, I'd have stocked up for the woman and me. But they come high. They come too high.
Heading south, was he?
Yeah, he said he was bound for Cheyenne. Maybe they can meet his price in town that way, but it's too steep for a nester. See, I had my eye on some old stalks he had that was going to seed, there was, and I figured for planting, But he just wasn't a mind to trade nothing. He said he'd let 'em spoil before he cut his price.
What were you trying to trade, potatoes?
Oh, he wouldn't hear to that. No, sir, I was willing to trade him. Say, soldier, you got thirst? I mean a real thirst, yeah? Here, now, that parson, he's going to be a while. You come along with me. I keep it in the cellar, now that my woman don't use it for storing what she puts up.
What are you talking about, mister?
Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Here now. I just keep it right back here. Now, mind your feet. There's a sod step or two, and it's pitch dark. Whereas once we get there, dark sure don't matter.
Damp down here. Kind of musty.
Oh, it's all right. You ain't got a complaint in the world. Now, where? There. See what we're looking for. You don't have to see. Help yourself, soldier.
What is that? Corn whiskey?
Corn whiskey? I don't have the patience for that. I told you anyways, I had to burn my corn. No, sirree. This is hard cider. Here.
No, you drink it.
I mean to. It's just more neighborly if you take a swig first. Come on. Come on, get on with it. I'm dry as a bone.
I'm not too keen on hard cider.
Oh, you're thinking about the other man. Well, now, so this here little jug, this wouldn't make the rounds on a hot day like this. Go on.
All right.
That hits a spot, don't it?
That's pure vinegar.
Really? Oh, I call that right picayune, my way of thinking. Here, give me that jug. I got a better feeling for it. Oh, that's smooth. That's smooth. Swig of that now and again. Just make a man forget his lot in life.
Now, wait a minute. How much of that you got, mister?
Ooh, yeah, that kind of grows on you, don't it? You know what? That's going to make you feel better once you come out of the coffin.
No, I want to know. How much you got?
Oh, I got a good bit of it. I make this up every year, whether there's need or not. I do. My woman, now, she just can't understand how there's no crocks around. Praise be, I got it put up in pickle barrels in all sizes, jugs, up and down.
I'll buy it from you, all of it, at a fair price.
Well, now, we could use the money. All of it?
Yeah, I'll buy it all, and give you back 2 jugs. Fair?
Praise be, soldier. I'd done a sight of praying, but I never figured...
Quince, are you down there?
I'm coming right up, Chaplain. Well, mister?
Well, I don't see as how I can rightly refuse. You pay for what you give me back, huh?
You set a price. I'll talk to you later.
I was looking for you down at the stream. Captain, our prayers have been answered. All along the stream, both sides are wild berries, raspberries, currants, blackberries, all kinds.
Of course.
The men are picking them now. We'll take back all we can carry, and I'm selecting some strong young bushes to transplant along the North Platte. You're very pleased, aren't you?
I'm more hysterical than anything.
And that good woman in the cabin says the Indians on the Cheyenne Agency grow asparagus and rhubarb like it was buffalo grass. Captain, have you been drinking?
I sure have, Chaplain. Vinegar.
Vinegar?
Well, the settler calls it hard cider, and maybe it was once, but it's sure pure vinegar now.
Vinegar? Why, Major Truck said vinegar could be a help in arresting the tide of scurvy.
Yeah, he did. I'm buying all the settlers got.
You're certain it's vinegar? Because if it isn't, I'd have to search my soul.
The Chaplain, take my word. It's vinegar. And look on it this way. God moves in a mysterious way, his wonders to perform.
Yes. Yes, Captain, I believe I will.
That's you, Captain?
Well, what does it look like? A stack of crates?
Yeah.
You still playing at being a sick man, Gorse?
It's a good life. Beats being a first sergeant.
Well, B Company can still use one. Any time you want to give up your act here and come back.
Oh, I ain't coming back as a first sergeant this time, Captain. I've been doing a lot of dreaming about that.
Oh, we might break down a stripe or two, seeing you probably couldn't handle the work anyway.
You just keep talking, Captain. I'll keep dreaming. You'll see I'm coming back at least a major, maybe even a colonel.
Going to take over the post now, are you?
No, just B Company. Just for a day or two, long enough to get a captain busted out.
I never counted on your gratitude.
Now, we got to get a captain for B Company who don't go around foisting vinegar on a sick man in the name of hard cider.
You're talking out of a fever. I'm going to tell Major Trucks to keep you here, if it isn't too hard on the rest of the ward. Go on now. Go back to your dream.
Captain?
Yeah?
Thanks.
You get well. One day we'll go back and thank that settler.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Paul Duboff, and Lawrence Dobkin. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Handicapped workers are good workers. With proper retraining, their job records compare favorably on the average with able-bodied men and women on the same jobs. The government is currently retraining increasing numbers of handicapped workers, and industry must be ready to absorb them. For information on the program, write the Veterans Administration, Washington 25, D.C. That's the Veterans Administration, Washington 25, D.C. This has been a CBS Radio public service message.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Well, they're peaceful as can be, Captain. I just checked their camp again.
They been fed?
Yes, sir. The men have just finished feeding them. Well, from all the records I've seen, I got the impression that the Arapaho were more warlike, like the Sioux and Cheyenne.
Mm-hmm.
But these Indians are... Am I bothering you, Captain?
Huh?
I say, if you're busy with something, I won't...
Oh, no, you're not bothering me, Mr. Seiberts.
Yes, sir. About the Arapaho, I'm saying they don't seem very warlike to me.
These with us?
Yes, sir.
They're starving to death. That's why we're moving them. Now, where the devil did I put them?
Can I help you?
Not in my pockets. I thought I might have put them in something in my saddle roll.
If you've lost something, Captain, I'll be glad to help you look.
Yeah, fine. Oh, you didn't see me putting any stuff together before we left Fort Laramie, did you?
Well, you'd packed up when I saw you.
I'd sure hate to lose him now. Put him in at the last minute knowing we'd be coming this way.
Them, Captain?
Sure, them. They come in pairs, always kept them in a little leather pouch, and thought you were going to help me look.
Well, I was. I am, only you haven't said what we're looking for.
The earrings.
Oh, the earrings?
I think I took them out of the pouch, but I got no memory for where I did put them.
Captain, there's a little leather pouch hanging from your gun belt.
Sure, that's it. I wanted them handy so I wouldn't have to look for them.
Yes, sir. You did say earrings.
Sure. Here, I'll show you. Kind of small, aren't they?
Well, they're nice, sir. Garnets, aren't they?
Oh, little ones. Littler than that are the little chip diamonds. In real bright sunlight, they got a little glint to them.
I think they're very nice, Captain.
Yeah.
I'll bet you're glad you found them all right.
They were my mother's. Near to the only bright thing she ever owned, I guess.
You wanted to bring them along on this trip, especially.
Sure. Don't get up this way too often. Well, glad you spotted the pouch, Mr. Syberts.
Captain
Where
Quince...
do you suppose I'd find Harrison about now?
He was giving the mess sergeant a hand the last I saw him, but Captain...
Well, I'll find him. Wonder if it hurts much, Mr. Syberts.
Hurts, sir?
Pretty tender around the earlobe. Bet it hurts like sin to have him pierced.
I imagine it's very painful, Captain.
Yeah. Well, that's one problem we don't have, Mr. Syberts. Harrison?
Yes, sir, Captain.
Come here. I want to show you something.
Yes, sir.
These mean anything to you?
Earbobs?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, they're right pretty, Captain, but they don't mean nothing to me.
Well, they should.
I sure ain't ever seen them before. I'd swear to that.
No, you've never seen them before. I see you still wear that ring you bought. St. Louis, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, St. Louis. But that was a spell ago, Captain, and you ain't figuring to strike up a trade.
Of course not.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Mighty glad. Because I got no need for earbobs.
Oh, I promised him once, Harrison, a long time ago. You were there. I thought you'd remember.
I'm trying hard to recollect, Captain.
She took quite a shine to your ring. Stole it for a while. Then she said something about pretties not being for her.
You talking about old Hattie, what's her name?
Mm-hmm, Hattie Pelfrey.
Why, that old buzzard. I clean forgot about her. She near killed us, Captain.
And then turned around and saved our lives. This is Hattie's country, Harrison. I figure her cabin can't be more than 5 miles to the east.
I'm remembering her now, something fierce. I carried you up to her cabin. You recollect you had that bad leg?
Yeah, I remember.
There you was, shot up to a fare thee well, and that old lady just stood there with a shotgun on us and wouldn't let me bed you down till she took every bit of food and money and guns we had.
And our horses.
Them, too. And them Injuns, dog soldiers. Why, they was coming and going from her place the live long time we was there, bringing her food and all. She was right friendly with the Injuns.
Arapaho.
You mean these same ones we're toting over to the Wind River Valley?
They're all Hattie's friends.
And I've been over there, feeding them, seeing to the needs.
Oh, Hattie's going to miss her friends. I thought we ought to ride over to her place first thing in the morning. Give her these earrings.
She was the meanest, most cantankerous old witch I ever saw. And she was a witch, Captain. More of that than a woman. I never in my life... Did you say ride over to her place?
Yep, before we break camp in the morning.
You mean call on her proper? Like she was a great lady?
I promised her the earrings next time I came her way.
Well, I know, but... Why, Captain Quint, she'd soon fire on you as look at you.
Oh, you're awful rough on an old lady, Harrison.
Old lady.
You coming with me voluntarily, or do I make it an order?
I tell you the truth, Captain. I'd sooner face the Sioux Nation armed with nothing but a toothpick.
We leave at sunup, Harrison. That is an order.
Yes, sir.
If you got any money on you, leave it in your ring with Sergeant Gorse. I'm riding there with these earrings and my carbine.
I'm getting a sick feeling just knowing we're getting near to old Hattie every minute.
You better ease up on your talk, Harrison. We're only about a quarter mile from her cabin. Chances are Hattie can hear every word you're saying.
Probably standing up on her perch watching us, too. I got a kind of instinct when I'm riding into a body's gun sight.
Oh, Hattie wouldn't shoot at this distance.
She's got buffalo guns. They'll shoot nearly a mile away.
Yeah, but she'd have to walk clean out here to fleece us after the shooting. Hattie'd consider that a waste of motion.
Captain, you gone soft on that old lady?
She's every bit as lovable as a polecat. But she did save our lives once, and I promised her the earrings.
It ain't that you trusting her then?
She's pure larceny and a little murder thrown in. No, I don't trust her. I'm just paying an old debt, Harrison.
Yes, sir.
That's the slant of her cabin just beyond the rise.
A man would be plumb foolish to ride straight up to a door.
Uh-huh.
The way she goes around thieving, she might have took a howitzer off an infantry regiment passing by.
She called you a bawling calf once. I swear you're sounding more like one all the time.
Don't you fret yourself, Captain. Once we get around her, I'll be right quiet like.
Oh, she ought to be within earshot now.
I can make out the door from here. It's open, sir.
Hattie? Hattie Pelfrey?
Now, she ought to heard that, Captain.
Yeah, she should have. Come on, we'll lead our horses in.
But if a man was of a mind to get away...
Dismount, Harrison.
Yes, sir.
All right, now, keep a sharp eye out. She wasn't one to stay quiet in her cabin.
I'm looking. Don't you think I'm not? Behind every rock, every blade of grass.
Hattie? Hattie?
Maybe she's off calling somewhere, Captain.
Only life near here was the Arapaho, and they're back at our camp.
But there was one friend in particular, remember? Sent her a side of beef whilst we was with her.
Yeah, Standing Bear.
Yeah, that's the one.
He was an Arapaho chief. I asked about him from the others. They told me he didn't last the winter. Died of the cold. Sure not a sign of her around.
Miss Pelfrey? You around somewhere, Miss Pelfrey?
Yeah, let's go inside, Harrison.
And leave the horses?
Tether the horses. I'm going in.
Yes, sir.
Hattie? This is awful. It's filthy.
Captain, you all right? Captain!
Just a rat, Harrison. I shot it.
Oh, well, sure sounded like old times for a minute there, sir.
The place is probably full of them.
Oh, she was none too tidy when we was here, Captain. But she's let it go for fair now, ain't she?
Nothing humans lived here for a spell, not even Hattie.
Why, it's no more than a lean-to. Just crumbling. Everything's just crumbling. I wonder what's come of her.
I don't suppose we'll ever know that, Harrison. Well, we better get back to camp.
Yes, sir. She was right old, wasn't she, Captain?
Right old.
I tell you, she was a mean old critter. I didn't warm to her and I feared her some, but I sure didn't wish her no harm.
Well, maybe you were right before. Maybe Hattie's off calling on our friend Standing Bear.
You said he was dead, Captain.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, you come to see Morby too, Captain?
They said over at headquarters that Major Daggett was over here expecting me.
Major Daggett sick?
I don't know. Went over to his office to give him my report. His orderly said they were expecting me at the hospital.
Sure hope nothing's wrong.
Yeah, well, I better find him. Oh, how's Morby getting along?
He's fine.
His leg was broken, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's mended.
Well, I'll try and look in on him. See you later, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Major Daggett.
Captain? Lee, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, sir. But why over here at the hospital?
We can talk in Major Truck's office. You're worn out, aren't you?
Yeah, no more than anyone on the duty. 3 weeks is a long time.
Any trouble?
Moved kind of slow. They were a puny lot, the Arapaho. But we left them at Wind River better off than when we found them.
Oh, that's good. In here, Lee. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
You got someone sick, Major? Mary, is she sick?
Mary's fine, thanks.
Well, then?
Lee, ever since I've known you, I've had the impression that you have no people, no family.
That's right.
Your father died just before the war?
Couple months.
And your mother?
First winter of the war.
You went home, did you, when your mother died?
I didn't hear about it for almost a month. Word moved kind of slow then. Major, what's this about?
How did you hear about your mother?
Her minister wrote me a letter. It was written in ink, and the corporal who delivered it to me wore a bushy red mustache.
All right, Lee, all right. I'm not trying to make this hard on you, but this is peculiar business.
Yeah, it is.
There's a woman down the hall. Major Trucks put her in the isolation room. An old woman, Lee. And she says she's your mother.
She couldn't be.
It wouldn't seem so. I don't know how she got here, but she came about 3 days ago. Whoever she is, she's sick. Awful sick. You better talk to Major Trucks about her.
You can look in on her, Captain. Let her know you're here. But don't excite her if you can help it.
You want to listen to me, Major?
Please. Keep your voice down. I'll be in the ward if you need me.
I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Hello, Sonny.
Well, Hattie. I might have known it would be you.
You got a kiss for your old ma, have you?
I'm not supposed to excite you. My name the only one you could think of?
You don't think I'd breathe the name of that bawling calf you had with you last we met. Besides, I figured I owed it to myself from Mr. Pelfrey to have an officer for a son.
Hattie, how do you figure to get by with this?
Well, Sonny, I'm getting by with it. I don't have to figure a thing about it. Might be the light in here, but you're looking downright seedy.
You got a looking glass?
Lawsy, Sonny, I'm old and sick. You just made my acquaintance about 60 years late. I was a fine-looking young thing.
Yeah, I know you were. You, walked down here from your cabin, I suppose.
Rode part way. walked, crawled, finally hooked on with a scrubby little wagon train.
I don't know. You hate the Army, Hattie. How come you'd make your way here?
Now, where's an old woman like me gonna go when she's ailing? Standing Bear, he's dead.
I know.
I cut that bullet out of you. Saved your hide once, sonny.
Yeah, you sure did that.
Look on it. It's your turn.
All right. I'll do that.
Yeah, you'd best run along now, sonny. Let your old ma sleep. I declare, I'm wore thin.
All right, you sleep, Hattie. I'll look in on you later. Oh, Hattie? Hattie? I almost forgot to give you these.
Understand, I'm not calling it a miracle, but the way that old lady's taken hold since you got back, Captain, well, it's an amazing thing to me.
Oh, she's a tough one, Hattie is.
The men are giving her a lot of attention. That helps her spirit, of course.
If it needs helping.
Captain, you're not eating much. Something on your mind?
Hattie. She takes my appetite.
Oh, I'm telling you, you can rest easy about her. She's going to make it.
She'll make it. Not that that's any cause for me to rest easy.
I just don't understand you. Sure, she claimed she was your mother. You gonna hold that against her? Why, she means that as a favor to you.
She means it as a favor to herself. Look, Major Trucks, you don't know Hattie like I do. She'd pull all your teeth out if she took a fancy to the gold in them.
Sure. She puts on a big show of being crusty. But I saw through that right away. Underneath, she's a sweet old lady.
Uh-huh.
And you don't fool me much either. You think she's pretty fine yourself.
Well, I gotta get back. Oh, you, gonna look in on Hattie? I'll go with you.
I'm stopping off at the storage room. First trouble I've had with it in months.
Trouble?
Pilfering. Somebody's pilfering the medical whiskey.
Captain Quint?
Oh, hello, Gorse.
I just come from the hospital, Captain.
Well, how's Morby's leg, Sergeant?
He's coming along. I come directly from Mrs. Pelfrey, though. She's complaining you ain't been to see her in days.
She's getting plenty of attention.
The men are being right good about calling on her, taking little things like that, but... Captain... Well, sir, we was always ones to speak our minds to one another.
You got something to say. Say it, Gorse.
I know she ain't your ma, but she looks on you like a son, and it grieves her that you don't show her more concern.
Hattie told you that?
Well, I guess I induced her to. I've been to see her a few times, come to know her a bit. I could tell something was, well, like I say, grieving her.
She's getting along all right, isn't she? Doing a good job of mending?
Major Truck says it's near a miracle. But, Captain, that ain't what I'm talking about.
You used to be a good judge of character, Gorse. Now, I'm not saying Hattie's all meanness, but I spent some time looking at her from the wrong end of a shotgun once, and I know
Captain, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon not hear any more about that.
You don't believe me, ask Harrison.
Why, I'll listen to Harrison a while, too. But I got some stripes on him, and I can shut him up.
Mm-hmm.
To me, she's just a nice old lady who's poorly.
You off duty, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Usually can tell when you are. Thought you wore your watch and chain when you were off duty.
Well, I do. That is, I did. Now, that's funny. I swore I put that on special just before I went to the hospital.
I think maybe you're right, Sergeant.
How's that, Captain?
I think maybe I have been neglecting Hattie too long.
Come in.
Afternoon, Major Trucks. How's your patient?
I'm doing fine. No thanks to you, Sonny.
Captain, you missed the show. Mrs. Pelfrey was just up walking around the room like she owned it.
I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I'll leave you two to your talk. Now, you keep walking like you did just now. You'll be out of here in a couple of days, ma'am.
To think I'm going to live to enjoy my twilight years after all.
Oh, there now, there. I don't want to see tears in your eyes.
Sonny'll wipe 'em away. Won't you, dearie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take care of the tears. Oh, Major Trucks.
Yes?
You ever get a line on that missing whiskey?
Her cough medicine's there on her table.
I couldn't help myself. Ooh. Goes right to the spot. Ooh.
What did you ask me, Captain?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, all right.
Well, what are you peering at?
You got a fine color, Hattie. I've heard tell of folks recovering from bad spells getting roses in their cheeks, but yours is more of a flush.
Body's entitled to a bit of tonic and a potion to soothe her throat.
I heard of biting the hand that feeds you, but you come near to stealing it off, don't you, Hattie?
I got most the whole caboodle of 'em fooled. But not you, Sonny. Well, it's all right. I tried, nice and motherly like, to tell that Major Trucks I'd spark to a little whiskey now and then. But I seen he wasn't going to make the offer of his own free will.
He thinks you're a sweet old lady now. Sweet old ladies don't drink whiskey.
Well, you'd be surprised about that, Sonny. Now, me, I've been nursing my own ills for more years than I can tell. And there comes a time when a nip is all these old bones will respond to.
The earrings look mighty nice on you.
Yeah, well, they don't look nice at all, but I mean to wear 'em. You told me there's your own ma's. I recollect that. I'm right proud to wear 'em. Well, with them diamonds, though, Sonny, not the size of hen's teeth, even.
I was at your cabin, Hattie. You can't go back there.
You rushing me out.
You're coming back strong. You might get an idea to steal old Bedlam or the Platte River Bridge, and we need 'em.
You know, I got a mind to go up, live with Standing Bear's kinfolk, Wind River. If anyone was to see I got there safe.
I'll see you there, Hattie, when you're right able.
Well, you're a fine son, dearie. Well, best you go now. Let your old ma get a rest.
Oh, I might just want to kiss your cheek, just to be sure you'll rest easy.
Why, Sonny, did you can.
Sergeant Gorse will be glad I found his watch.
Now, how do you suppose that got under my pillow?
Doesn't matter. Must have been kind of bulky sleeping on anyway.
I'll rest easier now, Sonny.
I know you will. Oh, the money belt you took off me just now, Hattie. It won't bother you resting none. I took the money out before I came in. Sleep well, Ma.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Sam Edwards, and Paul Duboff. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seibertz.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Nobody approves of slums. About 1 out of 9 non-farm dwelling units are in slum condition, and slum conditions don't stay still in a neglected house or area. Unless someone takes action, slums will grow unchecked. If you'd like to take action, CBS Radio urges you to write to the American Council to Improve Our Neighborhoods for their free leaflet that explains what everyday citizens can do to prevent and eliminate slums. Just write to Action, Box 20, New York 19.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Sergeant? This one's fresh killed.
And fresh skinned, sir.
How many buffalo we found this way?
Well, we come on 10 with this one. The men are fanning out looking for more.
They wouldn't be far away if there are more.
They're right dumb, aren't they, Captain? Buffalo must be the dumbest critters they is.
Well, couldn't call them crafty, but they're half blind. Can't see trouble when they're heading right into it. Lieutenant Seibert's back from the agency yet?
Well, yes, sir. He brought the wagon. They're loading carcasses in it back by the Willa.
They better get a move on. That meat'll cook in this heat.
Captain, you got the feeling there's something wrong?
Wrong?
Well, I seen Injuns kill buffalo before, lots of them. But I never seen them leave this much meat on them.
Maybe agency life is making them lazy, Gorse. Maybe their bellies are too full.
Now, you don't think that, Captain.
I sure don't. I'm going to talk to Mr. Seibertz. Oh, are all of them cut this way?
I think so. I didn't rightly study them, though.
Then study them. All of them. Let me know what you find.
Yes, sir.
Have any trouble getting the wagon, Mr. Syberts?
Oh, no, sir. The agent seemed glad to know we were bringing meat in.
That seem odd to you?
Well, no, sir. I never saw an Indian agency that couldn't use food.
Neither did I.
Oh, excuse me, sir. All right, man, you can move the wagon now. Pick up the rest of the carcasses.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir?
I want to take a look at these.
Hold it a minute.
All right, men, carry on.
Yes, Captain. Get there! Come on!
A lot of waste there, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of waste. How far to the agency? About 5 miles?
That's right.
You went there, you got the wagon from the agent. He said they'd be glad to get the meat. That all he said, Mr. Syberts?
I think so, sir. Oh, one thing he said when we first rode up.
Yes?
He asked us if we'd been engaged a battle.
Uh-huh.
Said that early this morning he heard a lot of gunfire.
Yeah, I'll bet they did.
Captain Quint, sir?
Yes, Sergeant?
I studied them carcasses, all of them, like you said. They're all cut the same way.
Skinned? With the hump ribs cut away?
And that's all.
The men locate any more?
No, sir, just the 10.
According to Mr. Syberts, the Indian agent claims he heard a lot of gunfire this morning.
Well, it was a clear morning. The sound would carry all right. You saw the wagon tracks, Captain.
Yeah, I saw him. Tell the men to get a move on with their loading, Sergeant. Form a detail to haul the carcasses to the agency.
Yes, sir.
We'll rendezvous at the fork of the Rawhide and proceed back to Fort Laramie.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quince, what about the wagon tracks?
All right, Jenkins.
You see these tracks here? The fresh ones?
From the wagon that was just here.
That's right. Now, over here. There. You see those?
Well, yes, sir. They're not as fresh, but you can sure see them. Our wagon wasn't over here, Captain.
And it wasn't down there where they're loading now. Or over yonder where the last carcasses were found.
Well, that's right, sir, but...
Indians don't hunt buffalo with wagons, Mr. Syberts. And when they kill buffalo with guns or arrows, they don't just skin them, cut the hump ribs free, and leave the rest to rot in the prairie. From its horns to its chips, Indians use all the buffalo.
You think white men did this, Captain?
I'm thinking white men. And if buffalo hunters are moving up to the high plains, we got trouble, Mr. Syberts.
That's reservation land, Captain.
That didn't make much matter to them, Major.
You seem very sure this is the work of buffalo hunters, not Indians.
If it's Indians, they've changed their whole tradition of hunting buffalo and killing them. I tell you, these were fresh killed. And the only meat gone was the hump ribs.
Well, that's the best meat.
Yeah, to you and me, yeah. But the Indians eat everything in the buffalo, including
I know, Lee, I know.
What they don't eat on the spot, they take with them, even the horns.
Always use the horns for tools, implements, don't they?
Yeah, always.
I still hope you're wrong, Lee. It's a small hope, but it's there.
I'd like to be dead wrong. But I saw too much. And the Indian agent heard too much.
The battle?
Remember Texas? You get a clear morning, you could hear those buffalo guns roaring for miles. Enough of them sound like a pitched battle.
Wonder if they're still packing those old Sharps 50s. They're awful heavy.
Gotta be. They shoot ounce slugs, 125 grains of powder, 600 grains of lead, sometimes more.
And the Army struggles along with 450 grain slugs.
Well, we're not killing buffalo.
No, we're not. You know the position the Army's in as well as I do. White men aren't allowed on reservations to hunt, to mine, to anything. We can warn them if we see them before they move into Indian territory. If we catch them there, we can run them off or bring them back to the guardhouse. But we got to see them first.
We may not see him, Major. Until it's too late, we may not ever see him. And then the Army will be in another position.
What other position?
Fighting a war.
Oh, now.
Don't you go roaming off now, Goofy. I want the wagon here so as we can load it.
Awful hot just sitting here.
Well, you sit, you hear?
I hear.
Hey, soldier, this here the sutler's store?
That's it, mister.
Much obliged.
Well, now, you got yourself some knife there, ain't you?
Sharp as your eyes, soldier.
Straight blade, huh?
This one is. Got 'em curved, too. They're nice.
You like curved knives better, do you?
I like what I need. Sometimes I need a straight blade. Sometimes I need 'em curved.
What kind of man's got a need for knives, straight blade or curved?
You goading me, soldier?
I'd be a fool to goad a man sharpening a fine knife.
Yeah. You would. You'd be a plain fool. There's a fine edge coming. Fine edge.
It's your business cutting things?
Let me show you that curved blade, soldier. Now, look at that. Ain't that pretty the way it half circles?
You think it's pretty?
It fits your neck, soldier. Right close and neat like. Now, that's what I call pretty. The fit of it.
Pretty enough. Looks dull to me.
It gets dull. Cutting.
Before I cut a man's throat with it, I'd see it was razor sharp.
I will. I'll tend to that right now. But I'll keep that straight blade handy. In case I run into a soldier who wants to goad a body.
I knew a man like you once. Looked the same, acted the same, talked the same. He was from Texas, this man I knew.
A lot of good men from Texas.
This man, he was a skinner.
A lot of good men are skinners.
This man, though, he got himself killed.
How's a man gonna get himself killed skinning buffalo?
He made the mistake, this Texas man, going into Indian territory. Went up into the Indian Nation. Got himself killed.
You don't know nothing about skinning.
I heard about this man.
You're dumb, soldier. Dumb as can be.
I ain't dumb enough to skin buffalo in Indian country.
I make $50 a month in my keep. With that, I get 50 cents a head on every buffalo I skin.
You do it fast, mister?
The faster I do it, the more money I make.
I'd sure admire to see you at your work.
Yeah, you would.
I would. I never seen a real good skinner at work.
You ain't?
You wanted to please a body, you could tell him how you set about your work.
You thinking about turning skinner?
Oh, I don't think I got the gift for it. Of course, I'm a willing hand and all that.
How are you on thinking?
I'm not too good, to tell the truth.
You might make a skinner at that. The thinking part, what's done of it, that's the hunter job. Old Jake Cuppy there. He's got to find her, do the shooting.
Jake Cuppy?
In the sutlers. He's buying lead now and powder. He's got a line on a big herd.
Where?
What do I care? A big herd, soldier. He'll get me there, do the killing. All I got to do is traipse after him and skin him.
You was going to tell me how you manage that.
You see, you work with a good hunter. That comes first. Old Jake Cuppy, he's good. He shoots them right in the lights.
Lights?
The lights, the lungs.
Now, here I thought a good hunter'd take aim on his heart.
The heart? No. You hit one in the heart, even square in the heart. He's going to run all over on you before he dies, charging around, pawing the earth, carrying on. No need a skinner wasting himself moving all over.
I can see that.
You hit one in the light, soldier. He may take a step or two on you, but no more than that. He drops right on the spot. Know how I mean? A skinner don't go to first one spot, then another.
Well, he don't waste himself, I understand.
And the gift you talk about. I got it for fair. I come on him. And first I ripped him down the belly from the throat to the tail.
With a straight blade?
More than likely, yeah. Then I cut down each his legs. Go around his head, clean up to his ears. Listen here.
I figured the curved blade there.
And now myself, I don't bother with the rest of the head. I right away set to roll the skin back. Just first started. Then I draw a rope tight on the little flap of his neck that's free, see?
Uh-huh.
And I make the other end fast to the team, and then I kick them up. Then pulling that away, shucks that hide right off in that animal. And that's a sight. I tell you, that's a sight.
I just bet it is.
50 cents. Every time I do it. I skinned as high as 50 buffalo a day. Now, that amounts to... Well, old Jake Cup, he usually does that counting up for me.
I guess you think a lot of Mr. Cuppy, huh?
What I got to think of him. I like skinning a soldier. That's what I like.
You putting up here at Fort Laramie a spell?
Tonight, anyway. Maybe longer. What do you care?
As long as you're here, I just want to learn all I can from you, that's all.
It's a good life. A lot of good...
Your name, Jake Cuppy, mister?
How that?
Your name. It's Jake Cuppy?
You don't want to steal up on a man that is eating, Captain. Might make him edgy.
I make you edgy, mister?
I'm getting over it. Sit down as long as you're here. Oh, here, I'll move my rifle aside. You got your eye on it, too.
I seen big 50s before.
I declare it opens a man's eyes, stopping off at an army post. First they tell me I'm welcome to put up with the enlisted men here, and then the only ones that come poking around are officers.
That so?
How come you know about big 50s? Lieutenant claimed he never seen one before.
Mr. Sybert's never saw a buffalo hunter before.
Well, he's seen one now. Where do you find them? Like him, so full of book learning.
We find all kinds, mister.
Yeah, well, you found one there. Now, he's up on all the law in these parts. I'm not talking about your army law now. I'm talking territory law. I think that's how he said it. Something about there's a time of year you can't shoot what Lieutenant calls wildlife.
There's a law.
About hunting?
First Territorial Assembly passed it. It's called Wildlife Conservation.
Well, I declare. In here, I thought the Army was a shooting outfit.
It is, mister.
Now, I'm going to tell you what I told the lieutenant. You're going to make laws out here. You make them about the Indians. But you leave a white man to his work. You hear?
Must be you've shot up all the herds in the South Plains.
Oh, I wouldn't take all the credit for that. Others got their due coming. I'm gnawing at you, Captain. Same way you're gnawing at me. You spoke your piece. Now, why don't
You're wrong, mister.
That's another thing. I'm almost never wrong.
There's treaty law that says you can't go into Indian territory. That means all the land north of Fort Laramie.
I'm getting a mite worried about the Army. Ain't they doing any killing no more?
We're obliged to warn you. If you do go in, we can't protect you.
I just don't recollect asking for any protection. You ought to come along, Captain. This hunting's for a real sporting man.
I saw some of your slaughter the other day. That's real sporting.
Now you hear me what I say. I get paid on how many buffalo hides I ship. That's fine. Now then, folks in the East, they're developing a taste for buffalo meat. All I gotta do is get it to the railroad. And that's fine. I get paid for that, too.
I'd hate to have to fight a war on your account, mister.
Maybe I'd be on your side. I'm good at shooting. I tell you what. You figure a price on Injun hides, Injun meat. Maybe I will be on your side, Captain.
This is Kit Carson country, isn't it, Captain, along the Powder River?
He was up here, sure. All along the bottoms of the Powder. It was black with buffalo then.
Well, the big herds are still up this way, aren't they?
The Indians think so. That's good enough for me. And for Jake Cuppy, apparently.
You take men like Kit Carson, now he was a trapper, a hunter, but you hear good things about him. The Indians liked him.
You're not comparing Carson to Cuppy, are you, Mr. Seiberts?
No, sir, I'm trying to figure out the difference. Both seem to be after the same things.
Seem to be, maybe. The early trappers, the hunters, the mountain men, they learned a lot from the Indians. Made friends with them, like you say. But more, they came to hunt like Indians hunt.
You mean they hunted as they had need?
More of that, they knew what conservation meant even then. That if you kill more than the herd can bear young, you'll run out of quarry. A man like Cuppy now, he likes a slaughter.
I hope we find him, Captain.
I hope we find him. In time, Mr. Seiberts.
The wagon tracks we're following, Captain?
Well, what about them?
Well, looks like they stopped just ahead, sir, right at that line of trees.
Patrol! Halt!
They could be in there, Captain. Cuppy and Gulpy.
They could, Mr. Seiberts. Come on, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse and I are going to move flat into the trees, Mr. Seiberts. Have the patrol stand to cover us.
Yes, sir.
One shot out of those trees and you move in.
Right, Captain.
All right, Sergeant. Run crouch down to the brush. Then we move flat in their bellies.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Patrol, the police service is prepared to charge.
Them high-bed wagons like Gophie had, they move through here better than we do, Captain.
I can't see Cuppy making a camp here.
I can't see him coming in here over the Army's warning.
Just about to the trees, Gorse. Now, don't straighten until we're in them.
Yes, sir.
All right, now.
They're not as thick as they look, Captain.
Well, there, ahead there, Gorse.
The wagon. Well, it's Gophie's wagon, all right. Some hides here in the bed.
His team's gone. Must be thinking to drag the hides back here.
From how far away, I wonder?
I don't know.
I'm trying to figure 'em, Captain. I can see they might hide the wagon so as we couldn't follow its tracks, but we can track horses' hooves just as well.
Not this way, Gorse.
Grain sacks. Well, sure.
Yeah. You fix grain sacks to their hooves, it muffles the sound, leaves almost no hoof prints.
They're smarter than they act, Captain.
Are they, Gorse?
Buffalo guns.
That's one sound they can't muffle. Come on, Sergeant.
We've ridden 5 miles at least, Captain, and no sound to guide us for the last 3.
Don't need sound with sign like that ahead, Mr. Seiberts.
That brown haze like dust?
It is dust. Means a big herd. Probably been stampeded. There's bottomland just after that rise where Clear Creek feeds into the Powder. We'll make for that.
Yes, sir.
At the gallop! Ho! Patrol! Halt! Ride out with me, Mr. Seiberts.
Yes, sir.
Captain, look.
I'm looking, Mr. Syberts. I said it was a big herd.
But it's like a massacre. It must be 1,000 buffalo.
It is a massacre. That much killing of anything without cause, it is a massacre.
Well, Jake Cuppy, he couldn't have shot them all.
He could shoot enough with Gophie helping. Likely the rest were stampeded to death.
Slaughter, that's all you can call it. I don't see how it could happen, so much of it.
Buffalo don't have much eyesight. They count on smelling signs of danger. Guppy's trick is to shoot from far enough away so they can't smell him. We better go down there, Mr. Syberts.
Cuppy, would he cause all this and then hide out, Captain?
He might. Knowing we'd be coming after him. Knowing he and Gophie couldn't hope to haul them all out before we got here. You seen any that's been skinned?
No, sir, not a one.
Captain Quince, over here.
Well, now. That explains a lot of things.
I come on their horses first, down further. They're shot full of arrows, too.
Both of them are still warm, Captain. They haven't been dead long.
1,000 dead buffalo. 2 dead men. That's a lot of death. A lot of waste.
The Indians must still be around, Captain.
Yeah, they'd still be around. Up in the hills, likely.
Those arrows, sir, they're in Cuppy and Gophie and the horses, but not the buffalo.
The Indians weren't after buffalo, Mr. Syberts. Come on, let's move out.
Captain, we'll have to fight the Indians for this?
Not today. Not this patrol. But this isn't the last of the buffalo hunters. More'll come all the time, and we'll fight wars over it.
We've got to just leave things this way?
The sooner we go, Mr. Syberts, the sooner the Indians will move down and get the meat and the hides. Sometimes all a man can do is turn, walk away.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were James Nusser and Barney Phillips. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Syberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Have you a youngster of school age? Right now, for the new fall term, parents and citizens will discover that the enrollment in their community schools has increased tremendously. That means an acute shortage of teachers, schoolrooms, and supplies. Help your youngsters and others in your community by joining up with your local civic and educational groups. Act now to correct the great shortage of teachers and equipment. CBS Radio urges you to help make your community schools fit for your community's youngsters.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
I think maybe I'm wearing thin on this stable detail, Beam. This is 3 days running we drew this duty.
Anytime you want to tell me something I don't know, I'm willing to listen, Harrison.
Tomorrow morning, come fatigue call, I got a mind to bust out of line and volunteer for something more elevating.
I don't see how there's a job on this post more elevating than readying up a stable.
You ain't ever got a complaint, have you?
There's a long list of things I ain't never got, Harrison.
A man ought to want change in his life. He ought to seek it out, try for it. Change, that's what keeps a man's interest alive.
When you bust out a line tomorrow morning, why don't you volunteer for post chaplain?
Now, you think you got off a good one there, don't you, Beam? You're just right pleased with your fine touch of humor.
I thought you knew I was comical.
Oh, I'm standing here near busting laughing. That's how comical you are.
I'll make this arrangement with you, Harrison. I won't talk to you if you won't talk to me.
I'd admire to do that. I just admire to. Bean? Now, come on, Beam. You hear me all right.
That's one of the shortest arrangements I ever had.
Yeah, well, let's rest a spell.
I'm agreeable.
Rest a spell. And have a chaw.
You're getting more likable, Harrison.
No sense in us going at each other. Working as close as we do, living as close. I want to make friends with you, Beam.
Starting when?
This minute.
You ain't one for ceremony now, are you?
Couple of good friends where we are. It's only right we should rest a spell. and have a chaw.
I'm willing.
You, got a chaw, ain't you?
You talking about tobacco?
Of course I am.
I can't call the time I had a plug tobacco.
You lying to me, Bean.
Now, we being such good friends the way we are, why should I lie to you?
You chawing, ain't you? Been chawing all morning.
Well, sure, I'm chawing.
You ain't chawing tobacco. What are you rolling around on your tongue? Shifting one side of your mouth to the other.
Knickernick.
Say that again.
Knickernick.
You being comical again, Bean.
You're just a boy. I keep forgetting. You don't recollect the war much.
I recollect the war better than I recollect that whatchamacallit.
It's bark. Injuns taught us Yanks about it. Red Willa bark, I think it is. Anyways, they'd cut it deep from the trees, cut it into shreds. They used it most for smoking.
You cut into any red willow trees up here on the high plains, Bean?
Well, not me. But last time we was down on the agency, I got me some off a squaw.
I swear you're lying to me.
Why, here, in my pocket. Help yourself. You hankering for a chaw? Makes one.
Well, it's dry as sand.
Well, you got to work it some.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Tastes funny. Hey. You sure this stuff's off a willow tree?
Red Willa.
Or how come they look so pleasing and taste so bad?
Well, I didn't say it was good. You wanted a chaw, I obliged you.
Yeah,
I said you was just a boy.
Well, sometimes I'm hungry. I don't eat a polecat 'cause that's all I got handy.
You got a taste for tobacco. Why don't you buy yourself some? The sutler keeps a fine line. A Bull Durham, seal in North Carolina.
You know why I don't buy. I got no money. Same as you. Same as every trooper on this post. That paymaster ain't been through here in 4 months.
And before that, it was 6.
No money. Pliny, he won't give me no more credit.
You ain't all alone, you know, Harrison. Ain't nobody been paid in 4 months' time.
I'm going to do something, Bean. I don't rightly know what it is now, but that Pliny, he's going to give me some more credit somehow.
Major Daggett, sir?
Oh, Captain Quince. He's about to send for you.
Yes, sir?
I thought this morning's drill went very well.
Seemed to.
But there's one thing that's becoming a problem. Selecting my orderly for the day. I want you to give some thought to it.
In what way?
Well, as I say, the drill seems sharp enough. Soldiering generally is good. The men are keeping the post in good order. The men themselves are the problem about this orderly business.
Let's see now. The book says the neatest and smartest trooper will be chosen as orderly of the day for the commanding officer.
It's supposed to be an honor, Captain. A recognition for good soldiering. Lately, my orderlies have been smart enough, but the neatness is severely lacking.
I'll speak to B Company about it, sir.
We still employ laundresses at Fort Laramie, Captain. And the clothing allowances are far better than they used to be.
Well, when they come.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Just that the paymaster hasn't stopped here since mid-spring.
4 months. I'm aware of that.
Summer soldiering's tough, Major. Campaigns are hard, weather's hot. Neat and clean is a big order.
A good soldier will still make the effort. Pass the word, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Oh, now then. You want to see me about something?
Yeah? The paymaster. I wondered if he's heading our way at all.
Are you running short of funds, Captain?
I'm not asking for myself, sir.
Let's see. Last word I had, he was here at Fort Omaha. And with the stops to make between here and there, I can't say with certainty when we should expect him.
That'd mean stops at Fort Kearney, McPherson, here at the North Platte Station, and Fort Mitchell before he gets here.
Unless he cuts off down to Fort Sidney after he leaves North Platte Station.
Well, 4 months is a long time for the men to go without pay, Major.
I know it. Unfortunately, the route and schedule of the paymaster is not within my province. Oh, are there hardship cases, Lee?
I'm hearing no complaints directly.
I don't like it either. But they're fed and clothed, and I'm sure Pliny's doing the best he can in the way of extending credit.
You are?
Well, he'd be a fool not to.
Pliny likes money, Major. Got a real respect for it. I don't think he feels just the same toward extending credit.
Yes, that's... well, I don't know. It's not enough. No, that's not nearly enough. Oh, I might want to put it in a safer place, though. Yes, I might want to do that. So I'll just put it in these sacks here. Well, yeah, it feels good there.
Morning, Pliny.
Be with you in just a minute.
What do you call that stuff?
Why, money, Sergeant. Yes, money.
Oh, now, Pliny, you don't call that money. You get alone with a couple of sacks of that, and you know blame well you call it sweetheart or something loving like that.
Oh, that's not true. No. I call it money. No, really, I do. Money.
What you gonna do? Bury it, see if it'll grow?
Indeed not. That can be very dangerous, burying money. Just fill these sacks here.
Say, you're getting some shin plasters in there with the big bills.
Oh, my, I wish they'd quit making them. It's confusing. You think you got a nice roll of bills, and then some of them 3-cent notes get in there, and gee. Besides, it won't,
It won't?
No, indeed. An exploded theory years ago.
What is?
If you bury money, it will not grow.
Well, now, I learned something today.
Yes, many years ago, too. Let's see here. There, that completes... Now, I'll just put these sacks in my safe and everything. Are you wanting to buy something?
What kind of cigars you got?
Oh, we got some fine Havanas, just the best there is. Here, I keep them over in the cabinet by the door, under lock and key.
Pliny. It's me, Sergeant Gorse.
Yes, I see who it is. Oh, yeah. Well, I've got long 9s, supers, and short 6s.
And I got a 3-cent shin plaster.
Where?
Right here.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so you have. 3 cents. Well. Now, these short 6s are nice.
They give them away in saloons.
Oh, what? They give them away? Free?
Try not to think on it, Pliny. It might make you queasy.
Free? Oh, my goodness.
Sometimes I pay as high as 1 cent for 2 of them.
2 for a cent? Well, now, I might let you have 1 super, but just 1, mind you, for 3 cents.
I had my mouth set for a long 9 after supper.
Oh, now, you don't really expect that, Sergeant. A long 9 for 3 cents? Why, I'd stand to lose... Oh, yeah, let me see now. How much would I...
You'd stand to make 2 cents, easy.
But these are from New England, Sergeant. Tell the truth, I'm running short of them. Now, this is the last barrel, and
You're practically forcing me into a saloon, Pliny.
You're really desperate for a good smoke, aren't you?
Not near as desperate as you are for my last 3 cents.
You, won't bandy this about the post?
I could bandy my head off, and there wouldn't be no run on your store, Pliny. The way that paymaster takes his time, I stand to be one of the few men at Fort Laramie that's still got a 3-cent note.
Yes, well, now, let me see. Long 9? Well, I don't know. All right, help yourself, Sergeant. 2-1 for 3 cents.
Afternoon, Mr. Sabbats.
Oh, good afternoon, Captain Quince.
Working on your journal and taking the air at the same time, huh?
Too hot in my quarters, a bit more of a breeze out here.
You feel the breeze off these plains. You're an optimist, Mr. Syberts. It's hot. Hot as sin.
Wonder if it's this hot where the paymaster is.
Not near as hot as where most of the men wish he was.
Oh, I didn't mean that, sir.
I did. You feeling the pinch, too, Mr. Syberts?
No, sir. I'm fine, thank you, Captain. I was just thinking maybe it's the weather delaying the paymaster again. Last time it was snow.
It was last month, wasn't it? Well, last month you passed that tobacco around among the men.
My uncle sent it, the one in Connecticut. I wrote him, sort of suggested it'd be nice to get some more, but either he hadn't gotten the letter yet or he didn't get the idea.
It was a good thing, Mr. Syberts.
Thank you, sir.
You still serving on the Council of Administration?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Still have charge of the post fund, do you?
That's part of the duty.
How much money in it?
Let me see now. I have the exact figures in the ledger up in my quarters. I'll run up and get
Oh,
them.
never mind that. You got an idea how much, haven't you?
Well, I'd have to think a moment. According to the general orders, the sutler pays 10 cents for every officer and enlisted man. That's 10 cents a month, payable every 2 months.
About $30 a month, then.
Roughly that.
$360 a year. Have we had any cause to disturb it recently, Mr. Syberts?
Well, we bought garden seeds a couple of months ago. That's in accordance with Provision D of the general orders.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, we took some out to buy newspapers. That's according to the last part of Provision C.
I just wanted an idea of how much, Mr. Syberts.
I think close to $500. Very close to that.
Suppose we let the men draw on it till the paymaster comes.
Draw on it?
Yeah, borrow it.
For what purpose?
Tobacco, beer, whatever use they want to put it to.
But the general orders are specific as to the uses of the fund, Captain.
I'm aware of that,
To make
but
an
I-
independent decision. That is to say, this order comes from the Adjutant General's office. I have a copy of them here. When I was appointed to the Council of Administration, I made the orders part of my personal record.
No need to read me the orders, Mr. Syberts.
Oh, no trouble, sir. I'll be glad to refresh my own memory. Here it is. General Orders number 22, dated April 7, 1866. Well, the first part deals with the sutler, requiring that he make this payment for the privilege he enjoys as post-trader.
I just thought if the men could look on it like it was their own money, not a handout.
Oh, here's
they
the part
might-
I was talking about, sir. The post fund is to be used for A, the expenses of a bakehouse, B, the establishment of a post school for uneducated soldiers who might desire schooling, and for the children of the soldiers.
I was thinking more like a plug of
C,
tobacco.
the establishment of a library and the purchase of newspapers. D, for the purchase of garden seeds. Oh, that's the provision I mentioned previously.
Tobacco or a glass of beer. You know, this hot weather, a man ought to enjoy a glass of beer.
And
if
then
he wants.
finally, provision E provides...
Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir?
I'm getting the idea there's no provision for beer and tobacco when the paymaster's late.
That's correct, sir. I'm sorry to say that there isn't.
Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Syberts.
Captain Quince, I could get a letter off to the Adjutant General's office asking for clarification.
Oh, no, that's a bad habit to get in, writing Washington for clarification. You get into that, you'd have to give up soldiering.
I think maybe I'll go face him alone, Beam. You could linger outside here, in case I needed help or like that.
You got a scheme. I want to hear what it is.
I had a scheme I wouldn't mind telling you. First thought comes fresh into my mind. I'm going to say it to Pliny. Sometimes the first thing I think is best.
You want to take some knick-knack before you traipse in there? Might work up your courage.
I want no such thing. You linger here now.
Look around if you like. Be with you as soon as I close the safe.
Take your time, Pliny.
There we are. Now then, what can I do for you? It's you, Trooper.
I thought it might be a customer.
I mean to be. Now, what I had in mind...
Trooper Harrison, we've been through this before. Many times. Oh, any number of times.
We have no such thing. Not this
Credit. I've been extremely generous about extending credit.
Not recent, you ain't.
Oh, but you're wrong. You're wrong. Last evening I was looking over my accounts. Now, the paymaster is 4 months late, as it is.
Now, I know that without looking into my accounts.
Hear me out, boy. Now, hear me out. Well, I discover that if you give me your full 4 months' pay, we'd still have some accounting to do, you and I.
You think I'd come in here, face the shame of asking your favor, if it wasn't real important?
Well, I don't know, would you?
A man's got his pride, Pliny.
Yes, I suppose so. And next to a man with good credit, give me a man with pride. Every time. Every time.
It's my ma, Pliny. My old gray-haired ma.
No. Oh.
Guess you know how I feel about my old ma.
Well, of course I do, indeed. Of course. Your old ma. Why, sure.
Well, now, she's got a big day coming real soon, and it come to me...
Say, another big day?
What do you mean?
Well, last night, you remember the accounts? I noticed she had a birthday just a few weeks ago.
She did?
Yes. Oh, we got up a nice selection of gifts for her. Half a dozen plugs of tobacco, and it seems to me we tucked in some cigars for Mother.
Fine Kentucky woman, my old ma.
Oh, yeah. And the month before that, on her birthday, we bought Mother 2 jugs of whiskey and a pipe.
Well, now, you recollect about them jugs. Remember they got broke over in the barracks?
That's right. Got broke, and not a drop of whiskey reached the floor. Oh, yes, I remember that.
Oh, yeah, well...
when is Mother's birthday this month?
Oh, now... It's not her birthday this time, Pliny. It's... This time... Well, this time she's... She's, having a baby.
A baby? Oh. Mother is having a baby. Oh, my.
Fine Kentucky woman, my old ma.
Yes, isn't she? Oh, we'll want to do something about that now, won't we?
Well, yeah. I thought we'd get up another batch of plug for some cigars. And this time we'd take special care of them jugs don't get broke.
Oh, all the care in the world, yes. For Mother.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand. You want to start putting everything together?
Yes. Yes, I'll just get this done. Yes.
What you doing?
Here, now, you write down Mother's address.
Write it down for what?
For the parcels. My goodness, we're not going to take any chances this time. No, sir. I'll march these to the post office. Mail them to Mother myself.
Oh, Pliny.
No extra charge, none whatsoever.
Captain Quint's reporting, Major.
Oh, sit down, Captain.
Well, thank you, sir.
Well, I guess this is the news we've been waiting for.
The paymaster?
He's at North Platte Station awaiting our escort. You want the duty, Captain?
It's all right with me.
Pick your men. Leave as soon as you can.
Yes, sir.
If things go as they should, you'll be back here by late Friday, right?
Right.
Well, good luck, Captain.
You worried about the escort, Major?
Of course not. You know what I'm worried about.
Yeah. Well, I'll stop in Laramie Village if you like. Warn them to get ready for attack.
I suppose I could double the guard starting Friday night. But it wouldn't be fair, would it, Captain?
Wouldn't do much good either. Maybe just have the officers stand by as usual.
That's all we can do. Well, move out, Captain.
Yes, sir. 4 months' payroll for 300 men. Well, you might not have a problem, Major.
We always do. I don't see how we can avoid it this time.
Well, maybe we'll be lucky. Maybe we'll be hijacked on the way back.
I came as soon as I could, Captain. I never saw anything like this in my life, sir.
Quite a sight, Mr. Syberts.
Are all the men accounted for?
They won't be for days. Some of them we may lose entirely, Mr. Syberts.
You mean desertion?
A few. Some of them just been waiting for money enough to get out of here. I've got a fresh new batch to tend to.
Oh there. Well, I think this is the last from the village, Captain.
Well, they look kind of limp.
Yeah, and I had to help them get that way, sir. Harrison there bought a raft of lead powder in town. He had in mind to blow Piney up, he said.
Well, the hospital's full. They're stacked 3 deep in the guardhouse. Now, just take them to their barracks, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Syberts?
Yes, Captain?
There's still a guard around the powder magazine?
Oh, yes, sir. Major Daggett's directing that personally.
Good.
The men, they wouldn't bother the powder magazine, would they?
They might, Mr. Syberts. Might blow up Fort Laramie, or they might just pool their money and buy it. This army might do anything on payday.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Sam Edwards, and Clayton Post. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Syberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
This is Norman MacDonald. 67 years ago, as the first hint of autumn stole across the Laramie Plain, the decree was issued to close Fort Laramie as a military post. It was a routine order couched in the clipped, impersonal language of the Army. Fort Laramie had served its purpose. Close it down. Put a period to a chapter of history. Put an end to an era. That's what the decree really said. For the abandonment of the fort on the Laramie marked the closing of the frontier. The story of Fort Laramie is a monument to ordinary men who lived in extraordinary times, of a land that was new and untried, as cruel as it was beautiful. It's the story of small numbers of men with good in them and bad, heroism and cowardice, honor and dishonor. Ordinary men. Ordinary men whose enemies were the rugged, uncharted country, the heat, the cold, disease, boredom, and perhaps, last of all, hostile Indians. Men lived at Fort Laramie and men died there, of drowning, freezing, typhoid, smallpox. Some may even have died from boredom. But it's a matter of record that in all the years the cavalry was stationed at Fort Laramie, only 4 troopers died of gunshot wounds. And so we mark the 67th anniversary of the closing of Fort Laramie, glad of our chance to reopen it, to tell the story of a proud landmark of the Old West and the ordinary men who served there.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
How far you reckon it is to the North Platte, Captain?
10 miles, Sergeant. No more than that. Lieutenant Seibert should have the company bivouac there by now.
You aim to follow the creek bed clean up there, sir?
Not after we water the horses. This spot's good enough.
Yes, sir. Move up, Flint.
Sergeant?
Captain says we'll take a break here, ease those cinches, and lead the mounts down to the stream there and water.
All right, Sergeant.
After they're watered, they can pin graze.
I'll mind them.
Kind of peaceful, ain't it?
It's quiet. Sit down, Gorse. More comfortable than the McClellan.
Yes, sir. Them Shoshones, they got a way of wearing you out. You think they're still running, Captain?
They'll be back. They never run for long. Not when they're hungry.
I never heard of Shoshones as far east as the Nebraska border before.
You can find them as far east as Texas. Only there we call them Comanches. They're offshoots of the same tribe.
They sure don't talk the same.
The dialect's the only difference. They're a disorganized lot, the Shoshones. I guess we can be glad for that.
Yeah. Little of them goes a long way. How about the company, Captain?
We'll know more when we rendezvous. Lieutenant Seibert has orders to make camp on the North Platte until the company's accounted for.
I think we held up, sir.
Yeah, I hope so.
I sure got a thirst.
Hold it, Gorse. You hear that?
Like digging?
Up there. Top of the rise.
I don't see anybody.
Neither do I yet. Come on. And move small.
She's awful little to be manning that spade.
And she's not too handy with it. She must want a hole dug awful bad. That earth's like granite. Yeah, let's go up, Sergeant.
Feels like she's alone.
Yeah. Ma'am, you cut out a big job for yourself.
I got no food, no coffee, nothing to offer the Army.
We're not asking for anything.
Could have come yesterday. Yesterday I could have stood it if you'd come.
You'll be all your life picking away at that hard pan. Haven't you got a man to do this for you?
I had one yesterday. He's dead now. And a man's got a right to a grave.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Get Flint up here. Tell him we need a grave dug.
Yes, sir.
Where is your husband, ma'am?
In bed. In the hut there.
Wait. Hobble them horses and get up there. Foul in here, sir.
Gangrene. He's ridden with it. Must have taken him a long time to die.
Yes, sir.
Got a broken leg.
That's hard pain, Captain.
Looks hard, Gorse. Here, we'll wrap him in these bedclothes.
Right, sir.
The Army always take over this way when it's too late.
It's best he's out of here, ma'am. You ready, Gorse?
Yes, sir.
Easy now.
Don't bury him just yet.
Grave's not ready yet. Drink it, Mrs. Dennis. It's hot, that's all I can promise.
Been a long time at it.
It takes time. Drink it, Miss Dennis.
Luther was a long time at it, too, the dying.
I know.
All the things he's lived through out here. Indian raids and blizzards and drought, starvation. There's never been food enough. But a broken leg. That had to kill him.
You're a long way from help out here.
Yesterday. Just yesterday. And you come today.
Yesterday would have been too late, too, Mrs. Dennis.
Always before I could do something. I freeze with him, starve with him. When's the last time you watched a man die, Captain?
Yesterday.
Did it take 10 days? 10 days and 10 nights? Did you hear him scream with pain and beg for you to go for help and beg you not to leave him?
Miss Dennis! Where will you go now? You got people somewhere?
Oh, sure, I have people. Got parents in Philadelphia who never want to see me again. 2 years ago, when Luther come back for me, they fought us all they could. When they saw I meant to leave with him, they said, don't come back.
You can't stay here.
The nearest to me is here. There's 2 dead babies out there by where I'll set Luther down.
You can't stay here alone. Isn't safe.
I'm not used to feeling safe.
Captain, it's already out there.
Then you can go now.
Mrs. Dennis, this is no country for a woman alone. We'll take you to Fort Laramie. It's safe there. And
You'll
then
leave me be.
It's not a brave thing staying on here. It's stupid.
I mean to stay on with Luther a while yet.
All right, Mrs. Dennis. Let's get back to the horses, Sergeant. We're wasting time.
She wasn't much grateful, was she, Captain?
We did a small thing. She'd no cause to be grateful, Flint. She's no mind to be grateful for anything the West gives her or takes away.
Must have been a pretty little thing once. Kind of dainty-like. How old do you reckon she is, sir?
Oh, early 20s.
Looks most half a lifetime to me, Captain. All drawn tight and mean.
The West does that to a woman. They come here as girls, and no time they're women. Old, past their years. She's not mean, Flint. She's soft as a kitten. She's borne a lot, that's all.
Oh, you think that, sir?
I know that.
You'd think she'd want to leave, though. No use her hanging on to the land. She can't prove it up by herself.
She'll get out once she thinks it's her own idea. Right now, she thinks she can't face the thought of leaving him there. She's got nowhere she wants to go.
Wonder what'll happen to her. I mean, alone, like that. She can't fend for herself, can she, Captain?
Those women I seen out here'd find him a man. Any man. Marry again. Just to live. They hate the West. Chances are they'd hate the man, too. But they keep marrying. To live.
Now this one, Captain.
You seem pretty sure, Sergeant.
Just a feeling. She'll go back east somewheres. Leave her dead. Go back where she came from. She don't belong out here.
She's got no wagon or stock to pull it. If she goes, she'll have to walk.
Maybe she won't, sir. Maybe she won't.
Come in.
You sent for me, Captain?
Yeah, Gorse. Come in.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse, ever since we got back from Horse Creek, the fort's been full of stories that make the cavalry sound like a wet nurse outfit. You know anything about them?
What kind of stories, sir?
You know any troopers who are going around collecting money to send Mrs. Dennis back east?
Troopers? No, sir, I don't.
I've been kind of lucky at poker lately. Thought maybe I'd share it with whoever's running the charity around here.
I guess that'd be me, sir.
I guess it would. Here.
Obliged, Captain.
You're not going to make this a habit?
No, sir.
You taking the money to her?
No, sir. Private Flint's leave starts tomorrow after first call. He'll do it.
That's all, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
She reminds you of someone, Gorse? Girl somewhere?
No, sir, it ain't that. It's just she's so little and all, kind of like a stray. She don't belong out here.
Carry on, Sergeant. Captain Quint's reporting, sir.
I'm afraid you didn't do a very good job on the Shoshones, Captain.
We didn't wipe 'em out, Major, if that's what you mean.
You met 'em near the Nebraska border before, isn't that right?
And they were hightailing it into Nebraska the last we saw, those that lived.
Well, they're back, Lee. And in numbers, too.
They're hungry in numbers.
I'm familiar with your charitable streak, Captain Quince. I understand it's spread to Sergeant Gorse, right on down to the ranks.
There's no cause for worry, Major. It's not widespread enough to be called an epidemic.
All right, Lee. The Shoshones are raiding homesteaders from our side of the North Platte, south along Horse Creek. I understand there aren't many settlers along the creek.
No, not many.
They're not just hungry, Captain Quince. This time they're carrying off women. Any questions?
No, sir.
Then move out.
There's smoke ahead, Captain.
I see there is, Mr. Syberts.
Might be able to surprise them.
Just how do you think we could manage that?
Well, sir, if the fire's still burning, chances are there may be Indians around somewhere.
Look at that smoke again, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir?
Well?
I still see it.
Good for you. Then you see the fire smoldering, not burning fresh.
You think the Shoshones have gone on, sir?
They're not ones to sit around and admire their work once they've struck. Oh! Sergeant!
Yo! Think we can find them, Captain? They're probably hours away by now.
Unless it's a trap, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir?
Sergeant, that's Carpenter's cabin ahead, isn't it?
Was, sir.
You and I'll ride in, Sergeant. Mr. Syberts will move the patrol to that rise to the left and hold the position. 2 shots will be your signal to move in, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir.
That's an old fire, Captain, smoldering.
Mr. Syberts and I know that, Sergeant. Any questions, Mr. Syberts?
No, sir.
Then move out.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Gorse.
That's Carpenter. There, Captain.
Yeah. He's cold. It is an old fire, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
And it'd be his wife's brother by the cabin.
He ain't been here a month, sir.
That's all there was? Carpenter, his wife, her brother?
Just the 3 of them, Captain. I don't see her anywhere around.
It's not likely we will.
You'd think it'd be enough just to kill a man, wouldn't you, Captain?
You'd think so, Gorse. Come on.
No sign of life, sir?
No sign of life, Mr. Syberts.
I was wondering,
I
Captain...
know what you're wondering, Sergeant.
Well, her place would be north of here, sir.
Due north, along the creek. Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir.
You'll take half the patrol and move along Horse Creek to the south. You see those dots of smoke on the horizon?
I see them, sir.
Well, check them.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse, prepare to move the other half to the north.
Yes, sir.
All right, fall in.
I'm going north with Gorse, Mr. Syberts. We'll rendezvous at the usual point on the North Platte. First arrival makes camp and waits, with pickets out.
Right, Captain. I'll judge the fire's better this time, sir.
Use your eyes, Mr. Syberts. Then use your head.
How long you gonna wait, Captain? Nothing stirred up there by her place.
The troopers in position?
Yes, sir. Full circle. Set back in the hills, all around the hut. Likely she's gone by now. Flint would have been through here with the money 2-3 days ago.
Maybe. I'm going in, Gorse. You got a clear shot at the door?
All the way.
I didn't think we'd find her hut still standing. Well, we'll see, Sergeant. Hold your fire, Gorse!
That came from the hut, sir.
The Army's not welcome here, Captain.
You fire that again, ma'am, the whole patrol will move in.
You have some money to give me, too, Captain?
Now we'll talk inside, Mrs. Dennis.
You all right, sir?
No problem, Sergeant.
How many men, Captain?
6, all around the hut.
6 Army men. After 1 woman.
The Shoshones are raiding all along Horse Creek. You're lucky they missed you.
Lucky.
You can bring a few things, but not much. Let's get them together.
You didn't answer me, Captain. I asked you what you come for.
I told you to take you back.
I was real took in at first. I felt sort of kindly toward all the brave Army men who put by the money for me.
Private Flint was here then?
That his name? That nice smiley one who dug Luther's grave? Yeah, he was here. Clean till early this morning he was here. I don't figure I owe the Army a thing now, Captain. Not a thing.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Dennis.
You're always too late, aren't you, Captain? Too late for everything.
I am sorry. I warned you it wasn't safe here.
So your hands are clean. Your conscience is clear.
I didn't mean that.
Oh, you warned me, but I had in mind you was talking about Indians when you said this was no country for a woman alone.
Indians or Flint or any man who hasn't seen a woman for a long time.
Now you've come. 6 of you.
To force you to safety this time, ma'am.
There's a safe place for a woman out here?
Fort Laramie, for the time being.
Flint was from Fort Laramie.
Private Flint isn't the whole cavalry, Mrs. Dennis. You'll get food there. Rest. In a couple of days, there's a stage out for the east.
With cavalry protection?
Not unless it's called for, ma'am.
Go back home. I guess that's all that's left. I hate that, Captain. I hate it.
I know how you feel, Miss Dennis, but I just want to tell you that I...
You don't. You couldn't know how I feel about anything. I'll be getting my things now.
The stage driver says about 5 minutes.
I wondered if I'd see you again, Captain.
I owed it to the sergeant, the troopers, to see their money got spent the way they meant it.
I wondered if I'd find a feeling in me to be grateful to you. Any of you.
No one's asking for any thanks, ma'am. No one expects any.
Oh, once I can forget, maybe I can be grateful.
You're better off leaving.
Luther was a good man. I used to read all he sent me about the West. He saw the good of it. New and full of hope, that's how he said it. I never saw that in it, Captain. I never saw the good.
Isn't all good, isn't all bad either. But you're better off back home, reading about it.
Well, I'd better be getting on the stage now.
Safe journey to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Captain. And I mean thank you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Dennis.
Good night, Leader.
All set, driver.
Yes, sir. Yeah!
Captain, He's in the saloon.
You should feel right about things now, Gorse. You were the first to know she didn't belong here.
I won't feel right till he's settled, Captain. Oh, but how can he be now? The Army can't touch him without Mrs. Dennis tells her story.
She's been through enough.
But how about him? Why, he'd have drawn time, plenty of time for what he'd done to her.
Don't worry about it, Gorse.
Well, now, wait, Captain. You can't do it that way. I've seen you like this before, Captain. You'll kill him.
I'll handle it, Gorse.
You know what they do to you, sir. Killing him ain't worth that.
I'm not going to kill him, but I am going to mark him up. Maybe he'll wish I had killed him. Is he drunk?
Not yet, sir.
In uniform?
No. Still on leave. You give me 5 minutes emergency leave. Just 5 minutes.
You leave him be, Gorse. That's an order.
Yes, sir. Over there, Captain.
I see him. You stay here.
But, Captain...
That's an order, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
Why, Captain Quince. Hello.
Set your glass down, Flint.
Not on orders just yet, Captain. 2 more days of my leave coming to me.
Set it down.
He's got his rights, Captain. This saloon's not run by the Army.
It is now. Clear everyone out of here, barkeep.
Now, you just wait
Sergeant!
a minute.
Clear the premises.
Yes, sir.
What is this?
I don't know what you got in mind.
I do.
There's regulations on my side, Captain.
I'm waiting to hear you say it isn't true, Flint.
Setting your saber aside, taking off your tunic, don't make you less an officer. You can't lay a hand on me. There's regulations.
I'm waiting, Flint.
You touch me and I'll go over your head. I'll tell my story to the major.
You do that.
He'll break you down to my size once I tell my story.
You tell him, Flint, and tell it all, because I'll be there to see you don't leave any of it out.
And don't come any closer. I got every right to defend myself.
You sure do. And put that chair down.
I don't care who you are.
I'm just like you now, Flint. I got every right to defend myself. Your saloon's looking kind of run down, barkeep. Looks to me like it's due for some repairs.
Yeah, it sounded like it. But what about the customer? You just gonna leave him there?
See, he's taken to the infirmary, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. Is he bad off, Captain?
I'm not the best judge, Gorse. I'd say a good Army doctor could get him on his feet again in 6 months, maybe.
That saloon brawling sure is punishing stuff, sir.
It's deadly, Sergeant.
Well, what about me, my saloon?
Well, I'd watch who I let in there after this, barkeep. That man had a bad temper. Threw one of your chairs at me.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, John Daner, and Barney Phillips. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. CBS Radio urges you to follow through to make sure you're registered to vote next November, no matter which candidate you prefer. You are lost in making a choice unless you're registered to vote in a national election. Are you sure you're registered? Are you sure the rest of the voters in your family are? Make sure today. Registration laws vary from state to state. Make sure you're in the book. Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. CBS Radio urges you to follow through to make sure you're registered to vote next November, no matter which candidate you prefer. You are lost in making a choice unless you're registered to vote in a national election. Are you sure you're registered? Are you sure the rest of the voters in your family are? Make sure today. Registration laws vary from state to state. Make sure you're in the book. Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles, Virginia Christine, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Why allow heart disease the opportunity to strike? It's a deadly enemy of mankind and as such must be fought to its finish. Right now, the Heart Association is carrying the fight against heart maladies to new frontiers. To keep that fight going, however, will cost money. Don't let heart disease follow its destructive path unchecked. Contribute to your Heart Fund, care of your local postmaster. That's Heart, H-E-A-R-T, care of your local postmaster. This has been a public service from CBS Radio.
At the gallop! Follow!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
I'd rather take these orders than give them, Captain.
Black Hills?
The Black Hills, the Powder, the Bighorn, the Yellowstone, Montana Territory.
Covers a lot of ground.
Yeah.
You want these orders, you say?
I sure do.
Well, they're your orders. Why don't you take them?
You might be gone 2 weeks. You might be gone 2 months. No, I've got to stay here, set up the parley. These are your orders, Lee.
Well, seeing they're mine, maybe you'll tell me what they are.
Sitting Bull.
Sitting Bull?
I mean it.
You giving me the army from the Department of the Platte to go after him?
I'm giving you a patrol and a slip of paper. This isn't an engagement, Captain. I want you to deliver an invitation to Sitting Bull to parley with us.
Give me a lot of territory to find him in, Major.
And I can give you about 6 scout reports, each one definitely establishing Sitting Bull's camp at 6 different locations, from the Black Hills to the Yellowstone.
Now, I saw Pete Hazen's last report on him. On the Belle Fourche here in the Black Hills. That was 6 months ago.
Yeah, that's the latest report we have.
Well, I can start there. Might pick up some fresh word on the way. When do you want me to leave?
As soon as you can pick a patrol and outfit it. And remember, you're heading north. Plan on anything from heat to snow.
Yeah. When do you plan the parley, Major?
We'd like to hold it before winter sets in.
If he set up a winter camp, he won't move till spring.
If he won't, we'll hold it in the spring.
He might not move then. He isn't much to hold meetings with white men.
And we're hoping he'll come.
Yeah. Well, the finding him comes first. I'll get started, Major.
Oh, Lee.
Yes, sir?
You've seen him?
Once.
You talked to him?
I listened to him. I didn't understand a word he said, but when he got through, I knew what he meant.
I understand he doesn't speak English.
He doesn't have to. He speaks, and you listen, and you watch him, and you understand.
I've never seen him. I've heard the stories, that he's a complete savage, that he hates white men. He's brilliant, that he's stupid, that he's revered, that he's hated. Just like to see for myself.
When you see him, Major, you'll find out one thing in a hurry.
Yeah?
He hates white men.
Captain, sir.
Corporal?
That remount station still ahead?
Better be, Harrison. I'm counting on it. Thought we'd make camp there. Start tomorrow with fresh horses.
Crichton and Doolin, their mounts took the brunt of it when them boulders shook loose a while back.
The men hurt, Corporal?
Shook up, that's all, Lieutenant Syberts.
Well, tell them the remount station is just a couple of miles away. I'd like to make it.
They'll make it, sir. Yeah.
2 more miles, Captain. That'll make 25 miles for us today.
Not bad.
I thought it was pretty good, sir, considering that landslide held us up some. We can average 25 miles a day.
But we can't, Mr. Syberts. Another day we'll be heading into the Black Hills proper. We'll be lucky to make 18 a day through them.
Yes, sir.
Hard going sometimes. Mostly it's slow.
I guess the Sioux could slow us down some, too.
I guess they could, Mr. Syberts.
That landslide, Captain, it could have been started by Indians.
Could have been.
You think it was?
No.
It's Indian country, sir.
Your idea is they shoved some boulders at us to discourage us, Mr. Syberts?
Well, they've done it before.
But they didn't try to make it stick. We're a dozen men. The slide did hold us up, stopped us for the best part of an hour. If there were Indians, Lieutenant, they'd have taken advantage of it. We were sitting ducks.
Yes, sir, I guess we were. Well, it was an idea anyway.
Lieutenant, before you came to B Company, we had a first lieutenant who'd been through part of the war. Never said much. I'd give him an order, he'd follow it to the letter. I could count on that. He'd follow it to the letter.
Yes, sir.
He never asked questions, he never had theories.
I understand, Captain.
He wasn't much good to me, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Your name, Dunsett?
What'd you say?
Your name, is it Dunsett?
Oh, yeah. I guess it is. I don't hear it often enough anymore to be sure.
Kinda quiet running a remount station, is it?
Mm-hmm. Scout now and then, and nester sometimes. This ain't exactly the Oregon Trail, you know. You staying long, Captain?
Till morning. Your horses look good.
They are.
Have any trouble hanging on to them?
You mean Indian raids?
They gone out of style?
Well, you just might put it that way, Captain. I mind a time when I couldn't keep a horse here with 4 broke legs. They'd run 'em off that fast. But lately now, I get to know 'em just like brothers.
Brothers, huh?
Well, I say brothers. I don't know why. Never had any brothers.
About Indian raids.
I tell you the truth, I'd welcome one ever so often. A man needs more than horses, you know. Of course, up to a year ago, Letty was with me, and that helped some.
Letty?
Yeah, Letty Dunsett, my wife.
Oh.
Just about a year ago now. Fella came riding up one day and said he meant to do some mining, though I swear he didn't have so much as a pick with him, near as I could tell. He stayed a few days, and I was busy with the horses, you know. And when he rode off, darned if he didn't take Letty with him.
Well, maybe you're better off with horses.
Oh, yeah. Letty wasn't much of a talker.
This'd be Lance Creek along here?
Yep, Lance Creek it is.
I thought I'd follow it to Beaver Creek and cut up to the Belle Fourche from there.
Makes a nice, pretty trip. Pretty country.
Well, besides the scenery, is that the quickest route into the Black Hills?
I don't know no quicker one. Only count 12 men, Captain.
That's all there is.
Well, you ain't going after him with 12 men.
I say anything about going after someone?
Well, the Army don't come traipsing through here getting fresh horses just for the ride. The way it comes to me, though, you'll need a sight more than 12 men. More than 1,200.
Oh, we're not starting any wars, Dunsett.
Not you, maybe, but you take a white man leading hostile Indians, and you're apt to have a war. And no 12 troopers is...
White man leading what Indians?
The Sioux. Now, don't tell me you ain't never heard tell of him. Man, I don't never see nobody, and I heard of him.
Well, seeing I haven't, suppose you tell me what you've heard and where you've heard it.
The last time was from Coy. Now, you going to Beaver Creek way, you'll run right by Coy's place.
Uh-huh.
He's tall, great and tall. And he's got a beard that's long. You know, long and flowing.
That Coy you're talking about?
No, the white leader of the Sioux. And they say when he talks, it's like thunder. And his eyes is flashing lightning.
Dunsett, you know what I think?
How'd I know that?
I think you've been with horses too long. Take him down to Beaver Creek, Mr. Syberts. I want to talk to the settler.
Looks like he's packing up, Captain. Over there by the barn.
Yeah, it does. Take care of things.
Yes, sir. Corporal Harris.
Yes, sir.
Dismount and unsaddle. 10 grade and water.
Dismount and unsaddle. 10 grade and water.
Moving time for you, mister?
Afternoon, Captain.
Something running you off your land, mister?
Yeah, just for a few days. Taking a load of grain up to Indian Agency. Wasn't counting on no military escort, though.
You need one?
Not as I know of.
I had a talk with Dunsett at the remount station on Lance Creek.
You get a word in?
You know him pretty well?
See him maybe twice a year. Don't dare go oftener. Poor old coot ain't used to people. Talks his fool head off.
Don't make a lot of sense.
He's got a story to tell about a new white leader of the Sioux.
Uh-huh. That's what's brought you up here?
Dunsett says you told him about the white man.
What did he say I said about him?
That he's tall, has a long flowing beard, talks like thunder, eyes that flash lightning.
Thunder and lightning. Well, no, that part is pure Dunsett, Captain. I sure didn't mention thunder and lightning.
What about the rest of it, mister?
Oh, that's gospel. He's tall. Tall as you. There's no doubt about the beard, all right. Of course, you hear all kinds of things. Sometimes you're put to wondering what to believe. Now, I've heard he's got as high as 1,000 lodges. Some say more.
1,000 lodges? Figuring 3 men to a lodge, this man's got a Sioux following of 3,000 braves.
Well, I'm just telling you what was told to me, Cap.
Dunsett added the thunder and lightning. What did you add, mister?
Well, I can't swear to the lodges. I told you that. Yeah, but the man himself, what it looks like, that much I know. I know 'cause I seen him.
When?
Well, I guess it's all 4 or 5 months ago now. Rode up my lane, watered his mule right there at Beaver Creek, same as your men are doing.
And this giant of a man with a flowing beard told you he'd come to lead the Sioux against the white man?
Well, he said as much, Captain. The Sioux need a new leader. Now, those were his words. I come to give him a new leader. That's what he said, plain as anything.
You ready to go to the agency as soon as you load the grain?
Won't take me no time at all.
I'll give you a hand and a military escort.
Well, I think I've managed to quiet him. We don't get much army through here since the treaty.
Your agency isn't used to cavalry patrols?
Passing by, stopping for water, sure. They saw you setting up camp. Made 'em edgy.
Considering we're on a peace mission, we seem to be doing a job of making a lot of people edgy.
It's the times, Captain. Hey, look up there. The Black Hills.
Last sun of the day on them. It's beautiful.
I look at 'em all day. The morning sun on 'em, the bright sun of midday, and now when they're giving up to the night. They're always beautiful. But somewhere in those hills, something quiet is building up. I don't know what it is, but I feel it, and the agency Indians feel it. Someday I got a notion the whole West is going to feel it.
You got mostly Sioux here in the agency?
Mostly.
The Black Hills are Pa Sapa to them, sacred. It's the home of the Sioux deities. Maybe that's the feeling.
Whatever it is, I'm losing Indians to it every day.
With winter coming on, that's the time most Indians head for agencies.
Always before, yeah. But not this year. Just the opposite.
I don't know. I left Fort Laramie 4 days ago to find Sitting Bull and invite him to powwow with us, and every place I stop, no one wants to talk about Sitting Bull. All I hear is that the Sioux have a new white leader.
That's all I hear, Captain.
But you never saw him?
No. But I never saw Sitting Bull. That doesn't mean he doesn't exist.
You figure you've lost how many Indians so far?
Not over 20. I look around at day's end. Everyone's accounted for. By morning, 2 are gone, maybe 3, maybe just 1. And no one ever knows where they've gone, of course.
I'm supposing you're reporting this to the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Sure. Like I'm also reporting there's fewer and fewer Indian raids. Less hostility, less trouble. Now, what do you think they're going to pay most attention to? 20 Indians going off an agency, or 4 or 5 months of uninterrupted peace?
Why do you suppose they sent this patrol up here? This whole area is so peaceful right now, they want to make it official. Want to smoke the pipe with Sitting Bull and tell the rest of the country the Indian wars are over.
I don't envy you, Captain. Riding into the Black Hills just now.
Thanks.
You could send back for more troops.
Well, my orders are clear. I'm still looking for Sitting Bull.
You don't believe the talk about the white leader?
I'll believe it when I see him.
Patch of smoke ahead, Captain. Coming out of that line of hills to the west.
First one you've seen, Mr. Syberts?
No, sir, it isn't. This one seems larger than the others.
Signal fires. Sioux are just letting their people know we're here. Marking our course for them.
We're flying a white flag.
They've honored it, so far.
Yes, sir.
Those signal fires aren't bothering me near so much as that cloud forming ahead. We're going to get some weather before long. Bad weather.
You're more worried about a storm than Sitting Bull?
I know where the storm is, Mr. Syberts.
Well, Sitting Bull might be nearer.
He might.
Signal fires are a warning to someone.
I hope it's Sitting Bull. If it is, we can deliver our message and get out before we get bogged down by the storm.
I guess I don't understand, sir.
We may be attacked, Mr. Syberts. We're in unceded Indian country. It can happen any time. But Sitting Bull isn't likely to attack a patrol flying truce flags.
You know, you don't often hear him described as a man of honor.
The Sioux think he is, Lieutenant.
Yes, but, well, you've met him, sir. You must have an idea what kind of a man he is.
I've an idea, Mr. Syberts.
Captain Quincy.
Now, what does it look like up ahead, Harrison?
Well, the storm's heading our way, all right, Captain. But straight ahead, over the rise, there's a valley set ablaze, sir.
Can't see the smoke.
It looks like part of the storm cloud from here, Captain. You can take my word for it, it's burning away for fair.
Rest the patrol, Mr. Syberts. I'll ride ahead with Corporal Harrison.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Corporal.
Patrol! Oh!
Burning right up into the ravines, Harrison.
They've been marking our course all the way in with signal fires. Might be they set a good one like this to tell us we ain't right welcome in their country.
And it might be they set it to cover their movement away from the valley. Only from up here, we should be able to spot them.
I ain't seen an engine yet, Captain.
We better find some cover for the patrol. We can't make it across a blazing valley. And we can't ride the long way around in this kind of storm.
This ain't a bad campsite, sir. Them granite ledges making an overhang the way they do. Of course, I don't know how near we are to water.
That near enough for you?
Yes, sir, it sure is.
Signal the patrol to move up, Harrison. I'm going to ride along this rim, find a spot for the horse.
Yes, sir. It's clearing off, Captain. The worst of it's moved through.
You checked the pickets yet this morning, Corporal?
Changed the duty at dawn, sir.
Any of them drowned during the night?
If they did, they didn't mention it to me. You still trying to figure out where we are, Captain?
Yeah, I'd kind of like to know.
Funny. You look at a map like that, it makes everything look real simple.
We left the agency on the Belle Fourche, moved along it, and to the west to the Little Powder, west again to the Powder. There's a river in that valley below, Harrison.
If there is, it was on fire yesterday.
Now, let's take a look.
By golly, there is a river, Captain.
Yeah, must be the tongue.
Well, this is new country to me. You sure couldn't see no river for the blaze down there yesterday.
If it is the tongue, we're in Montana territory, Corporal.
Don't look much different.
It's beginning to.
Yes, sir. It sure is.
Captain, coming up the trail. Indians.
How many, Lieutenant? 6? 8?
That's all I make out, Captain.
Pass the word. Hold fire, Corporal.
Yes, sir. Hold your fire, man. Hold your fire.
You don't seem to fear us, sir. Riding up from that charred valley as big as you please.
It's their valley, Mr. Syberts.
Well, yes, it is.
Might be they're just riding up to remind us of that.
You look young, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
Very small camp. How many white soldiers?
12?
12.
That's right.
12. 12 is how many white soldiers?
You are 6 braves.
6 brave.
We are twice your number. 2 white soldiers to 1 brave.
Now understand. Why here?
We have a letter. The white chiefs want to powwow with Sitting Bull, to smoke the pipe, to talk peace.
Letter say that?
Letter says that.
I take.
Captain?
It's all right, Mr. Syberts.
Office of Post Commander, Fort Laramie, Wyoming Territory. You see? I read. You take back.
Thank you. You read well.
I read well. Speak well?
You speak very well.
You white man. Me red man.
That's right.
Color of skin not matter to leader.
Who is your leader?
Leaders say, all men are brother. Now we go.
What was that all about, Captain?
I don't know, Mr. Syberts, but I bet if we follow him, we'll find out.
They slickered us, Captain. We ain't seen a sign of them Indians in a full day now.
Not Indians, Harrison.
Patrol! Halt!
Either you can't see or I'm seeing things.
It'd comfort me some to know you saw him too, Captain.
A giant of a white man with a flowing beard who rides a white mule.
He's the new white leader of the Sioux?
I'll let you know when I get back.
I heard about you, Captain.
I've heard about you, but I didn't really believe it.
Your patrol is flying truce flags. You've got a letter for Sitting Bull.
I don't have to tell you anything, do I?
Red Bear was very proud of his knowledge.
The young Sioux brave?
He told me he met a white brother who was armed, who did not shoot.
You're not armed either.
I'm armed.
You mean the Sioux up on the ridge?
No, they're just interested.
So am I. I hear you've got anything from 1,000 lodges up.
I wish I had, Captain. You can ride up and count them. On my best day, I've got 30 braves. It's a beginning.
Depends on what you're beginning.
A small beginning. Not nearly as big as your invitation to Sitting Bull to smoke the pipe.
You know where he is?
The last I heard, his camp was on the Yellowstone River.
You said you were armed.
I am.
A Bible?
A Bible.
I'm Father Farrell. I'm a Jesuit priest.
You're preaching to the Sioux?
Teaching, I hope. Reading, writing, a little farming.
All men are brothers. The color of the skin don't matter?
Red Bear's learning faster than most.
You've cut out a big job for yourself, Father.
No, I'm not alone. I'm a Jesuit. But there are Methodists out here, too. Presbyterians. You helped Captain with Red Bear. He seemed to respect you, to know he could trust you. Maybe that's the way it begins. With one red man and one white man trusting each other.
Yeah. And like you said, Father, a small beginning. But it's a beginning.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jess Kirkpatrick, Jack Crucian, Howard Culver, Lawrence Dobkin, and John Daner. Sam Edwards is Corporal Harrison, Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Every time a foot goes down on the accelerator of an automobile, somebody is taking life into his hands. And life, anybody's life, is something to be handled with care. If you're out on the highway, drive at the speed that best meets the traffic conditions you find. Obey the road signs and give your attention to traffic signals, too. Be sure the lane is clear for passing when you want to get around. And don't take a chance on the other fellow making room for you. In fact, don't take a chance. Remember, you can't save time by losing lives.
At the gallop! Follow!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Looks like the freight's at the far end of the train, Gorse.
I expect it is, Captain, because I took care to see the wagons was up front here to make the loading easier.
Well, see they're moved to the back.
Yes, sir. You got the list, Captain?
Yeah. 2 men unloading ought to be enough. Nothing real heavy. Here you are.
Rifles, carbines, revolvers, sabers. Well, it says infantry equipment's here.
Well?
You don't suppose they tucked in a few howitzers? We only brought the 2 wagons.
Anything we can't haul back, we'll leave. Let ordnance do its own work.
Rest of it looks like ours. Bridles, halters, and straps, saddles, nose bags. I'll see to the unloading, Captain.
Right, Gorse.
You there, Captain.
Yes?
You from Fort Laramie?
That's right.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm station master here. You better come into my office and get this business cleared up.
Well, the sergeant's got the billing on the Army equipment we're unloading.
Now, that's not what I'm talking about. Now you're here, I just want you to get 'em out of my station. I'm running a guardhouse, you know.
I'd give a little to know what you are talking about, mister.
Them 2 soldiers chained together in there, and a guard with them. They say they're bound for Fort Laramie.
Private Medford and Private Stringer, that right?
That's right, sir. The little one's Stringer. He doesn't say much. Tall, blond one, he's Medford.
And you're Corporal Benjamin?
Yes, sir.
Well, their orders say Fort Laramie clear enough. You got orders, Corporal?
Yes, sir. Fort Bridger, sir, from Fort Leavenworth. A transfer, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I was to escort Medford and Stringer this far, sir, and contact Fort Laramie to secure them from here.
Well, you made contact, Corporal. We'll take over.
I don't understand, sir. Fort Laramie's 40 miles from here. I only telegraphed 10 minutes ago, sir.
We had a good wind behind us on the way down.
Beg your pardon, sir?
We came to pick up a consignment of equipment. Left Fort Laramie yesterday.
Oh, well, then what you said about the wind behind
Was
you...
a bald-faced lie, Corporal.
Yes, sir. The captain displays a fine touch of humor.
You mustn't encourage me, Corporal. Now, you better arrange for your transportation to Fort Bridger. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, on your feet. Private Stringer?
Yeah?
How's that?
That's me, Stringer.
You stationed at Fort Leavenworth?
I was took there. They give me this uniform, this tall one next to me, a length of chain, then they put me on the railroad.
You're a recruit, then?
If that means that I join up of my own free will, no.
You been in the Army before?
Mostly I've been in jail. Don't it say on them papers about me?
If it did, I wouldn't be asking.
I've been in the Army 6 days. I heard talk you could make the arrangement on account of enlistments being slow. I could get out of jail if I signed I'd join the Army.
Stand up straight. Now, you get this, Stringer. There's not the time to tell you how much learning you got ahead of you. But you learn, starting now, understand?
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. I guess we can take those chains off now.
Is there any reason you ain't asking questions of me, sir?
I don't have to, Medford. It says about you in your papers.
Well, maybe it don't say it all in them papers, Captain.
Says enough. There. You ride back to Fort Laramie in the wagons with the equipment. We don't have horses for you.
We ride free of these chains, Captain?
Free of the chains.
Man alone might jump off of one of them wagons.
Might.
But that ain't your worry, sir?
That's your worry, Medford. Jumping the wagon is desertion.
If you walk away, you'll be caught. If you run, you'll be shot. All right, Sergeant, dismiss him.
Yes, sir. Platoon! Yes, miss. Captain?
Yes, Sergeant?
I'll see the wagons is unloaded.
Well, pick what men you need, then take the wagons to the wheelwright. Tell him if he can't fix them proper, to burn them.
Right, Captain. About the new men.
What about them?
Are they assigned to B Company, sir?
They're not assigned anywhere yet, Gorse.
We could sure use them, Captain, starting right now with the unloading of the equipment.
They'll have to be assigned first.
Well, that'll take most of the rest of the day, Captain. There ain't more than an hour's work.
Get someone else to do it, Gorse.
Yes, sir. There's a reason, Captain, you don't want Stringer and Medford to help?
Yeah? Reasons like you'll be unloading rifles and carbines and 50,000 rounds of ammunition.
I guess when you want to tell me the rest of that story, you will.
And there'll be a right time, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
All right, you two. Fall in behind me. You'll report to headquarters company for assignment.
All right, if I ask a question, mister? Captain?
What is it?
Well, now, I'm brand new to this life. I told you that. I don't even know where this headquarters company's at and all like that.
I'll see you get there, Stringer. Any more questions?
I got one, sir.
Well, Medford?
When do they outfit us proper?
Proper, Medford?
I mean, I got this brand new blue uniform. When they gonna give me... When they gonna give me my rifle and sidearms?
When you're assigned?
They mean I should have them firearms then. Just like anyone else.
Just like anyone else, Medford.
Captain Quince.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Are these the transfers, sir?
Private Stringer and Medford.
The major sent me to see if they're assigned and quartered. He's anxious to see you, Captain.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Syberts.
Corporal Benjamin's telegram wasn't quite clear, Captain. Something about respectfully urging that we pick up 2 prisoners from Fort Leavenworth.
You get my telegram all right?
Yeah, saying you were bringing 2 transfers from Fort Leavenworth. Now, which are they, prisoners or transfers?
A little of both, I guess.
If Fort Laramie's to become a military prison, I'd like to hear it from someone other than a corporal.
And these men aren't prisoners anymore, Major. For some reason, they sent them as far as Cheyenne under Corporal Benjamin's guard.
You got their papers?
They're at headquarters company, but I read them. Stringer, they let him out of a civilian jail if he'd promised he'd join the Army.
Oh, under that plan to make up for slow enlistments. I read about it when the order came through a couple of months ago. We decided to face that problem when it came up.
It's come up, Major.
Any idea what he was serving time for?
Oh, he gave me the idea. He's made a career for himself being in prison. I didn't ask about specific crimes. I know this. He's never been in the Army.
We can fix that part. The other one, he from prison, too?
Yeah. Camp Butler first, then Camp Douglas.
You're talking about military prisons, Captain?
Union Army prisons for Confederate captives. Private Lacey Medford. He's our first galvanized Yankee, Major.
Galvanized Yankee? Never heard that term.
Well, it has something to do with iron. When it's galvanized, it turns color. Men like Medford, they were captured in gray, sent west in blue.
Well, like you say, Lee, this is a new problem for us.
Well, might not be a problem.
Oh, but it seems likely enough. Most of your men fought in the Union Army.
That war's long over.
Not in men's minds, Lee. For some men on both sides, it'll never be over.
Major, in B Company alone, we got Irish and English bunking side by side. Same with Germans and French. If we can't put a Yankee and a rebel side by side, we got more trouble than just Indians.
I'm glad you don't consider it a problem.
I said it might not be one. When it is, if it is, I'll treat it as a problem. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
The way you're talking, you've made up your mind to give me Stringer and Medford, huh?
B Company's got fewer men than the rest. Any objections?
No, not from me.
You like challenges, don't you, Lee?
You keep telling me I do.
Well, I hope Medford won't be a problem. But if he is, I'll feel better knowing he's your problem.
Thanks.
What's your impression of him, right off?
Right off, I'd say he's awful anxious to get his own rifle and sidearms. Till I know better, I'm going to figure he's itching to get himself an Indian.
I tell you, Stringer, these private riding lessons ain't going on forever.
Well, I got an idea I could ride just fine if I ever once got on the horse.
Well, you're no young'un. How you been getting around without learning the first thing about mounting?
I ain't been getting around, Sergeant. There's been no call for it.
Will you just sit where you come from?
Sit or laid down. You don't know nothing about me? I mean, before?
Don't know and don't care. But you're sure looking more like infantry to me every minute.
You mean that captain ain't told you about me?
Captain Quint's got important things to think about.
Yeah, he sure has. That Medford. I was captain, I'd think about him a lot.
Never mind about Medford. He can mount and ride and dismount with the best of them.
He oughta. He was in the dirty yellow rebel cavalry.
Stand a horse.
You don't care about that? You want a stinking rebel in your army?
Now, you listen good to me, Stringer. I got a guardhouse with a fine view of the Laramie River down there. Any more talk out of you will send you right there.
Well, I feel a sight safer in the guardhouse. I ain't been a month out of jail since I was 10.
Well, you just talked yourself right back in again, Stringer.
All right. Fine. Can I talk free about Medford now?
You got anything to say, you say it to me and nobody else, you understand?
Well, you ain't thinking this is no secret. About him being a lousy rebel. Why, he tells everybody in earshot. You know, he's proud of it, right proud.
That's his business.
You fought in that war, Sergeant. How can you stand the thought of him being one of you now?
Maybe because I fought in that war, Stringer. What jail was you sitting it out in then?
You think more of him than me?
You're in for a lot of things you won't understand, Stringer. You can think 'em over in the guardhouse.
I ain't gonna think nothing over. But here's something you can think over, Sergeant. That yellow rebel's got himself a lot of guns, all kinds, rifles to pistols and back again. Think it over. See if you rest easy on it.
Medford's outside, Captain. You want I should send him in now?
In a minute, Gorse. How far has all this gone? Can you tell?
It's all over. About him being in the Confederate cavalry, about how he was took prisoner, sent out here now. This thing about the guns, I hear that all through the quarters, too.
You seen the guns?
No, sir.
I checked ordnance in stores. Everything's accounted for. Ammunition, rifles, carbines, revolvers.
Well, he claims he brought them all in with him. The men say that.
In a haversack and saddlebag?
I'm just telling you what the men say, Captain. You said we was going out in a few days. You figuring to take him along?
That'll be up to him, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
You can send him in now.
Right, Captain. Medford, Captain Quince will see you now.
Sit down, Medford.
I prefer to stand, sir.
Sit down. You got any complaints on your treatment here? I want to hear about them now.
I got a complaint. I'm here.
But I can't do much about that, Medford.
Neither can I. I want free to choose.
If you were free, what would you do? Go back home?
There ain't no home. There ain't nobody. Men like you saw to that.
Suppose you could get out, maybe stake a claim, maybe get a little farm,
No,
store.
It's all took out of me. I don't want none of that. I don't want anything save to be let be.
It's not all out of you. The hate's still there.
You bet it is. I get all the strength I got from hating.
Sure, you're feeding it all the time.
Well, there's a lot to hate. This here blue uniform, you can start there. That Spencer rifle you issued me. You gonna let me talk free?
You're talking right free. Go ahead.
Well, that Spencer, I never seen one. I just heard a man about him. We used to figure you Yankees spent one day a week just loading them and the rest of the week firing them at us. We didn't have their like.
No, you didn't. So now you got one. It'll fire 8 shots. Only there aren't any Yankees left to kill.
They ain't nothing but Yankees.
You better get over that feeling, Medford.
I'm gonna die with it.
You don't want to die.
You know that, do you?
You had a lot of chances to die. You could have died in prison if you'd made up your mind to it. You could have died any day out here, starting from the first day you rode in on the wagon.
How you figure that?
You could have jumped the wagon. I'd have killed you. I told you that. And since you're here, you're on the rifle range real regular. The way you've been talking, you could goad a man into killing you.
The men, they've been reporting to you right along?
You've been talking your hate right free.
They tell you about my guns, did they?
Got a lot of guns, have you, Medford?
Well, you ain't searched real good, Captain.
I haven't searched at all. I'm not going to.
If I got guns, you'd have cause to be fearful.
Maybe. Got any more complaints?
What kind of a man are you? I told you I hate your uniform, everything about you, what you stand for.
I'm this kind of man, Medford. I got a cavalry company that's short of men. We're moving out in a couple of days. Now, maybe we don't like the same things, or hate the same things. But we're stuck with each other, Medford.
Well, you taking me on an engagement? Taking me to fight Indians under your flag?
You scared of Indians, Medford?
It's not that.
I'm taking you. You got something you're living for. I want to find out what it is.
We're strung out about as thin as we can be, Captain.
You know, the longer they think we can hold them down there, the better. I don't think we'll be able to fool them long.
Got us outnumbered. 2 to 1, anyway.
Sure have, Mr. Syberts. Our horses still secure?
Behind the top of the rise, yes, sir.
If those Indians are smart, they'll circle us. There's enough of them to do it.
Have you thought about retreat, Captain?
I've thought of nothing else since we got boxed in. We'll retreat when we can, Mr. Syberts. If we can.
Captain, sir.
Medford?
Captain, can you see their horses from here? There must be a couple hundred of them.
The ones they stole, caught in the ravine down there?
Yes, sir.
What about them?
We stampeded those horses. Them engines would clear out of here in no time.
We'd have to ride a charge down there to stampede them. That's suicide, Medford. They'd pick us off one by one as we rode
Well,
down.
ain't that our only chance, Captain?
Getting killed's not the chance we're looking for.
Yeah, but, Captain, it's noise,
Get back
sir.
to your position, Medford. Now.
Yes, sir.
Hold your fire, men. Hold your fire.
I brought your mount, Captain. You saw what he did.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going down there, Mr. Syberts. He might still be alive. That was a fool thing you did, Medford.
I told you. Stampede run them off.
I told you it was suicide.
We was both right, Captain. You gonna court-martial me?
For breaking orders? Or saving our lives?
My rifle. Is it close by?
You want to use it, Medford?
Just you look at it, Captain.
Brass mountings? Your old Enfield, huh?
I carried that at Brandy Station.
along with an old flintlock and a German musket.
Good rifle, Enfield. I got shot with one at Bull Run.
I had to kill something with it. Captain, you said I had something I was living for. You remember?
I remember.
One decent thing. I was captured after Brandy Station, Captain. They caught me running away. Deserted. I had to do one decent thing.
Yeah. Well, you're dying decent, Medford. That's something.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman Macdonnell and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Tom Henley. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Parley Bear, Frank Cady, and Paul Dubov. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The thud of approaching footsteps in the darkened room, the high-pitched creak of a door being opened stealthily, the tick of a clock that marks time running out for a doomed man. These are sounds that keep you in suspense. Connoisseurs of crime stories listen to Suspense Tuesday nights on CBS Radio because Suspense specializes in offbeat drama that makes the hair rise and the heart beat faster. Listen Tuesday night on most of these same stations for another taut, spine-tingling story of suspense.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Captain?
Oh, Mr. Syberts. The men looked fine, I thought.
Well, yes, sir. They looked all right.
Good drill. Good parade.
Yes, sir, but actually I was more concerned with... Well, weren't you listening, sir?
I was watching, Lieutenant. I almost never listen to a dress parade.
I mean the band.
The band seemed to march real good.
Captain, the music. Frankly, I thought it was terrible.
Oh?
Usually it just sounds bad. But today it was awful. What, didn't it sound strange to you? Tinny, off-key?
I was watching B Company, Mr. Syberts. Marched just fine.
I don't know. Maybe it's my ears.
More likely my ears. I don't pay much mind to the music. When I was a boy, my mother thought I had a promising voice. So I'd sing for her. And the hogs would come running. Then the neighbors got so they'd come running, too. I got a lot of encouragement to quit singing.
But just because you couldn't sing well, Captain, doesn't mean you don't have an appreciation for music.
Oh, I think it does, Mr. Syberts. You see, I wasn't just obliging my mother. I thought I sounded fine, too.
Well, you were considerably younger, sir. I'm sure you've outgrown all that by now. After all, with your mother to encourage you couldn't be blamed for thinking that you had
Around her neck she wore a yellow ribbon.
Captain.
She wore it in the winter and the merry month of May. And when they asked her why
Really, Captain, it was more about the regimental band than anything else. And if you didn't notice the band,
Far away, far away. She wore it for her lover who was far, far away.
Yes, well, I'm beginning to think I was very mistaken, if you'll excuse me,
Far
Captain.
away, far
Captain Quince?
Major Daggett?
What are you doing?
I was singing, sir.
You call that singing?
Yes, I do. But I suppose it's a minority opinion.
Are you drunk, Captain?
No, sir. I can account for the singing if you're interested, Major.
I'm only interested in stopping it. We've had enough bad music around here for one day.
I thought dress parade came off fine, sir. I was very proud of B Company.
Captain, I don't want to hear another reference to dress parade today.
Yes, sir.
It's over. That's the only good thing about it. It's over. I don't want to discuss it. I don't want to hear it discussed. That's an order, Captain.
Yes, sir.
I won't even ask if you heard the band. Did you hear the band?
Must have. I saw it. Seemed to me they marched real good.
No matter if you heard it or not. If that bellowing you call singing's a sample of your ear for music... Marched real good?
I thought so, sir.
If I want marching, I'll get a company of infantry. From a band, Captain, I expect just one thing, music. You think I'm being unreasonable?
Kind of hard to get music out of busted instruments, I imagine.
I realize some of the pieces are quite old. Schultz tells me in the field they have problems with rust, sand foul in the cornet pistons, but busted instruments?
The report said the band was brawling over something Saturday night. Someone put his foot through a field drum. Some of the blowhorns got smashed.
You read a report on a band brawl?
Mm-hmm. On your desk, Sunday morning, Major.
Oh. Well, I want to talk to the bandmaster, and if you'll stop delaying me, I will.
Sorry to hold you up, Major.
Lee. I'm sorry.
For what?
Well, I'm mad as the devil. I didn't mean to take it out on you.
I was handy.
And you were singing, don't forget. Kind of set me off.
Set Mr. Syberts off, too.
Fact of the matter is, we have guests on the post. I wanted to be especially proud of our band. Oh, and what they did to Boots and Saddles, I think it was Boots and Saddles. I gotta see Schultz.
Tell him I thought the band marched real good.
You ailing, Harrison?
Not me, Sergeant.
we'd like to get that lumber loaded so you could run the wagon up to old Bedlam, unload it, and come back here and start all over.
Now, I'm doing what I can. I swear I am.
You ain't ailing, you shake a leg.
Both of them are shaking now, Sergeant.
All right, Harrison, come out with it. I got about half a minute's patience left.
You know I'm a reasonable man. You know that right off. Well, if I'm not reasonable, maybe there's a cause.
I ain't got long to wait.
Like this contrary weather. It ought to be cooling off. Give a man a feel for hard work. It's got no right to be blazing hot this time of year.
You're asking for a change of weather?
I'd be obliged if you could arrange it, Sergeant. Anything, just any small thing would be an improvement.
Well, now, you just come to the right man, Harrison. Just for you, I'm going to change the weather. You mind now you asked me to do it?
Oh, I ask. I sure ask, all right.
Trooper Harrison?
Yes, Sergeant.
Report to the guardhouse.
Guardhouse? On what charge?
On the charge that you asked for. It takes you right out of the blazing sun. Of course, how you're going to get a breath of air is something else again. But seeing any small change would be an improvement.
Sergeant, I'll be getting back to my loading now.
I thought you wanted to change the weather.
One day I'm going to learn to keep my mouth shut around here.
That day comes, you write me a letter so I'll know.
You know I can't write.
I tell you one good thing, Harrison.
I just ain't rising to any more bait, Sergeant.
Fatigue's over in half an hour, and after supper...
There's a band concert, I know. Well, it ain't gonna cool me off none. Not a cent's worth.
Only there ain't gonna be no band concert. In fact, if Bandmaster Schultz can't explain himself any better to Major Daggett than he has so far...
Oh, my foot!
Maybe we heard the last toot ever from our regimental band.
Pliny? You around, Pliny?
No.
What are you doing behind the pickle barrel? You drop a penny?
Are you alone, Captain?
Sure.
I'm not exactly open. It's almost 4:30.
You'd open at midnight to sell a 2-penny cigar. Now come on out from behind that barrel.
Well, oh my, it's unnerving. That's what it is. What did you want, Captain?
What are you whispering about?
Well, you never know who's listening these days.
I'm listening. I'm hard put to hear you. Are you going to sell me a glass of beer, or do I have to draw it myself?
Ha-ha.
Aha.
Who sent you?
Pliny, it's a hot day.
Oh, no, you don't, sir. I know an investigation when I see one. Well, you may tell that committee and Major Daggett and all the powers that be that I am living up to the letter of my agreement with the United States Army.
Maybe you ought to have a glass of beer, too.
It's not my concern if the regimental band can't play without instruments.
What about the band?
No beer, no band. Oh, I'll miss the drums. Won't you?
Pliny, what time of day do you start making sense?
Why, Captain, I believe you don't know. You came here in innocence. But these are dark days, and the seeds of distrust are on the wind.
This time I'm going into the canteen and get that beer.
There is no beer. There will be no beer. Beer is a closed issue. Poor Schultz. Poor Schultz.
You keep going from beer to band.
From no beer to no band. And you can thank Mrs. Feemster and her committee for that.
Mrs. Feemster's not doing anything. She's just visiting Fort Laramie.
Her visit was ill-timed. Just when Schultz needed new instruments the worst way. But alas, 5% of nothing will not buy French horns and trumpets. And, Oh, my. I will miss the drums. I'm still not reaching you, am I, Captain?
I know. No, you're not.
Then let me put it simply. A, B, C. A is for the agreement. Now then, 5% of all proceeds from the sale of beer I give to B, which is the band. From these monies, Schultz buys new instruments. That is, he did until... Oh, yes, until C. C is for committee, headed by Mrs. Feemster. The Committee for Moral Improvement, if you will. Oh, and that means no beer. It follows, then, no beer, no proceeds, no band. Yeah. Oh, my. I put that well, didn't I?
If you did, you better climb in that pickle barrel, Pliny. A sutler that doesn't sell beer needs a real hiding place.
But the brine...
Salty.
Oh, Captain, I was just about to send for you.
Just came from the settlers, Major. You got any idea what's going on around here?
Hold your voice down. Come here.
Pliny was whispering, too, for a while.
Now, listen to me, Lee. I get a better idea than anyone what's going on around here. Mrs. Feemster's in my office now. Let's go in here.
The army run by a woman now, Major?
That's not funny, Lee.
I don't mean it funny. I can't get a glass of beer. Pliny says that woman's why.
I've just learned from Washington that there's several thousand Mrs. Feemsters, Captain, and their ranks seem to be growing daily. Not only that, but they're also Mr. Feemsters, and their voices are getting louder every day.
Mrs. Feemster doesn't like beer?
On moral grounds.
She like whiskey better?
Whiskey isn't the issue. Beer, light wines, such as are sold at the sutler's canteen.
Then she likes whiskey better.
She wouldn't see it that way. Besides, it isn't just the beer. That's just part of their plan for moral improvement. They want to see that all posts have libraries, more recreational facilities, concerts.
From the regimental band playing on no instruments?
Well, Mrs. Feemster realizes the problem there.
I got nothing against libraries, recreation. We need 'em. But do you think we got any kind of a drinking problem at Fort Laramie?
I've never been aware of one.
If we had one, you'd be aware of it. We all would. And if we had one, it wouldn't be on account of beer served to the settlers.
I know that, Lee. You act like this was up to me. Well, let me assure you, it isn't.
Ms. Feemster, post commander?
I'm still in command here, and that means I still follow orders from Washington. That's where the real pressure's coming from. They've banned the sale of beer at Fort Sully, Fort McPherson, and Fort Totten, and I can't keep them from banning it here.
That brings us back to whiskey again. If a man can't get a glass of beer on the post, he'll go off the post. You think Mrs. Feemster knows what a hog ranch is?
A whiskey ranch? I doubt it.
Well, they got 'em now, all around Fort Sully and Fort Totten. And men that used to drink beer at those posts are stealing off and rotting their insides on hog ranch whiskey.
You seem pretty sure of your facts, Lee.
Ask Major Trucks. He got the information at the post surgeons' meeting last month at Fort Randall. The post surgeons are recommending that they reopen the canteens.
I wonder. Just wonder. No, it'd never work.
No, what wouldn't work?
I don't think even Major Trucks could convince Mrs. Feemster she was short-sighted.
I was thinking more of letting Mrs. Feemster make her own decision about being short-sighted.
You haven't met her, have you?
No, I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Now, Lee.
I'd like to volunteer to show Mrs. Feemster around the post tomorrow, Major.
Volunteer?
You might just tell her I'll call for her tomorrow, right after guard mount. Afternoon to you, Major. Of course, in time, we'd want to build a library building separate, but that takes time. Right now, there's only one building not being put to use.
Well, I'm sure I don't know where that is, Captain. Goodness knows we've covered most of the post.
Except the sutler's, ma'am. It's just ahead.
But surely the sutler's store isn't vacant.
Well, not the store, just the canteen. It's part of the same building.
Is that Where they keep beer?
When they had it, ma'am.
My dear young man, I have never set foot in a saloon, and I don't intend to go now.
The saloon's where they sell liquor, ma'am. This canteen's an empty room and a counter. But if you don't want to look at it,
You're
why...
certain there's nothing in the nature of spirits in there?
I give you my word, Mrs. Feemster. There isn't a sign of spirit in there now.
Very well, then. I suppose I should take the long view. After all, the library is the important thing. But in a saloon...
A canteen.
I'll take your word there's a difference, Captain.
After you, ma'am.
Thank you, Captain.
Canteen straight ahead, Mrs. Feemster.
Now then, Pliny, I got a long order here. Best you write it down.
Just a moment, Sergeant. Just a moment. Captain?
Yes, Pliny? Oh, have you met Mrs. Feemster? This is Pliny Burgess, the sutler.
Mr. Burgess?
Madam? Now, Captain, you know very well the canteen is... well, it's...
Yeah, we know, Pliny. We come to see how the room would do for a library.
A library? You mean books, and books in there?
We'll just look it over. You mind your customer over there.
Oh, well, I don't know.
I got cash money, Pliny.
Coming. Yes, indeed. In fact, I'm here.
Well, Mrs. Feemster?
Well, yes, I think perhaps you may be right, Captain.
Lemon extract.
This room would make...
I want all the lemon extract you got. All the vanilla, peppermint, ginger.
All?
Every drop. Then I want everything in stock in the way of cinnamon, red pepper sauces, bay rum. You got any smelly water, Pliny?
Smelly? Oh, no, I don't believe I have any. Oh, no.
You're not paying much mind to the room, ma'am.
Hey? Oh, why... Oh, yes, it's first rate. Splendid.
O.D. something, Pliny.
O.D.? Smelly.
Excuse me, ma'am. You know what I'm trying to say.
I?
You know, you women folks uses it sometimes. Smells right nice. O.D.
O.D. cologne.
Oh, that's it, ma'am. Thank you kindly. I'll take all you got, Pliny.
All, I've got.
Seems to me we could get several hundred books in here, Miss Feemster. Now, along that wall there, we
just
could...
a minute, Captain. Young man.
You talking to me, ma'am?
I am indeed. Your order to Mr. Burgess, all the lemon extract, all the cologne.
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask what you're planning to do with it?
Why, drink it, ma'am.
Drink it?
Well, maybe not all of it. I'll sell some, chances are. Maybe give some now and again to my friends, but...
Drink it?
Why, ma'am, you strain extract or that OD stuff through some coarse bread, you got a fine batch of alcohol.
Oh, my.
Now, myself, I'd rather have a glass of beer, but we can't get that no more here, so, well, man's left to his own devices, you might say.
Thank you, Gorse.
I just hope it did the trick, Captain.
Right now, we almost have this added up, so let me see what that comes to, $57.43, Sergeant.
Pliny, I've been thinking this over.
Huh? Oh. Well, now, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Now, since you're such a good customer, I'm going to let you have the whole thing for $57.33.
You drink it, Pliny. I'm going to Laramie Village for a beer.
Why, Captain, you've come to say goodbye.
No, I wasn't sure I'd be welcome, Mrs. Feemster. Major tells me you were a while settling down.
I very nearly fainted. You may as well know that.
Well, if it'd make you feel any better, it was all made up for your benefit, ma'am.
So Major Daggett assured me. Oh, my, Captain. I'm going back to Washington with a brand new outlook. I think our Committee on Moral Improvement may just revise its thinking a bit.
You talked to the post surgeon?
Indeed, I did. I'm taking the entire matter up with all of official Washington.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to thank you for opening my eyes, Captain. And that nice orderly of yours.
Harrison?
Yes, Trooper Harrison. He's the one who makes those nice outdoor stoves.
He is?
He was cooking last evening down by the Laramie River. I was out for my evening constitutional, and he explained it all to me about his stove. A retort, a condenser, and a receiver.
Harrison? He called it a stove?
Oh, he had some other name for it. A foolish name, too.
A foolish name like a still?
Yes, but I could see it was a stove. He's promised to send me the plans, show me just how to make it.
Mrs. Feemster, that stove, I was just...
Oh, my goodness, the stage is ready. Goodbye, Captain.
Goodbye, Mrs. Feemster.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Howard McNear, Jeanette Nolan, and Sam Edwards. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Are you a student, businessman, musician, stamp collector? No matter what your profession or age, your opposite number in some faraway country wants to know about you and to tell you about his own life and thoughts. CBS Radio urges you to send your name to Letters from Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York City, mentioning your age, occupation, and interests. They'll find you a suitable correspondent in the country of your choice.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
You hear anything now, Gorse?
A lot of little sounds, but not the moaning. Might be he's dead, Captain.
Might be. This is where his horse came out, this clearing. He shouldn't be much further in, dead or not.
You a hand to see in the dark, are you?
Not much, no.
I can always light this lantern, you know.
You want to be seen, do you?
Well, if he's dead, he won't see no lantern.
If he isn't?
I still can't see in the...
How's your hearing in the dark?
I heard that all right.
Just ahead, Gorse. You can light your lantern now. Hold it closer. Toward his face.
He looks kind of young, Captain. Kind of wild, too.
He's full of pain and scared. Do you speak the tongue of white man?
I speak.
Our camp is back by the river. We'll carry you there.
You kill?
No. Got a canteen, Gorse?
Yes, Captain.
Give him a drink.
You'll mind the lantern?
I'll mind it.
Can you lift your head up to it?
Oh, no drink.
What's the matter with you? You shot up for fair. You must be burning inside.
You drink some of it, Gorse.
Oh, yeah. You see, Injun, good water. Now you drink.
No drink.
Looks like his right leg, Gorse. A couple nicks across his belly.
What kind of show I got to put on to make him drink?
Well, drink some more.
Captain, I swilled down 3 cups of coffee before he come riding through the camp. I got no
Another
sense.
swallow or two. Now, go ahead.
Well. Now then, Injun, you got to make up your mind. Either it's good water or I got a taste for drinking poison. Now, which will it be?
Other man, you drink?
I'm not thirsty. You need a drink, take it. You don't, leave it be.
Give. Drink.
You born contrary, or you just come along that way?
Good water. Good.
Didn't I tell you?
What's your name?
Charlie.
Charlie?
Fine. Charlie, you got one good leg. We'll help you up on it. Gorse?
Oh.
What kind of Indian name is Charlie?
Good American name, Charlie.
You can't argue that with him, Gorse.
Charlie.
Come on. We can make camp from here.
He's sleeping, Captain.
He's bound to. He lost a lot of blood.
Did you watch him eat? He'll gain back his strength in no time.
Did he do any talking?
Mostly he ate and smiled. Kept asking everyone to call him Charlie.
Good American name, Charlie.
What do you think about him, Captain?
Well, there's not much to think about him, Mr. Syberts. Takes pain well, he smiles, he eats a lot.
I mean, the way he rode right up to our camp alone. Rode right past the pickets without any fear at all, apparently.
And got shot for his trouble.
Yes, wouldn't you think he'd expect that, Captain?
I'd expect it. You would. Maybe Charlie's different.
Tinkham and Prevost, they both swear he made no move to fire back, just rode like the devil for the woods.
You redoubled the pickets, Mr. Syberts?
Yes, sir, I did. I guess you think maybe Charlie wasn't alone?
I told you there's not much to think about Charlie right now. If he wanted more than food and a good drink of water, he hasn't said. I can't take the chance he's alone.
The tourniquet stopped the bleeding.
Then maybe we'll know more about Charlie tomorrow.
You going to cut the bullet out tomorrow, Captain?
I'm going to cut at least 3 of them out.
3, Captain. But Tinkham and Prevost said that...
Charlie was wounded before he got here, Mr. Syberts.
You come ask question, Captain?
How do you feel this morning, Charlie?
Charlie, feel fine. Leg feel bad.
Yeah, I'll bet it does. All right if I look at it?
You look.
Mm-hmm. Charlie, do you drink whiskey?
Whiskey?
Know what it is?
Like water?
Like fire water.
Whiskey like fire water?
Just like it. You drink fire water?
Burn. From mouth all down to belly. Make cough, make sick. Make bad head.
That's it.
I like.
You got 3, maybe 4 bullets in that leg. If I don't cut 'em out, you'll die, Charlie. If I do, it'll hurt. Bad. You want whiskey for the hurt, you can have it.
Leg very bad.
Yeah, it is.
Here's the water you asked for, Captain. Brought it right from the fire.
Thanks, Gorse.
You gonna bind him fast, or you want me to hold him?
And that's up to Charlie.
You bring whiskey.
Now, where am I gonna get whiskey?
Leg very bad.
Over there, Gorse, in my bedroll.
Yes, sir. I suppose I gotta take a couple of gulps before you figure it's safe to drink, ain't you?
You got bad leg?
Only bad thing I got's my temper.
Give Charlie whiskey. Charlie take for pain.
One thing, he ain't no dumb, ain't you?
Go on, Charlie, drink it down. Let me know when the leg doesn't hurt anymore.
White Captain, good friend, bring Charlie whiskey.
Mark the day, Charlie. It's the last whiskey you'll get from this white man. I'll need more boiling water, Gorse.
Mess sergeant's got another pot going.
Oh, very good to have leg very bad.
Never mind the talk. Just drink.
He sure ain't gonna need no setting on, Captain. Lapping it down at that rate, he'll be helpless inside of 5 minutes.
I'm counting on that, Gorse. Let's go outside. Leave him be.
I sure never seen the like of him.
He's not cut on any pattern I know either.
That leg's bad, just overnight. It's real bad. He say who shot him before we did?
There's a long list of things he's not said. Time for talk will come later.
Well, that's a quart of whiskey, Captain.
Oh!
It was a quart of whiskey, Gorse. Well, you ready for surgery?
You got a mind for it, sir?
I got a mind, but not much stomach for it. Now, let's get it over with, Gorse. The runner's still around, Mr. Syberts?
Yes, sir. He's having something to eat, Captain.
Well, when he's through that, he gets his rest.
He was asking about a fresh horse, sir.
He won't need one. There's no reply to this message. Time he's ready to move again, both him and his horse will be rested.
Do we have new orders, sir?
Major Daggett will be here tomorrow with a platoon from G Company. We're to wait for the rendezvous.
Major Daggett is... Well, the message says to keep Pete Hazen here till the major arrives.
Yes, and I'd do that if I'd laid an eye on Pete in a month.
I thought he was scouting up in the Bighorn country.
Last I heard, he was. Guess the major's counting on reports from that area. Maybe we'll be moving up that way.
Are they talking about Charlie, Captain?
We're not going to find out sitting in a tent, Mr. Syberts. That crazy fool. Sergeant!
Yes, sir.
Well, it happened too quick, Captain. I couldn't stop him.
The man can't walk yet. How could it happen too quick?
First I saw him, he'd crawled most down to the creek. His horse was tethered down there with the others, and you saw the rest of it.
He just propelled himself up on that horse. And from the off side, the right side.
Indians don't know any better. Neither do their horses. They always mount on the right side.
You want me to go after him, Captain?
No need. He's coming back.
I swear, Captain, he's putting on a show for us.
Yeah, they ride all over a horse. On his neck, his sides, under his belly. Either of you feel like much of a horseman now?
With one bad leg. You don't think he got hold of another jug of whiskey, sir?
I'll break the man who gave it to him if he did.
Captain, I guess he's played himself out.
Charlie, good rider, yes?
Charlie, stupid fool.
Leg very bad. White Captain, sorry, leg very bad.
Your leg's a sieve, but it's your leg. You can break it off and throw it away if you're of a mind.
Leg very bad, good friend. Bring Charlie whiskey.
I told you, Charlie, that's the last whiskey you'd get from me.
Charlie ride very good. Charlie show white man Indian trick.
No whiskey.
No whiskey. You, other man, you have whiskey.
Not me, Charlie.
Yeah, and don't look at me with your sore leg. I'll give you nothing.
Poor Charlie, hurt very bad.
Slide off that pony. I want to talk to you.
Oh, leg so bad.
Get off. Mind his horse, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Seibert, see the camp's made ready for Major Daggett's arrival?
Yes, sir.
You were kicking that bad leg around real free. Can you bear weight on it as far as my tent?
Whiskey in tent?
You want 2 bad legs?
Charlie walk.
Here, I'll help you. There now. Let me see that leg.
Charlie do bad thing to ride?
It should have killed you. But you're such a contrary cuss. It looks fine, Charlie. It's got no right to, but your leg looks fine. Charlie, who shot you? Before we did.
White settler, he shoot 2-3 times.
Why?
Oh, Charlie try steal horses.
You ought to be shot for that. You ever lived on a reservation?
One time. Short time. Charlie not like reservation. Nothing can do. Charlie like steal horses.
You steal horses all alone, do you?
Sometime alone, sometime with Cheyenne brave. Charlie find horses. Tell others, they come, we steal.
That makes you a Cheyenne scout, then?
Charlie like steal horses. Also, hunt.
You're not Cheyenne, Charlie.
White Captain can tell Charlie not Cheyenne?
Well, you look more like a crow to me.
Yes, crow. Charlie Little Bear. All blood, crow. Sioux, Cheyenne, Arapaho, all drive crow people from land of father, from Bighorn. Charlie like Bighorn. Charlie lived there. Even with Cheyenne.
There's no Cheyenne reservation in the Bighorn?
No reservation. Just Cheyenne brave and Charlie. Like steal horses. Hunt.
You like to kill white men?
Charlie not kill white man. Not ever kill white man. Charlie friend. Got name from white man.
What white man?
Many years, when Charlie live with own people, white man come. For hunt. Furs. Teach Charlie speak tongue of white man. Then he die. Charlie take name of friend.
Mm-hmm.
You let Charlie go back, Bighorn. Hunt. Steal horses.
If you stole horses, you broke the law.
You put Charlie reservation?
I might. Might put you in jail, too. I might do almost anything with you, Charlie. Except give you whiskey.
last word we had from Hazen, the Bighorn was as peaceful as Sunday church. Now, all through these valleys here, settlers are complaining of increasing Indian raids.
For horses, Major?
For horses, until the last few days. Runners are reporting a band of marauding Cheyenne. Burning, massacring as they go.
Through here, you say? Along Stinking Water?
That's the Shoshone River, Captain.
The Indians call it Stinking Water.
Well, we're going there. It doesn't much matter what the Indians call it.
Might matter, Major.
How's that?
We can't wait for Pete Hazen. If there's a Cheyenne camp in the Bighorn, we'll need a scout to find it.
That's right.
Charlie Little Bear's an Indian. He can't pick a trail to the Shoshone River, but he'll sure know one to Stinking Water.
From what you said, this must be his band of Cheyenne who's responsible for the killing along the, Stinking Water. He's not about to lead you against his friends.
Charlie's a Crow. I've never heard a Crow boast about his scalps.
You're saying, then, that you trust Charlie?
I'm counting on him being a Crow, that's all, Major.
Just look at that Charlie Little Bear, Captain. Smiling, riding easy. You think he was out on a happy hunting party.
I'm looking at him.
You call him a scout? I could have got us this far by myself.
You know where the Cheyenne camp is, Gorse?
No, sir.
Well, I don't either, but Charlie does. I'm hoping he'll lead us there.
Just because you fixed his leg, Captain?
Just because Charlie doesn't like killing, Sergeant. Charlie?
Yes, Captain.
You saw the last two ranches, Charlie. Fired, burned to the ground, stock run off.
I saw no killing. No body of white man, like you said, Captain.
This is your country, though, Charlie. This is the work of your Cheyenne friends, isn't it?
Charlie see many Indian sign. Yes, Cheyenne. But no killing.
There's another ranch ahead, Charlie. How's your leg holding up?
Oh, good. White Captain fixed leg very good. Charlie not forget.
Patrol! Halt! Dismount. Search the premises.
Dismount.
Sergeant, report anything you can find to me. Anything.
Yes, sir.
Blood here, Captain. Dry blood. Marked the ground.
A trail of it. Leads up to the cabin. Or what's left of it, anyway.
And many pony. Cheyenne pony.
You been here before, Charlie?
Not here. Old man live here, not many horses. Charlie likes steal many horses.
Was that the old man? Or can you tell?
Hard to tell about old man. Too much head gone.
Yeah, we can't do much for him now, but bury him.
He was old man, like white friend who gave Charlie name. Charlie friend die in peace.
Captain Quince, out here, sir.
Find something, Gorse?
Yeah. This bundle of stuff on the far side of the cabin. It's a funny collection, Captain.
Relics. 4 arrows. This thing, Gorse, made of skin and buffalo hair.
2 arrow for hunting, 2 for war. This marking, the hat of skin and hair, this all sacred to Cheyenne.
There's an old man dead inside the cabin, Sergeant. Fall in a burial detail.
Yes, sir.
You sing death song for old man, Captain?
We'll just bury him, Charlie. And hope he's found his peace.
This day is old. Son dies, too.
Yeah. We'll be making camp soon.
Charlie not like killing. With tomorrow's sun, Charlie lead you to Cheyenne Camp.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin as Charlie, Jack Moyles as Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell as Lieutenant Seiberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. With the Far East as a backdrop, and with intrepid correspondent O'Hara right in the foreground, you're sure to have an exciting adventure every Monday night right here at the Star's address. If you like your mystery on the fast-moving side, be sure you're listening to CBS Radio each Monday evening when another thrill-packed episode of O'Hara comes your way on most of these same stations.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Jessie?
I'm all right, Major Daggett.
It's been a long walk up here. You'd like to sit?
I want to stand, thank you.
Jessie, whenever you're ready.
Whenever you're ready, Chaplain. Speak your heart.
He was my friend. Major Thaddeus Hale was, first of all, a friend to all of us here. And we'll miss our friend. Beloved as a man, respected as an officer. Fort Laramie will be a different place without Thad, but a better place for his having served here, lived among us, vigorously and fully for the past 6 years. All of us assembled here at his grave can say of him, he was my friend. All save one. Jessie Hale can say of him, he was my love, my heart. There he lived, and there he will always live. God comfort Jessie. God grant Thad rest and peace and eternal love. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Amen. Detail. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire.
The Major's flag, ma'am.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you, all of you.
Mrs. Hale.
Captain, look at the day. It's a beautiful day. I'm so glad it's a beautiful day.
Blast it.
I'm here on the porch, Captain.
It's kind of chilly out tonight, Miss Hale.
Oh, it seems so close inside. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. Miss Hale. Jessie. I'm no hand to put words together well. I can't speak a piece about Thad.
Don't try, Lee. There's no need.
I liked him, and I'm sorry.
I know. I watched you out on the walk. Stopping, starting. You didn't want to come here tonight, and I don't blame you.
It wasn't a question of want. Just, what can a man do? What can he say to a widow except he's sorry?
Sometimes I think it's harder on the friends who are left. Like you say, they want to do so much, say the right things, and there's nothing to do, nothing to say. At least you didn't bake a pie.
I sure never thought of that.
I want you to take some back to old Bedlam. I'll see the rest get to the enlisted men tomorrow. Lee, this minute in my kitchen there are 15 pies and 3 cakes.
I guess women always got to bake something at a time like this?
Oh, it's just that people have to do something, and there's nothing to do. Can I talk about Thad?
If you want to.
Oh, I want to. I need to. Every time I start, someone tries to stop me. They think it'll make me sad to talk about him. Good Lord, Lee. Thad and I were happy. It doesn't make me sad to talk about happiness.
You were happy. It showed.
30 years next month. Love and temper in the Army. And there wasn't a day of it we didn't live.
You were a lot alike, you and Thad.
We were just alike. Too much, maybe. But we suited each other. When I bellowed, he bellowed back. Good, loud time of it we'd have, and then we'd laugh. Then we'd love. I think if I had it to do over, I wouldn't change a thing, Lee. Not even the bellowing.
Well, Thad wouldn't either. I'd bet on that.
Of course he wouldn't. Lee, it was a dirty trick.
The way he died? Yeah.
Lived through every battle from Gettysburg to that skirmish with the Arapaho last month. Cheated smallpox, scarlet fever, scurvy. And the infernal plains weather thrived on all that. And he had to die off duty when lumber pilings fell on him.
One good thing, he never knew it. He'd have been as mad as the devil if he had.
Bellowed his head off.
And you'd have bellowed right back.
You bet I would.
Any idea what you're going to do, Jessie?
Live.
Sure.
If you're asking me, do I have a place to go? I have. I have a sister back in Camden. She's alone. We can make a life together. It was my home, Camden, a long time ago.
It'll be a different life in Camden.
Trade my pistol for needlepoint. My saddle for a rocking chair. It'll be very different, Lee.
No rush about your leaving.
Oh, no, thank heaven. Mary Daggett and the Major were over earlier. Said to stay on as long as I liked. Glad they said that. Lee, there's one great favor you can do me.
Anything I can, Jessie.
Take the General.
Thad's mount?
Thad was your kind of army man, and the General's your kind of horse.
Oh, you sit him right well yourself.
But not in Camden, Lee. Maybe sometime, some special time, you'll ride him for Thad and me.
I'd be proud to, Jessie.
Watch it, Lieutenant. He's mean this morning.
Oh, I can mount it to him, Sergeant.
Best I give you a hand, sir.
Don't come near. He'll trample you.
Give him his head.
I can't.
You better, Lieutenant, or you're going to get it. Oh.
Thanks for the warning, Sergeant.
You hurt, sir?
That'll come later.
Here.
It's been a long time since I've been unseated, Sergeant.
They don't call him the General for nothing. Might be he knows he outranks you, Lieutenant.
I wonder how Major Hale managed him.
I don't know his secret, but he got his way, all right. Now, look at that. The captain's got him mild as a kitten.
Bad spill, Mr. Syberts?
I don't think so, Captain. It happened pretty quick.
Oh, he hasn't been ridden for a week. Any new hand would have seemed strange to him.
Yes, sir. Are you going to try him out?
Thought I would. The General and I got to get used to each other. Miss Hale asked me to care for him.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have tried to ride him. I just thought that he should be ridden.
Oh, if you're all right, there's no harm done. Well, I guess it's my turn to try.
Like I told the lieutenant, Captain, that horse is mean this morning. If it was me, I'd set this one out.
We'll see, Gorse.
You got the touch all right, sir.
Yeah, but look at them eyes. He's thinking. He's thinking for sure, Captain.
That's how it's done, Sergeant.
I just don't trust that horse.
The captain knows what he's doing. He always knows what he's doing.
If I was him, I'd rather know what that horse was thinking. He's got a plan, Lieutenant. The general's got himself a plan.
I'm just not the horseman that Captain Quint says.
I wouldn't feel too bad about taking that spill.
Just wish it hadn't happened in front of the captain, that's all. Look out, Captain. Stick with him, sir. Show him who's boss. I swear, Captain, if you don't take care, you're going to get... Oh. Come on, Sergeant.
Well, I took your advice, Gores.
How's that, sir?
I set this one out.
Are you all right, sir?
Older and wiser, Lieutenant.
I beg pardon?
He's a gift horse, and I looked him square in the mouth.
Oh. Yes, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Mrs.
Morning,
Hale.
Jessie.
Oh, Lee. I forgot to tell you one little thing about the General.
Just one little thing, Jessie?
Never try to mount him in the corral.
I guess we can remember that. Wouldn't you say, Lieutenant?
It's a lesson I'll never forget, ma'am.
Go fetch the General, Sergeant. See he's rubbed, fed, and stabled.
Yes, sir.
Oh, not just yet, Sergeant. Just lead him out of the corral and tether him there. I feel like riding this morning, Captain.
Alone, Jessie?
Mm-hmm. Alone. I think both the General and I need work.
Whatever you say, ma'am.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Hale, Captain, I've got some staff duty to attend to. Mrs. Hale?
Lieutenant?
See you later, Mr. Sabbats. You making out, Jessie?
Making out. Day at a time, Lee.
Yeah.
I keep discovering things. Just little things every day that help. The cemetery up there, I found out there's nothing of Thad there. I can look, I can go there. Nothing we shared is buried there.
Nothing you shared is buried anywhere, Jessie.
It's a wonderful thing to learn, to know.
Mm-hmm. Got a good morning to ride?
Yeah, crisp and clean. It's a good morning.
Jesse. Jesse, wait.
Major Daggett?
Morning, Major.
Good morning. Jesse, I went over to your quarters. Someone had seen you coming this way.
Doing your own courier duty, Major. I'm impressed.
I wanted to be the one who told you.
I'll leave you to your talk.
No, Lee. Jesse, you'll need your help.
Help?
I wouldn't have had this happen for the world. I had no idea we were in line for any transfers, but... Well, Jesse...
You need my quarters, don't you, Major?
I'm afraid we do.
Well, that isn't the end of the world. I didn't expect to stay on indefinitely. How much time can I have?
Well, they're here now, Jesse.
I see.
You can manage makeshift arrangements for a while, can't you, Major?
Mary and I hoped you'd come over with us, Jesse. Stay as long as you like.
Thank you, but no, Major. It's best this way, really. It's time I started my new life.
I'd rather almost anything than this. You know that.
Major, it's the Army. I understand. I will need your help, though, Lee.
You'll have it. Well, go on, Jesse. Take your ride.
Well,
And go on. That's an order, Jesse. You and the General need the work, like you said.
Thanks, Lee. Major?
Some days I hate the Army.
Don't let Jessie hear you say that. She's a 30-year soldier.
Thank heaven I never was a hand to collect much. I learned that moving from post to post. Thad and I could clear out of a place in 2 hours' notice any time.
And did, too, I'll bet.
Oh, you should have seen us when we arrived here from Fort Kearny. 2 rucksacks, 2 saddles, and a pair of silver candlesticks. Only wedding present we had left.
What about all this furniture? It's yours, isn't it?
It was built right here by Thad Stryker and a couple of other enlisted men.
Don't you want any of it, Jessie?
It belongs here.
Well...
I'd feel better knowing it was here, Lee.
Sure. I'll take these bags out.
I'll have the others ready right away.
Now, don't hurry, Jessie, any more than you feel like.
And don't you look so grim, Captain. I mean it. There's a time to go, Lee, a right time, and when it comes, it should happen quickly.
Yeah, that's best.
Oh, I was looking for Mrs. Hale or some name like that.
Her name's Mrs. Hale. She's right inside.
Hello.
Oh, I was under the impression you'd be out of here by now.
Oh, I won't be long. You're, Captain Winton's wife?
Jennifer Winton. But all of this quaint furniture, I do hope it's yours, because I certainly wouldn't want to...
It belongs here. It was made here at Fort Laramie.
I can believe that. I mean, it looks so, well, homemade and all.
If you don't want it, Mrs. Winton, have Captain Winton take it up with the adjutant. Furniture's hard to come by out here. Someone can use it.
Oh, now you're thinking I'm rude, and I don't mean to be. You see, we have our own furniture. It's new and quite lovely. I'm sorry, but
What are you sorry about?
it was just such a shock, seeing all of this furniture. I'm afraid I've not been quite tactful.
You've been quite rude, as a matter of fact. You're very young and spoiled, and I suspect a little foolish.
I beg your pardon?
You needn't. This is your first Army post, Mrs. Winton?
Maybe it is.
My dear, you have a very great deal to learn.
I'm sure I have. But I intend to learn it in my own kind of surroundings.
With your own new, quite lovely furniture.
I intend to make a home here for my husband. The kind of home we're both used to. Just because he's sent out to this desolate corner of nowhere, I don't intend we should live like the rest of the savages.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wish you well, Mrs. Winton.
Thank you, Mrs. Hale.
By the way, where was your home, Mrs. Winton?
Philadelphia.
Oh, that's just across the river from Camden, isn't it?
If you want to put it that way, yes.
I think I do want to put it just that way.
Sergeant Gorse took your bags over to the stage. You've still got a few minutes, Jessie.
She can't be over 20. Not a day over 20.
Who can't be a day over 20?
Well, you saw her. She came just as you were taking my bags out.
Oh, that one.
Mrs. Winton. She look over 20 to you?
I'm a better judge of horses, Jessie.
Philadelphia girl. Wonder if I acted like that when I was her age. Camden's just crossed the river, you know.
Yeah, I remember.
Standing so straight, like she was balancing a teacup on her head. Ramrod straight. Of course, in Camden, it was books.
Books?
Mm-hmm.
What was books?
On your head.
Jessie.
Good heavens, Lee, don't be so dense. We were taught to walk that way and sit that way.
With books on your
To
head.
keep you straight and balanced. Of course, mostly it gave you a stiff neck, and I must say it gave you a formidable bearing. Lee. That girl's scared to death. Why couldn't I see that?
Ms. Winton?
And why wouldn't she be? 20 years in one protected group, and then she marries and comes out here. Why, she isn't prepared for this life. How could she be?
Nobody much is prepared for this life.
That's exactly what I mean. And they're not going to be as long as complacent old fools like me don't have anything better to say to them than, my dear, you have a very great deal to learn. Lee, is that cottage out by the root house still empty?
I think so, Jessie.
Well, sir, you can move my old furniture in there right away. I'm going to speak to Major Daggett.
You're not going back to Camden?
And be a civilian? Not when there's so much Army work to do, Captain. And if I've learned anything in 30 years, the Army's taught me.
It's time I started paying back a little. And Mrs. Winton's a good place to begin.
That in order, Jesse?
That's an order, Captain. Move out.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Helen Klebe, Sammy Hill, and Parley Bear. Jack Moyles is Major Daggett, and Harry Bartell is Lieutenant Syberts.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
You've just heard another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Why be an ostrich when your own welfare and the value of your property may be at stake? 1 out of 9 dwelling units in our cities, towns, and villages are in slum condition. About half the rest are no better than fair and will become slums in the future unless repaired and improved in time. You can help prevent the growth of slums. How? Through the plan of action worked out by Action, the American Council to Improve Our Neighborhoods. CBS Radio urges you to write for details to Action, Box 20, New York 19. That's Action, Box 20, New York 19.